Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was neglected and becomes the god of creation and destruction part 16. Before we start, please go support Ethan 1939 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Hard 126 despair. You can see how gigantic women dressed in a battle to the death in the middle of a gigantic island full of ice. As those two great beasts fought, a black and white flash fought against a greenish flash. They fist bumped each other trying to injure their opponent, while more people seemed to fight around them. Shinobu seemed to have a little more complicated battle against Nairuko, Azara against Apophis, Valerie fought against Layden, Hades created monsters made of skeletons to try to counterattack the powerful blows and flames of Fafnir, Saji fought in the air against Walburga and Yu, and Kibo also tried to support Issei. But they were surprised by Crom Cruich and that masked man who called himself the Night King, along with his companion who she looked like a crazy girl named Kyoko. Yui and Lin were fighting against that girl named Queen, and Rizovin was just watching the great battle that Issei and Nidhogg were causing alongside the Trahexa and Big Red. Rizovin. How entertaining, it looks like a battle royale, although the flying bus hasn't come to pick us up yet, he said with a smile. The old man could see what was happening, but at that moment an Impausa appeared at Rizovin's side as she looked at the situation. Impausa. The souls of you and your allies are on the pendulum of life and death. Rizovin live in Lucifer. Rizovin. Ooh, I remember, you're Euclid-Chan's older sister. I never thought you were real. Impausa. My existence is something that you should care little about. Besides, I believe that more souls are being called by the great chaos that is going on here. The gray-haired man only smiled as he saw the big storm cloud above them. Rizovin. Hahaha, I really had this already planned, he said, smiling wickedly. In the distance you could see multiple news helicopters. They had cameras and focused on those two big beasts that were fighting and the flashes of light that were seen. Reporter. Well, as you can see, apparently. I don't know how to describe it, I can only say that two big monsters are fighting in the middle of Antarctica. We would like to get closer, but the lightning next to the big storm prevents the helicopter from getting any closer. The reporters continued to watch and focus on the battle, but at that moment they focused on a certain young man in a black trench coat who hit the dragon in the jaw and killed it to fly. The people who saw that were astonished as they saw the wings of the albino and also saw how it disappeared into various eyelids and bursts of light. Azazel. This is bad, Makina. I'm on it. The chestnut quickly used the ship system to hack the cameras along with the reporters' broadcast, thus preventing them from being able to continue seeing what was happening through the broadcast. Makina. That will only give us a few hours. I can't fool the reporters too long without them realizing that something else is going on. We have to end this now. Azazel. Shit, Issei, you heard that, didn't you? Issei. Yes, I did, don't worry, I'm getting serious. The albino in the battle began to hit the evil dragon many times. It protected itself by using its arms, but it seemed that each blow that the albino gave to the dragon came with more force than before. Nidhogg quickly tried to turn the tables and start the counterattack, but Issei would not let him. The albino's pupils changed, showing his pupils torn, and his blows increased his strength, causing the dragon's bones to crack. While that was going on, Shinobu and Nairuko fought. The two girls seemed to be evenly matched in battle, but Nairuko was the one with the more advantage. The girl's many tentacles overwhelmed Shinobu, causing her to recoil on more than one occasion. Shinobu. Heck, if I keep it up, I'll really die, he thought as he dodged the gray-haired one's hideous tentacles. Nairuko. Hahaha, you're mine already. Suddenly from the ground, tentacles came out and caught Shinobu's arm, the ice cracked, and more tentacles came out until the blonde vampire was totally trapped by the gray-haired one's tentacles. Nairuko. Hahaha, maybe before I kill you I'll teach you what the tentacle genre is, what do you think about that? He said as tentacles slowly brushed against the vampire's body. The tentacles were ready to grape and kill the vampire, but at that moment she felt how her energy decreased. Little by little Shinobu's body shrank, and knowing that the vampire smiled. The tentacles that had trapped her seemed to loosen her grip, although that really didn't happen. It was that Shinobu's body was returning to that of a girl like that, breaking free and cutting the girl's tentacles. Shinobu. Kaka, how disgusting you are, with that attitude my lord would never notice someone like you, he said with a smile. The girls would have continued to fight if it weren't for the fact that Issei suddenly fell to the side of them, while he had his fist in Nidhogg's face. Issei. Hey, does it bother you if I join? The albino quickly separated from Nidhogg and Nidhogg was able to stand aside from Shinobu, who was smiling mockingly. Yui and Lin, who were also fighting Queen, grouped together and watched as the three villains saw four heroes. Queen. Ara, this is more intense than I thought, but unfortunately we are running out of time, she said as she watched Trahexa and Big Red destroy everything in their path. I don't think this little mound of frozen earth can withstand that battle any longer. The albino was right, some could see the reporters' helicopters in the distance. Makina did everything possible to hack their cameras and prevent them from broadcasting, but it was really complicated by the large number of reporters. Issei. Is all Channel 8 here or what? He said looking at the large number of helicopters. Yui. Master, it's not just reporters, it's also military, he said, looking at the military planes and helicopters that were flying around the area. Issei. Shit, we need to stop this now. The albino quickly flew out to stop the battle, but it seemed that someone had other plans. Rizvan. I'm sorry boy, but I can't allow that, he said with a wicked smile. Apophis quickly concentrated a large amount of greenish energy in his hand. The energy was larger than they thought, but apparently Rizvan was letting him use the power of the Grail. The subject launched the attack, but it was not directed at Issei, but at Big Red. When the attack went off, the attack caused a huge explosion that shook the place. The attack had hit Big Red's shoulder, causing him to roar in pain and fall to the ground. Trihexa only smiled and roared in victory, although the victory was not entirely hers. Rizvan. It's showtime. Quickly the old man snapped his fingers to get the reporters' cameras working again. From the screen of Makina's ship, you could see a little Rizvan denying him access to the cameras, and quickly the gray-haired man flew to get in front of the reporters' cameras. Azazel knew this was bad, very, very bad, so he decided to see which countries it was broadcast to, and he was shocked when he saw that all of it was broadcast to the whole world. Rizvan. Listen humans, my name is Rizvan Livan Lucifer and I am the future king of the entire galaxy, he shouted in front of the cameras while having a mocking smile. The people watching that through their televisions were in shock, let alone the reporters who saw the gray-haired man's bat-like wings. Rizvan. You're probably wondering if this is a joke, but it's not me, and those two monsters are very real, he said, pointing to Trihexa and Gran Red. I am a demon, and I have come to bring chaos and destruction. I, along with my faction of terrorists, are dedicated to ruling the world, and today is doomsday for all of you humans. None of you will be saved. Whether you are demons like me, angels, or another kind of supernatural being. The people watching that didn't know whether to believe the old man's words. It really looked like some kind of movie, but the angels and demons watching the Rizvan broadcast were nervous. Azazel. We have to stop this now. Makina. I can't take control of the cameras. Rizvan block my access. Riaz. So. Makina. Yes. We can't do anything, she said frustrated. Surziches. If this continues, humans will discover that demons and angels really exist. Something must be done. Michael. But what? How do we stop this? The DXD group was in despair. Not only was the revelation of the supernatural world at stake, but the entire end of the world was in jeopardy. Azazel only clenched his fists in anger and frustration, but at that moment the boys felt great power. The white light came out of nowhere, and when it faded away they only saw an Issei in his angel form, showing his totally white wings. While Rizvan continued to give his villainous speech, he did not notice how someone was approaching at a great speed, and when he realized it was too late, he only felt a powerful blow to the stomach that made him crash against a large ice floe, and at that moment, the cameras focused on Issei, which left all the viewers and reporters in shock. Issei. I'm sorry about that. Demons and angels don't exist, and this is just a beer commercial. Bye, he said as he flew off in the direction of the battle again. The cameras were still focused on the albino, but he quickly used the storm clouds to make a fog dome to prevent reporters from continuing to see the battle taking place there. When the DXD group saw that, they were a little calmer. They could perfectly say that the broadcast I had given was simply false or a kind of commercial, but really at this point they didn't know what to say or what to do. The reporters had recorded a lot of things they shouldn't have, but thanks to Issei's intervention at least they couldn't keep getting into the things they shouldn't. Rizvan. Cough cough. Curse, he said this one while he held his stomach feeling like it hurt like hell. Pausa. Needless to say, it was a bad idea, right? Rizvan. Shut up. And Greyhair, at that moment, he saw Issei in a bad way, who lit up the whole place with his white aura. Rizvan. Hey, you ruined my speech. Issei. You don't know how satisfying that was, he said mockingly. The gray-haired man was even more annoyed when he heard that, but the albino didn't think anything of it and only sought Trihexa, which was his main target. The albino simply stretched out his arm, and Lin quickly took his sword form and went to his master's hand. The albino increased his power even more, and he said a few simple words. Issei. Olive Grove. Lin at that moment was decided in billions of blades. The sword had changed to a bunch of olivios that lay on the frozen ground. When those touched the ground, more and more olive trees began to grow. Yui, knowing what would happen, warned his companions to move away from the place as quickly as possible, or they would die. They listened, and Iruko along with the other Millennium villains also heeded when they heard the Blackhair's quick warning. Issei, using many angels of light along with chains, held the Great Red and carried him as far away as they could. Trihexa, being the only one in the place, tried to attack Issei, but he was quickly held by roots that came out of the ground. The millions of roots of the olives held Trihexa's body to keep him gagged for a few seconds. Issei quickly stepped back a little and watched as the olive trees grew and lit up a golden color. The albino just smiled and mockingly looked at the monster in front of him. Issei. Die. As he said those simple words, the olive trees lit up even more before causing a huge pillar of golden light to completely cover the place they were in. The small island was covered by a large pillar of light, causing a lot of wind and power, a lot of power. The ship in which Makina and the others were trembling from side to side from the turbulence and the great gusts of wind that brought this powerful attack, and from the bottom only the roar of Trihexa was heard and ceased. In the end, when it vanished, everyone watched in shock as the island they were on was almost destroyed, and on it, Trihexa's body was almost destroyed. The DXD group and even Millennium were in shock. The beast of the apocalypse was dead on the ground, or so it seemed. Its 7 heads were incinerated, its arms and tails likewise only leaving a small part of its chest, and on top of it all was Issei, who smiled victoriously. Serafal. Issei mated. Some were celebrating seeing how their supposedly fiercest enemy was on the ground dead. Azazel fell to his knees in relief, Surziches, and the others were the same, and even Rizovin were in shock. He did not know how far the regeneration of the Trihexa could go, but it seemed that he was really dead. Nidhegg. Well, there's our so-called ace up his sleeve, he said, looking at the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man was upset. He knew the boy was strong, but not that much. On the other hand, Issei just smiled, thinking that that thing was already dead, but before leaving he heard something that surprised him. Tun 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 tun. They sounded like heartbeat sounds. They weren't too loud for Issei's other companions to hear, but it was clearly heard by the albino. Lin, who had reverted to his sword form, warned his master of the danger, and he quickly moved away a bit, only for everyone to watch in shock as the legendary Trihexa rose up. Little by little, the monster rose up, regenerating its body, its arms, its tails, and in the end its heads quickly regenerated, leaving it as good as new. Issei only frowned while Rizovin laughed like crazy, but they noticed something, and that was that the Trihexa looked married. Trihexa. Curse. It seems that so long asleep did affect me. That attack almost killed me, he said, looking at the albino. Issei. Don't be careless, the next one will definitely do it, he said seriously. Before the albino could continue his battle, Rizovin appeared in front of Issei and Trihexa, stopping their combat. Rizovin. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but it's about time this was over. Magic circles quickly appeared and Millennium's group teleported elsewhere while Rizovin spoke. Rizovin. Next time Trihexa-chan will kick your ass, I assure you. A gigantic magic circle at that moment appeared underneath the dragon, and at that moment both of them disappeared, leaving only Issei and the others. Azazel. Shit, they escaped. Surziches. Look on the bright side, at least we know we have 2 monsters, just as many sources as that thing, he said, looking at Issei at red. Riaz. Ani-sama, what do we do with what Rizovin said on television? The supernatural world is in danger. Surziches. Sigh, for now we'll sort that out later, we need to go to the factions and hold a meeting urgently. Ajuka. This is problematic. Time skip elsewhere. Rizovin can be seen appearing in the middle of what looked like a terrifying forest. He and his group saw the giant dragon while he also saw them. Trihexa. Why did they bring me? They interrupted my battle and now they bother me. Rizovin. Not at all, but it looked like you were losing, so. I have a proposal for you, he said with a smile. Trihexa. And what would it be? Rizovin. In exchange for more power to deal with that boy, you help us, did you? The dragon monster thought about it for a few moments, but finally he remembered how the boy's attack almost consumed his life. Trihexa. Okay, but I'll make something clear, you're not my boss, and I do whatever I want. I will only help you, and you will help me to gain more power, understood? Rizovin. Hahaha, it's okay Trihexa-chan, so. Welcome to Millennium. Part 127 Disaster. It's been 5 days since the Trihexa was awakened. Since that day Rizovin and Millennium have been missing. At this moment an albino can be seen playing with his cell phone while they were in the middle of a meeting with the mass and factions. These were in the capital Lilith in the underworld. While everything seemed to be tense, in the place of Rizovin, and Rizovin was discussing the grand strategy to stop Millennium, more trouble abounds, as ever since Rizovin appeared on television, people didn't know what to believe. Obviously all the demons and fallen angels who had a high position in human society. They denied that this video was real, but even so it was broadcast all over the world, and more than one newscast that in the end had to erase their memory, had seen it and recorded it with their cameras and reporters. Things in a nutshell. They were crap. In the meeting there were fallen angels and Mouse, except Serziches who was around doing his work as Mao Lucifer. Shamhaza who was the ruler of the fallen angels was next to Azazel. For 5 days the beast Trahixa has destroyed several facilities of the fallen angels. Obviously their leader Rizavin has given him those instructions after destroying Grigori's facilities. The great beast was heading to the first floor of heaven. It destroyed the first floor which was the first defense. It destroyed everything in its path until it reached the 6th floor, whereas the one that was the first defense of the Seraphim. Those who were working both in Grigori's facilities and in the sky they fought the beast without much success. The deaths were a large number. The strongest fallen angels like Barakiel and Penemu came out alive, but with serious injuries, the others died in battle. The damage that occurred in the sky was even more serious. 3 Seraphim were seriously wounded, Raphael lost a leg, Uriel an eye and an arm. Several of the angels that were alive since ancient times died. Before the beast reached the 6th floor this was successfully stopped by the angeloids. Nymph, Astri, and Icaros managed to do considerable damage. After the DXD group arrived he escaped for some reason. It seemed as if he was not allowed to fight with Issei and the others, but thanks to that the 7th floor of the sky was successfully guarded. However the sacrifices to protect him were too great. Icaros' mother was upset as several of her daughters were killed in combat and swore that she would make Rizavin pay for it. Michael who is strong could not against the Trahixa, even with the help of the angeloids. He was defeated. Also Michael is not in the meeting because they were treating his wounds, as well as repairing all the damage that happened in the sky. After having completely destroyed Grigori's facilities and the sky, the Imperial Apocalyptic Beast had been transported again. On the 3rd day after it had been resurrected the Trahixa had already set its eyes on Asgard. Asgard had been attacked. The Trahixa had destroyed the 3 floors of Asgard, the lowest floor which was the floor of the dead, the 2nd floor which is the frozen regions of Niflheim, the 3rd floor and the highest where the gods live next to the Valkyries which is Asgard. There appeared in a certain place a beast with 7 heads and a body of several hundred meters. After having appeared on the lowest floor, it began to destroy everything in its path. It only took 1 day for everything to be destroyed. Today was the 7th day of what happened and the resurrection of the Trahixa, and it seemed that things were getting more complicated. After the Trahixa has reached the top floor of Asgard, it launched a simple fireball so that the landscape would change. Everything was on fire, and in the sky some gods such as Odin, Thor and Freya were seen trying to stop the monster, while next to it were many Valkyries. The Valkyries were nothing more than mere insects for the beast, and neither Odin nor Thor could do any decent damage to it. They in the end could only wait for reinforcements, and when Issei arrived things got more complicated. The dragon Nidhogg was at Trahixa's side along with Ladin. They also began to challenge the DXD team that had arrived at the place, and after a fierce battle, they left upon receiving an order from their boss through a communication circle. Now, in the present day, those present are seen to be serious, while Issei simply seemed bored. Azazel. This is very bad. They are weakening our forces little by little. They are always attacking and killing our warriors, first Grigori, then the sky and Asgard. I don't want to imagine that it will continue now. Seraphol. It's true, we have to do something. Barakiel. Yes, but we can't do it. None of us are strong enough to face Trahixa, and the only 2 people we know who are really strong enough to face them are already here, he said, looking at Red and Issei. Red. Hey, what are we going to eat? Issei. I don't know, when I get home I'll prepare something, he said simply. Gabriel. How can you be so calm? Penemu. Yes, are they fools? Don't they see that we are in a crisis? Issei. Calm down Pinchan, don't get angry, he said mockingly, angering the fallen one. Penemu. Don't call me that. Rias. Ice, this is something serious. Issei. Yes, I know, but aren't you seeing the obvious? Obviously they are trying to cause a war, he said to the surprise of those present. Azazel. What do you mean? Issei. They're weakening our forces, they're attacking our facilities, they're obviously trying to weaken us, they're probably going to try a direct war towards our pillars, that would be the strongest people, maybe me or Red, but it's most likely, basically. Azazel. They're taking hindrances and forces out of the way so they can attack directly, I understand. Seraphol. Wait, you say they're going to try to attack us directly? Issei. It's most likely. Azazel. I think he's right, but they won't try to attack us altogether, they'll try to remove the strongest of the group to leave the weaker ones for later. Red. That bastard from Trahixa I lost the first time, but the next one will be the ultimate battle, he said while smiling defiantly. Gabriel. Our Red Sama, unfortunately we can't allow that to happen, he said, getting the dragon's attention. Azazel. That's right, last time it caught the attention of reporters, on Earth one of several earthquakes near neighboring countries, and a big storm hit them as well. Network. Why? I don't see the problem with it, he said scratching his head. Azazel. Sai, what we're trying to say is that your T and Trahixa fight in a place with a lot of people again will kill them all, then there's the danger that they'll cause a definitive apocalypse, he said, disillusioning the dragon. Barakiel. Luckily, we have already contacted some Greek gods, if we have any emergencies they will help us. Azazel. Yes, I asked them to keep an eye on Hades. There were rumors that he gave the direct entrance to heaven that Rizovin used a long time ago, and after seeing him support in the resurrection of the Trahexa, they are 100% sure if Hades does the same to make the Trahexa appear in the underworld, I am sure it will cause a great disaster. Luckily we have the support of the Greek gods. Those who secretly allied themselves with Rizovin are still just watching. However, if the situation becomes chaotic, we will have to form an alliance with the other mythological gods and eliminate those who are involved with Rizovin, no matter if they are gods. Issei. Yes, very good and all, but I think they don't see the real problem here. Gabriel. What does Issei-sen refer to? Issei at that time showed what they were doing with his cell phone. It showed the video of Rizovin, and it already had more than 100 million views. There were many comments, most of them said that it was real, since there were many things that were very strange, such as the appearance of Trahexa and Big Red on camera, and also the fight of Issei and Nidhogg that was seen in the background, that, plus the tremendous blow he sent Rizovin flying, made that video really weird, and few skeptics said it was simply a fake video. Issei. It's already going for 100 million views, and it's still growing. What are we going to do with this? Riaz. You're right, what Rizovin did is really crazy, exposing the supernatural world in that way. If it wasn't for why I stopped him, definitely the supernatural world would have been exposed. Ashino. On top of that, the underworld is being consumed by chaos, robberies and riots have been seen in the news. If it continues like this. Well, it goes without saying, right? Surziches. You're right, he said, appearing in a magic circle. Riaz. Ani-sama. Surziches. This is getting complicated, it needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Azazel. And what do you have in mind? Shall we give a speech? Surziches. It would be the best thing to calm the atmosphere, but. Azazel, as I understand it, Barakiel said there was a kind of multi-species treaty, right? The Fallen at that moment saw Barakiel, who avoided looking him in the eye. Issei. A treatise of what? Azazel. Sigh. Well, since it came out, I'll say it, we were thinking about exposing the world over natural for a long time voluntarily, he said, surprising everyone. Seraphol. What, why didn't they tell me I'm a Mau? Azazel. It's because it was just a piece of paper, it wasn't even thinking about being realized yet. Since we knew that we were not the only ones in the universe, we decided to do this to not only protect humans, but also us. Some factions were already married to cover up some things they do and erase the memories of humans. Also this would benefit us, although I don't agree very much. Issei. Doing that is like giving a gun to a monkey, at any moment it will pull the kitten, and you just have to wait until the bullet doesn't hit anybody. Azazel. I agree, but this has already been thought about by some members of the factions and former members of the underworld. Surziches. I see, it's a really interesting thing, but. Do you really think it's the right thing to do? Azazel. Don't look at me, didn't you hear the boy? Obviously it's a bad idea, humans may be alarmed, maybe a third world war between humans and demons will start, but. Ashino. There is a small chance that they will accept it and everything will be at peace. The bad thing is like telling them that there is a beast that will bring the apocalypse to the whole world, along with an old man who wants to rule the universe. Surziches. You're right, I don't think they take it very well, let alone know that there's a group of terrorists with the power to destroy countries if it comes out of their noses. Azazel. You see why I think it's a bad idea. Surziches. Yes, but it's the only idea we have, it's either that or trying to cover things up again, and apparently. It's going to be more complicated than we think, he said, looking at the video shown by Issei. Gabriel. So what do we do? Azazel. Sighs. If we want to use the multi-species deal, we're going to have the approval of most of the more underworld factions, and that's not counting angels and such, especially gods. The people inside the room were silent, but that silence was shattered the moment Revi entered the room. Revi. We're in trouble. Issei. Now what? Are we attacked by an alien race? Revi. You'd better see it for yourself. He quickly turned on the TV in the place, showing a chaotic scene, but what scared the others was that it wasn't in the underworld, but in the human world. Reporter. How can you see? A group of people are destroying everything in their path. We're in the Vatican and. Suddenly, the image was cut off as Rizovin launched a magical attack at the camera. Surziches. The human world, the Vatican that went crazy. Azazel. No, that's what he wants. He has already declared himself the future ruler of the universe on national television. Now. Go wax, he said, annoyed. Alice. My brother's dad. Issei. We have to stop them, let's go. All. Hi. Elsewhere, you can see in Rome a great destruction. The streets were on fire, the whole place seemed destroyed, but you could see on top of a building a white-haired woman, while she had a blood-covered sword in her hand and a small pistol in the other. Queen. It's time for my mini-arc to begin, don't you think, Kurumi-chan? he said as he looked up at the sky. Hard 128 Mayhem. You can see how the Vatican was on fire, outside of it was Arizovan with a smile, while his entire group was outside the Grand Palace. Hyoka. I got so many lives slaughtering indiscriminately is fun he said as he stabbed a man to the ground, killing him. RDN. Control yourself Kyoka, don't get crazy now she said scolding the girl. Nidhogg was standing on top of some rubble, while Lilith and some evil dragons were standing beside him. Nairuko simply hummed a song happily as a strange red-haired woman stood beside her. The human world looks better, it's cuter being on fire he said looking around. Nairuko. Gigi, that's Trihiksa-chan, and everyone will be on fire and in chaos he said smiling wickedly. Volburga. My flames look beautiful when I burn the buildings he said with a smile. Arizovan with an arrogant smile simply went to the door of the Vatican that was still standing and began to knock on the door forcefully. Arizovan. Knock talk let's go the big bad wolf has arrived they'll have the door or I'll have to blow down your house with a piggy blow he said as a small whirlwind appeared in his hand. Nidhogg. Humans are pathetic, their weapons are weak, and the few exorcists who showed up weren't even strong, I don't know how they don't just kill them he said while kicking a corpse. Prom. I think demons have been very considerate of humans. Arizovan. Yes, that will soon be over. Hey, you didn't hear open the bucking door he said banging on the big door harder. Inside the large building there were frightened people, some people were praying with all their might for someone to save them. While that was happening, Robert was seen trying to keep the people under control, while his brother Joseph mobilized the few exorcists who were still alive. They only frowned while in the center of the refugees was Pope Francis praying along with many more people. Francis. Don't be afraid, I'm sure God will send us someone to save us he said, trying to calm people down. People were murmuring, others were praying with all their might, they didn't really know what was happening, but it was something really real, and it wasn't some kind of game. Many people were destroyed and killed by those people who claimed to be some kind of terrorists and who came to conquer the entire universe. Some didn't listen to them at first, but when that strange red-haired woman appeared and disemboweled a man in front of the eyes of the masses with her hands, panic and terror began to invade the whole place. Police were no match for those people. Even when strangely dressed people who looked like exorcists who came out of the Vatican with swords and weapons to defend the people tried to confront them, these were easily killed. After that the old man began to destroy everything in his path along with his allies. Using magic he destroyed entire buildings, and in about 15 minutes, everything was a complete chaos. Robert. Yes, I'm sure that. MAN1. It's our end it's all over we have no escape one of the men shouted in despair. Little by little, the panic grew to get out of control, some children were crying, the women were crying, and the men were just looking for a way to get out of that place alive with their families. Some people were about to do crazy things like commit suicide or kill someone to join that small group of guys who killed a lot of people, but they suddenly felt how the whole place was shaking. The culprit of those big rumblings that shook the place was Arizovan who had a smile. Arizovan. I'll blow, and your pathetic house will tear you down he said as he let out another whirlwind. Little by little the great symbol of hope and respect that was the Vatican was destroyed. The great gusts of air that Arizovan used were not very strong, surely if he wanted to enter, he would have already broken down the door and killed all the people who were inside the place, but he was simply playing and acknowledging that the fear and chaos that was already there, and that the people inside the Vatican would be terrified of not being able to do anything. After a while of Arizovan throwing powerful whirlwinds over and over again to bring down the place, he could already hear the screams of terror and fear of the people behind the place. That only made him smile more, and he finally managed to knock down the roof with a single blow, clearly showing the people who were in the place. Arizovan. Hello pigs your big bad wolf is here he said with a wicked smile. The old man stretched out his hands towards the people. Joseph tried to stop him, but his attacks were easily deflected, while Robert could simply see how they were about to die, since his pistol could not even touch the old man through a magic barrier. A magic circle appeared in Rizovan's hand, from which a large amount of fire was peeking out, but at that moment the sound of a loud bang sounded in the distance, and at an abysmal speed, an Issei had appeared and had hit Rizovan in the stomach, sending him flying. The white light appeared illuminated all over the place, the storm clouds that were in the sky dispersed a little, so that a moment of light bathed the body of that boy in a black trench coat who had 6 wings. When the people saw how he had sent the gray-haired man flying, they shed tears of happiness, and when they saw his wings, they did not know if he was some kind of angel, but by the ray of light that covered him, he made him see how an angel came down from heaven to save them. Issei. The imbecile hunter has arrived he said with a smile. Joseph. Issei-sama. Quickly a magic circle opened inside the Vatican, letting the DXD group be seen. People seeing how that mysterious group of young people appeared out of nowhere were surprised, but they quickly began to help them. Francisco. Jojo, I knew you were coming he said, looking at Issei. Issei. Sorry for being late, I had to fly at speed from the underworld, he said while he smiled. Quickly Alice saw her two brothers, and she hugged them tightly when she saw that they were okay. They returned the hug, while the other spectators still saw the people who appeared out of nowhere in a kind of circle with strange inscriptions, and that hooded young man who were in the sky. Rizvan, who had crashed into a pile of rubble from Issei's blow, stood up while breathing heavily. Rizvan. So. Least of all it wasn't in the face. You know, alive. Of my appearance. He said breathlessly as he caught his breath. Lilith quickly went to help him, while Millennium saw Albino in the sky. Nidhogg. Hahaha, it seems like our destiny is to fight to see who is stronger, he said with a smile looking at the albino. Nairuko. Hi Ice-kun, he said waving with a big smile. Volberga. Ha, if he's here, there must be that brat who created a great thing to match my flames, he said looking for Saji. Layton. So good must be the Sekiryuite and the Hacker Yuiku. Lilith. And one each Anne. He said, looking for his other version. Hyoka. I want to see that damn silver-haired woman the other time she and I are not done with our battle, he said, trying to find Gondar. RDN. I want to see someone else, he said with an evil smile. Issei. Looks like there's a convention of around here, too bad I'm going to have to ruin the fun for them idiots, he said with a smile. The albino came down from the sky and looked at the boys as his teammate stood beside him. Saji saw Wolberga defiantly as he put on his armor, Azara did the same and saw Apophis, Valerie saw Layton, Nairuko seemed happy until she saw Shinobu in his teenage form. Quickly his face changed to a serious and terrifying one, as his small teeth became giant and sharp. The vampire just smiled and pulled out her trusty Kokorotari. Rizvan smiled, while Nidhogg looked at Issei defiantly. The Night King seemed to be seeing Yukli-chan, who looked uncomfortable and somewhat sad, and Kyoka, not finding Gondar, only decided to confront Roswas, since she was similar to her grandmother. Louise, who was in the place, was only hidden behind a pillar with fear. She didn't even want to be in that place. She was simply dragged away by the other girls as they said she was a new member of Team DXD. Krom Kruich saw Yu and Kiba wielding their swords. Battle seemed imminent, but certain girls' swords found it odd that a certain albino wasn't there. Rizvan. So here is the supposed salvation of the world. Well you're here, what do you think of the view, he said with a mocking smile. When he said that, everyone saw their surroundings. It was really chaos. Ambulances next to police sirens could be heard in the distance. Everything was on fire. The gray clouds that covered the sky of the place made the flames that consumed some buildings the only source of light in the place, since apparently the electricity had fallen along with the signal and coverage of the cell phones. In the distance you could see how the military and police cordoned off the area, and on the ground were corpses of women, men and some children. It was an unpleasant sight. That plus the countless blood stains that seemed to dye the place red were the things that made that place look like hell. Azazel. Crazy bastard, not only the underworld, the sky, Grigori and also the human world. Rizvan. Of course, they will all have the same fate. Don't think that because they are simple humans without power or magic, they will be left out of my plans of chaos and universal conquest. That would be racism. How bad are you, Azazel? Don't you know that we are all the same? He said mockingly. Azazel. Buck you. Rizvan. I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to our new official member. Say hello to Trihiksa-chan. Those present at that moment saw that red-haired woman. She just saw those present with her arms crossed, but she smiled at the sight of Issei. Trihiksa. See you again, Issei. Hyoudou. Now that I see you better, I can feel your great power, she said smiling. Issei. Are you really Trihiksa? He said looking at the girl. Trihiksa. What? Surprised. Issei. After all the crazy things I've seen in my life, nothing can surprise me. It's just interesting that you can take such a form. Normal, he said looking at the woman from head to toe. You? Whispering, hey Issei, can't you just seduce her and get her to side with us? Issei. Whispering, if I do the girls will get upset with me. Besides, I think she's just as crazy as Nairuko, she said, looking at the Retid who had a serious look. Trihiksa. I'm surprised they didn't bring the from Big Red. Tell me, did I hurt him a lot? He said mockingly. Issei. Unfortunately, if his battle won't bring about the end of the world, he'd be here, so you'll have to make do with me, he said with a mocking smile. Trihiksa. I see. Well, one last thing, tell me, what are you exactly? Issei. Didn't old Rizvan tell you? Well. I am the sole owner of the whole world, and today I will defend what belongs to me, he said with a smile. The Retid hearing that smiled more. She was ready to attack the albino, but Rizvan quickly spoke. Rizvan. Looks like Nairuko-chan isn't the only one interested in you. Do I give you both and join us? Issei. No thanks, I already have a harem. Rizvan. Haha, I see, well, then there's no other way, attack. Quickly each one threw themselves at the other, it looked like a pitched battle. Shinobu with a smile, saw Nairuko who smiled in a creepy way as her mouth stretched and a kind of mouth appeared on her chest. Nairuko. This time I'll make you lose your sanity and then I'll kill you, he said with a malevolent smile. Shinobu. Haha, try it if you can, tentacle hentai loving slut, he said, looking at the gray-haired woman with a smile. Both girls again threw themselves at each other. On one side Yu and Kiba could be seen fighting Nidhogg. Crom Cruach was repelled by Zenobia and Irina. Wolberga flew in the sky, throwing giant crosses of fire at Saji. The blonde defiantly used his black flames against her, while his tentacles tried to catch her and absorb her vitality. Apophis fought against Azara, and Valerie against Layden. These when fighting left a trail of their characteristic colors in the sky and some explosions and shock waves caused large gusts of wind to shake the place. Seraphol, Azazel, Surziches and Ajuka tried to attack Rizovin. He defended himself with mastery by letting them frown, but they wouldn't give up that easily. Ross was using a lot of magic attacks, bombarded a chestnut named Kyoko, which no matter how many times she died, she would get back up. It seemed that every time she died, she revived like this following the battle, and Euclid only saw that masked man who was smiling, while Louise was trembling behind her in fear because of the extreme situation they were in. RDN. See you face to face, Euclid. On the floor a few words quickly appeared, obviously written by the girl and her magic. Euclid? You should be dead. RDN. That was unfortunately the case. But I survived, he said with a smile. Euclid? Don't make me do this. RDN. Ooh, my pretty Euclid, you brought it on yourself by reviving me and then trying to kill me again. Quickly the masked man launched himself at a great speed towards both girls, but Euclid by saying a few simple words made the man shoot off. Euclid? Fly away. As he said that, a kind of invisible wave sent the subject flying several meters until he crossed some buildings. The masked river seeing how the girl had spoken, and the broken parts of his body were slowly retreating while he was as good as new, the man smiled, but he felt how his mask was broken, and in the end, he just sighed like that showing his face. RDN. Haha, I'd love to play with you again, Euclid. The silver-haired woman didn't say anything, she just invoked a sigh while again words were written on the ground. Euclid. I warned you. They both threw themselves at each other, while Louise could only speak. Louise. I just want to go home, he said fearfully. The pitched battle did not end there. On the other side you could see Zenobia with part of her black armor fighting side by side against Crom Cruach. Irina supported her, but it seemed that she was still no match for the dragon. Crom. I see you've improved since last time, young swordsman, but it's still not enough to beat me. He quickly grabbed Irina's sword and slammed it into the ground. Zenobia quickly slashed the dragon with a slash that the dragon dodged, but Irina gripped her left side in pain as she felt the dragon whip her. Irina. You'll see. Never underestimate Vatican-trained swordsmen, said it would be. Both girls again stood side by side, both were upset since the place where they grew up was destroyed. If their mentors were here, they would surely lash out at them without a second thought, but they both knew that they were dangerous and that they could not be trusted, so they just concentrated that hatred and released it in every bloodthirsty slash against their enemies. On the other side you can see how buildings fell down. The reason was the immense and disastrous battle that Yu and Kiba had with Nidhogg. They ran at a great speed trying to overwhelm the dragon, but it seemed reluctant, it seemed dissatisfied. It was not what he was looking for before he got excited to fight hand to hand with Issei. But now he dodged and used his claws to prevent the swordsman's swords from cutting him. It was annoying to him. Nidhogg. Annoying. He quickly pushed them both away, which made both of them smile as they thought they were both at an advantage, but it seemed that the dragon was just annoyed. Nidhogg. Damn, it doesn't fill me with excitement, I prefer hand-to-hand combat. A bare fist, this is not satisfactory. At that moment a golden flash appeared and a Seraphol in his armor fell from the sky. Seraphol. And then what do you think about a fight against me, he said with a smile. The dragon, seeing the black-haired man, smiled and looked at the demon defiantly. You? Are you sure? Kiba. Yes, you know he can kill you with one blow, right? Seraphol. Don't underestimate me. If I manage to lift that magic cat in Jotunheim, I can take a couple of blows like this, he said with a smile. You? We'll support you then. Kiba. Yes, we'd have problems with House Baal if you died because of us. Seraphol. Haha, well, then I'm counting on you. Nidhogg. Haha, well, then come here, demon. The two came face to face and both in a burst of speed touched fists, causing a huge shockwave. As the great pitched battle continued, dragons and beasts summoned by Rizovin attacked the place. The DXD group countered. Rias launched large balls of destruction, destroying most of them. Hela used undead and gargoyles made of bone and fought against Hades, who had come into battle. The people who saw that couldn't believe what they saw. They saw everything in shock, not at all. They were calm passing by the place, and now they were in the middle of a gigantic pitched battle, flashes in the sky, buildings laying out of nowhere, and shock waves were seen everywhere. It was a tremendous disaster. At one point some magic attacks that were getting out of control tried to crash into some innocent people, but these were quickly defended by angels made of light. Angels in armor that lit up the place with shields and swords protected them, while some others fought against the evil dragons that were flying in the sky. And in the middle of all that you could see an Issei with a challenging smile fighting in the sky. He was fighting the girl who claimed to be the Trihexa. They were both throwing powerful punches. Issei tried to kill her by cutting her in half, but she regenerated at a great speed, no matter how much he cut her. Trihexa. That last time on that piece of frozen earth I was weak from my just waking up, but now thanks to Millennium and that old man from Rizavan, I'm stronger than before, he said with a smile. Issei. Haha, that's great, because if not, it wouldn't have been fun to kick your ass. They clashed fists and other attacks, transforming his hands into giant claws that he tried to use to kill Issei, but he was faster and more agile, dodging and countering attacks. Both of them were immersed in battle, and a certain person seeing that in the distance smiled. In a destroyed building you could see an albino with a smile. She was just looking through a small pocket watch at the time, and when she finished this, she just smiled and put the watch away. She walked a couple of steps forward and watched Issei and Trihexa fight. The girl smiled to reach out and make a big sniper appear in her hand. It was white with several inscriptions, and he just stared at Issei while his right eye, which looked like a clock, moved. The hands were moving at a considerable speed. It seemed that he was moving forward in time, looking for the perfect adventure in battle to shoot, and this one in the end he found it. Queen. It's time for me to steal the limelight. Betula. Bang. The bullet at full power went out at a gigantic speed. It was flying through the sky. It was very far from Issei. You could say that the shot had missed, but at that moment Trihexa hit Issei, sending him flying a couple of meters, putting him in the direction of the bullet. Yui. I love care. Lin. I love. The albino didn't have time to react. He just felt something go through his chest. He saw Queen smiling in the distance. He didn't take it seriously. He had already been shot and stabbed in the heart several times, but this time it was different. Little by little, he felt weak, and he only held his chest as he felt himself falling. The DXD team watched Issei plummet, saw the supposed hope of the world fall from the sky, and in the end, saw a kind of crack swallow him. All. Issei. Art 129. An unknown place. You can see Issei in the middle of nowhere. He fell into a kind of black void. Little by little flames came out of the albino's body. It seemed that they were coming out of the boy's body on their own, but before anything else happened a kind of crack appeared. The space itself cracked and broke, revealing a kind of portal. The albino's floating body entered through it, thus closing as something seemed to call to it. Time skip. Issei slowly opened his eyes. He felt someone touch his face, and when he opened his eyes, he saw how Yui and Lin tried to wake him up. Yui. Master, okay. Lin. Master. Issei. Girls. Q. What happened? Lin. We don't know, in battle you were wounded and then some kind of crack swallowed you up. Issei. I see. The albino looking at his chest, noticed that he didn't have any wounds. The pain he had previously in his heart was gone, and the wound he had on his chest was gone. It had vanished. Issei. Where are we? Yui. We don't know, and the scenery doesn't help. The albino looked around and noticed that he was in a kind of school, a school in the middle of what seemed to be space. The sky was replaced by what looked like the cosmos next to stars, and when he looked back a few meters, he noticed that there was nothing but emptiness. Literally the school was floating in the middle of space. Issei. Heck, are we in Zathura? Whose turn is it? We have to get this over with before the Zorgons appear. Yui. Master, I don't think it's time for references. Lin. Yes, we have to go back or else our colleagues and friends will be in trouble with Millennium. Issei. Well, then you have to try to get out of here. The albino along with the girls began to walk around the place. They walked and walked around the outskirts of the school looking for a way out, but there was nothing, only an immense space, and in all that strange school was floating. Issei. Okay, it looks like there's nothing except that school, he said, pointing to the school in the distance. Lin. This is weird, Master, can't you use your shadows to get out of here? Issei. Strangely not, I think something or someone is stopping me from leaving, he said looking at his shadows not responding. Yui. Well, if that queen has anything to do with it, then I think you just have to defeat her. Issei. It's true, well, follow me, the good guys, he said as he started walking to school. The three young men when they entered did not notice anything normal. Everything seemed to be ordinary and ordinary. At one point Issei entered a room. It seemed to be a room of some club. The three young men were looking for some clues of where they were, but Issei at one point saw a photo. It looked like a photo of a lot of girls, probably the members of that club or something. The albino was still looking at the photo, but at that moment, some kind of sword went through the wall. Issei seeing that quickly backed away and Yui and Lin were on guard. The boys at that time saw a black-haired red-eyed girl wearing some sort of Chinese cosplay while holding a halberd sledgehammer. "I found you, now I'll ask you kindly, please die by my hand," he said this while pointing his halberd at the albino. Issei. "Ooh, ice. I don't think that's going to happen." The black-haired woman tried to use her sledgehammer to crush Issei, but quickly he used Lin to block the attack. The albino stretched out his other hand, calling out to Yui, but the albino seeing that she was not responding, turned to look at her, and as he did so, he saw the girl's shocked face. She seemed to be seeing something terrifying, a ghost so to speak. Issei didn't understand why he was staring at that girl, but he quickly had to dodge another blow from the girl which he intended to crush his head. Issei. "Yui, what's going on?" The girl didn't answer, she's just put her hand on her mouth still shocked not knowing what to say or do. She's taken a few steps back until her back touched the wall. She's doing that she felt how it was softer, and when she turned, she saw how a knife was heading for her neck. The knife was a centimeter away from the black-haired woman's neck, but at that moment a bullet sent the knife flying. The culprit was Issei who had used blue rose. Yui quickly moved away from the wall, and as she did so, she saw how a kind of ninja camouflage that would only be seen in an anime was removed. The person responsible for that camouflage was a green-haired girl who had kunes on her thighs and looked like some kind of schoolgirl ninja. "Too bad, I was a meter away from piercing your trachea," he said this while dropping the paper of the same color as the wall of the place he used as camouflage. "Hey, they are mine," said the girl in the Chinese dress. "The reward goes to whoever kills them, no matter how, that's what the queen said, so don't complain," said the ninja. Issei just looked seriously at both girls. Yui for some reason she didn't know the albino fell to her knees looking at those two girls. He was about to speak, but at that moment some hands pierced the ground and held Issei's feet. Yui quickly became concerned about her master, but he saw him go through the floor and be dragged by those hands. Quickly the black-haired woman looked through the hole where her master had been taken, and at that moment she saw a blonde girl. She was full of vengeance, both her body and her eyes were blindfolded, and she was accompanied by a girl wearing an elegant dress. "I've captured the target," he said holding Issei by one foot. The albino quickly pointed his revolver at the girl's head about to shoot, but strings held Issei's hand, while red eyes were visible around him. Quickly many dolls came out of the shadows, and next to them a blonde girl had appeared and accompanied the brunette. "Ara, it seems that you captured a handsome boy, my dear Proxy-chan," she said, looking at the chestnut that accompanied her. Yui quickly reacted and using his flames, he burned the ropes that trapped Issei's hand, while making that girl named Proxy let go of him. Yui. "Master, okay." Issei. "Well, I fell on my head when that girl let go of me, but I'm fine," he said rubbing his head. "Looks like there's one more to catch, but don't worry, when I kill you, I'll turn you into one of my biggest toys. Surely you guys will look great turned into dolls," said the blonde girl with a smile. The boys at that moment saw how several dolls appeared. These looked like dolls controlled by the blonde girl, but at one point, the door of the room was cut in half, and through it, a red-haired girl was seen who was dressed in a kind of sports outfit. "Hey, the reward will be mine, so stay away from them," he said while holding a long sword. From the hole in the ceiling came the two girls who had been younger and who could see their enemies. "You're wrong, he'll die by my hand," said the girl in the Chinese dress. "Let's be honest, Swan, you among all of them are the one with the least chance," said the green-haired woman next to him. The girl identified as Tsuna was offended and pointed her halberd at the green-haired woman. "Swan. Shut up, Yui Sagakure, you're just a coward who uses dirty tricks to catch your enemies." "Sagakure. Her name is ninjutsu, you wouldn't understand, you are very rough and inflexible despite being a martial arts master." Ara, this looks like a catfight, but since I'm sorry, I'll be the one to play and devour the mouse," she said looking at Issei, while Proxy was next to her. "Proxy. Love Painy, there are a lot of enemies nearby, it's better not to fight in such close quarters," he said, while looking at the 6 enemies in front of them. "Painy. No problem, besides, that's what I've got you for, Proxy-chan. Hey, don't ignore me, the great Asami Hijikata, will hunt and kill those guys and collect the reward," said the red-haired girl who had the big katana. Lin Issei looked serious at those present, but Yui seemed not to feel like fighting, even though they had declared wanting to kill them. They were shaking, their legs were shaking. Issei was trying to make her react, but it seemed that her words plus the tense situation they were facing seemed not to make Yui regain her senses. The boy attached to Yui turned to look at him, but he saw how the wall behind Issei changed color and seemed to melt. "Yui. I love care." The albino was quickly hugged by the black-haired woman. As they both fell to the ground, they had dodged along with the other girls an explosion. The wall behind Issei had exploded, showing a girl with black hair, blue eyes, and brown skin who had a magnifying glass in her hands. "Alice, I'm here," she said while having a childish smile. "Sagakure. Sherry, you almost killed us," idiot said this annoyed. "Sherry. But isn't that what this game is about?" I asked while looking confused. "Swan. To them, not us." "Sherry. Ooh sorry, lol he said while scratching the back of his neck with some embarrassment for his mistake. Issei and Yui stood up while Lin still remained in his sword form. They saw the girls complaining and scolding the little newcomer girl, while the albino looked somewhat confused. Issei. I knew I was popular with girls, but I never thought the day would come when a moment of women would want to kill me with weird powers, he said looking at the others. Lin. Master, we have to run. Issei. Yes, come on Yui. The albino quickly grabbed the black-haired woman's hand and the three young men rushed out of the place. Annie. They're on a way, catch them proxy. The chestnut that was bandaged along with the others, when they saw how the albino and the black-haired woman ran out of the place, they began to chase them. Quickly the girl named Sherry used the magnifying glass she had in her hands and pointed it at Issei, Yui and Lin who were running down the hallway. As she did that the albino saw how the lens of the magnifying glass lit up and suddenly he felt how everything was heating up. A great wave of heat tried to disintegrate Issei and the girls, but he quickly jumped out of the window, dodging the attack. The albino fell to the ground and saw how the corridor where he was before had completely melted. The entire corridor succumbed to the light and heat wave that the girl's magic magnifying glass reflected, and the albino seeing that only sighed as he felt like an ant that was about to be burned by the sun's rays, while someone held a magnifying glass on top of him. The albino was relieved, but quickly felt something approaching his face, and he used his revolver to shoot at a kind of sharp discs, which fell to the ground when hit by the bullets of the albino's revolver. Looks like you're better than I thought. The albino at that moment saw a brown girl with violet eyes. She was holding a kind of throwing discs which seemed sharp. Issei. Now who are you? My name is Furutanami. My goal is to kill you, so please, I prefer that to be quick, so if you let yourself be killed, I promise I will do it quickly and painlessly, he said looking at the albino. Issei. That all the girls here are crazy or what, he said, watching as the black-haired woman approached him. The albino was already ready to fight, but at that moment a kind of purple liquid was thrown towards him. The albino quickly used his flames to evaporate it, but when he smelled it, he quickly covered his nose. What he smelled was disgusting. It was poison. At that moment a girl came out kicking the door of the estrada back of the building, showing a blonde girl who looked like a criminal. She had a spear that let out a purple and putrid liquid, which let it be understood that it was poison. Hey, stop bucking around, I'm the one who will kill him. Annie. Ooh, what a bad Nogi-chan, always stealing what is ours. You can tell you're a delinquent, she said. She's looking at the girl with the spear. Nogi. Shut up, at least I don't have any fetish with dolls, she said. She's looking at the blonde and dress elegantly. Before the girls fought, a sonic arrow was launched towards Issei. The albino quickly split the arrow in half, but he did so narrowly, the arrow almost took the albino by surprise, and at that moment he saw on the roof of the school a black-haired woman holding a bow that looked like a flower. You made too much noise, besides you damaged the school facilities, you will be reprimanded for that, she said, while adjusting her hair. Sagakure. The chair of the disciplinary committee A.M. Takashita is finally there, he said, looking at the black-haired woman. A.M. Well, it took me a while because I had a bit of a slap on the wrist, but in the end I will fulfill the objective that the queen imposed on us, she said while adjusting her glasses. Issei. Queen. Did someone order them to kill me? A.M. That's right, Issei hyoudou, we're going to try to hunt you down right now. Sagakure. It doesn't matter where you're hiding. Annie. Or wherever you are. Nogi. We will find you. All. And we'll kill you, all the girls present said at the same time. Part 130. Neighboring world. In the middle of what looked like space you can see an Issei surrounded by a bunch of girls who for some reason wanted him dead. All. We will kill you, they all said at the same time. Issei. What? Lin. Master, I think we should escape, we are outnumbered and their abilities are strange. Issei. You're right, come on Yui. The boy, when he looked at the black-haired woman, saw that she seemed to be in complete shock. She did not take her eyes off that group of girls who wanted him dead. It seemed something strange, but Issei had to get her out of her trance. Issei. Yui reacts, he said, shaking the black head. Yui. No, me. I am sorry. I can't. He said as he lowered his head. Issei. What's going on? The black-haired woman seemed reluctant to fight. Issei tried to get her out of her trance, but it was useless. Annie. Ara, it looks like you've already lost your fighting spirit. Well, it's better that way, it'll be easier to kill them, finish them off proxy. The woman covered in bandages quickly lunged at Issei and Yui, who was about to strike a blow on the albino, but quickly Lin, who took on his human form, created a lightsaber and cut off the girl's arm. When she saw that her arm was cut, she didn't scream or give any sign of pain. She didn't even bleed from her wounds. It was as if she wasn't human. The girl just took her arm that had fallen to the ground and reconnected it to her body, as if nothing had happened. The sound of bones settling was heard, and she put some bandages on the cut mark that had been left and then moved her arm as if nothing had happened. Issei. It looks like this will be more complicated than I thought. Lin, take Yui to safety. I'll take care of them, he said as he pulled out his revolver. Lin. Master, please don't lose. The albino grabbed the hand of the black-haired woman and both began to move away from the place. One of the girls, specifically the violet-eyed brunette named Furu, tried to use her discs to attack Yui and Lin, but when she threw her discs, some bullets hit them causing them to fall and stick to the ground. Issei. Their weapons are very good, they seem to have experience killing people as well. Sherry. Hi, we are Queen Sama's chosen ones after all, she said while smiling. Issei. Do you work for that woman? Am. That's right, we are her most faithful servants, and she ordered us to kill you and your two friends. When we do that she will reward us. Nogi. Of course, only the one who manages to kill you will be rewarded, that's why we all compete for your head, said the girl who looked like a criminal. Issei. So this is all the work of that woman. Sighed. Damn, what a nuisance. Well, when I'm done with you I'll go get it. Haney. Ara, do you really think you can beat our Reina? Issei. I don't think so, I know I can, he said as he pointed his revolver at the blonde girl. Asami. You seem to have more guts than we thought, I thought you'd just be one idiot among the many who have come here. Issei. Have more than one come to this place? Furu. That's right, you're not the first one we've killed, but hey, more than killing it would be to dismiss your existence. Issei. Do you know my existence? Sagakure. You don't seem to understand, well, I guess that's normal, you'll see. You're now in a place where time and space don't exist, he said looking around. This place is called Malkuth, a never-before-seen world, created with the power of Queen, outside the confines of time and space. Issei. Are we in a place where time and space don't exist? Haney. That's right, here some souls that were brought by Queen are fighting for their survival, she calls it killing game, and unfortunately for you, you will be the one who will be hunted by us this time. Issei. Haha, I understand, but tell me something. If what you said is true, I will be with you. We're dead, aren't we? Sagakure. That's right, I'm surprised you take it so easy, he said looking at the albino. Issei. Hahaha, it's not the first time I've died and come back to life, this will be my third time doing the same thing, then he said with a smile. Swan. I see why Queen brought you here, if it's true what you said, you must be very strong. Issei. More than that, well, I don't have time for you now, I have to beat a terrorist faction and kick the ass of an old psychopath. Asami. As you say, but. You're more interesting than we thought, he said, looking at the albino seriously. Sherry. Your body doesn't seem to have died at all, if you recovered Queen Sama's bullet, you were supposed to be 100% dead. But. In the eyes of the girls, you are fine. A two-colored light on Issei's chest, it was a combination of black and white, these two flames were kept burning, but a bluish light seemed to slowly consume both lights. Sagakure. You seem to resist Queen's bullet curse. Issei. Damn. Furu. Right now you have a bullet embedded in your heart, that bullet will corrupt and weaken your body to death, so the more time passes, the weaker you will become. The albino hearing that only smiled to the surprise of the girls present. The albino only grew his nails using his dragon powers, and he quickly used his hand to pierce his own chest. The girls present who were watching that were shocked, they had never met someone so crazy as to pierce their own chest with their own hands. The albino spat out a good amount of blood as he did that, but his target was clear at that moment. He slowly began to get closer to his own heart. He was trying to pull out the cursed bullet that he had in his heart, but as he tried to do so, his fingers were piercing the bullet. Even though he couldn't see what he was doing clearly, he could feel it. He could feel something slowly absorbing his life force, but every time he touched that little piece of metal, his fingers seemed to pierce through it, like a ghost. The albino in the end only clicked his tongue and let his flames heal the large wound he made in his chest. Nogi. Hey Parker, you're insane, he said, looking at the albino's blood-soaked hand. Issei. Yes, a little bit, but I can't seem to get rid of this curse myself. Sighed. Well, who cares? The albino only began to point his revolver at the girls present while his body gave off some lightning. Issei. Tell me, have you danced with the devil in the moonlight? He said while smiling. The girls didn't understand, but they quickly saw how the albino disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of the ninja girl. She tried to defend herself by pulling out some kunais, but Issei quickly grabbed her hand and put a revolver to her chin. Issei. I say that because right now you are fighting the same devil girls, he said with a smile. The albino simply pulled the trigger, killing the ninja. The albino dropped his body, but quickly the girl's corpse was transformed into a kind of beauty doll, a decoy. The albino saw that he was surprised and remembered the hours he spent watching Naruto. The albino simply smiled and saw how the ninja appeared next to her friends. Sagakure. Girls, he's stronger than he looks, be careful. Haney. Ha, we'll see, Proxy. The bandaged girl quickly shot towards Issei, who tried to land a punch, but the albino easily grabbed her hand to throw it, causing it to crash into some school facilities. The blonde in the pink dress, seeing that, only snapped her fingers so that porcelain dolls and other dolls would come out of nowhere and go attack the albino. The albino just stretched out his hand and released a fire call that burned all the dolls. The girls seeing that just scattered, each one seemed to attack on their own. Issei seeing that just smiled. The albino looked to his right, he saw that delinquent girl coming with his spear. He began to dodge several thrusts that were coming towards him. The girl wanted to impale him, but it was not his only objective. The albino saw how the edge of his spear had that strange poison. The albino quickly grabbed the girl's spear, and he licked some of the poison from the girl's spear out of curiosity. When she saw how the albino had consumed the poison on his own, she was totally surprised. Issei. Buck, yuck, and I get numb, he said while his tongue was sticking out, which seemed paralyzed. The delinquent seeing that simply moved away from the albino. It is precious a small button on his spear, so that a kind of acid would come out of it, trying to touch and melt some part of the albino's body. This one just smiled, but quickly dodged the attack of two girls. This one dodged the sledgehammer of that girl in Chinese dress, and the sword of that red-haired girl in sports attire. The albino quickly started shooting with his revolver. He quickly saw several discs coming from that girl named Furu, but that wasn't all. That girl named Am apparently used her bow combining attacks. The albino smiled at that, and he simply dodged and fired bullets laden with lightning towards the dates and discs that were in the sky, thus destroying them. Behind the albino, the girl with bandages all over her body tried to attack him off guard, but the albino simply turned around, and the two fists bumped. The albino's instincts right now were 100%. He knew that he couldn't let his guard down when fighting with so many girls at the same time, so he wouldn't lose no matter who his opponents were. Elsewhere, an albino girl can be seen sitting on a throne while she watched everything that was going on. Queen. Ara, Ice-kun seems to be more skilled than I thought, Fufufu. Well, then, how about we speed this up? The albino simply pointed one of her hands at Issei who was fighting the girls. Queen. Let's see how long you can take it. With Issei, the albino who dodged and countered the attacks that were thrown at him in a moment, felt how his energies were drained at a great speed. A great pain in his chest was present, and Issei spat out a good amount of blood. The albino fell to the ground as he was watched by the girls fighting him. Sagakure. It seems that the curse is already taking effect on you. It's impossible for you to defeat us in that state, just surrender. Issei. I'm sorry. But the word surrender is not in my dictionary. The albino's eyes quickly turned slanted, the albino disappeared again, and he had kicked Sagakure into a school wall. Proxy, seeing how his enemy's strength and speed increased, tried to attack him, taking him by surprise, but the albino was faster, and he quickly ripped off both of the girl's arms. She didn't even flinch, but she didn't have time to think, as the albino gave a powerful blow to her chest that sent her flying as well. Amy was helpless now without her guard, but it seemed that her other companions would not allow her to be eliminated any longer. Swan tried to crush the albino with his sledgehammer, but the albino easily grabbed and stopped the sledgehammer, surprising the black-haired woman by the strength that the boy had, and the albino quickly slammed her to the ground when he saw that she would not let go of the handle of his weapon. Asami seeing that tried to split the albino in half, but Issei using his dragon scales to harden his skin, stopped the blade of the sword with his hands. After that, the albino simply kicked her and sent her flying along with her other friends. Although he felt a strong pain in his chest, possibly due to the curse according to him, he did not stop, he knew that he had to end them quickly. The blonde delinquent tried to use her acid to melt the albino's skin and kill him, but the albino saw that and decided to take advantage of the situation. The albino dodged the large streams of acid coming out of the tip of the blonde spear and went straight for Penny. The girl was a little frightened to see that, but Issei quickly hit her stomach stunning and used her as a human shield. The albino watched as the girl's body and her skin melted and fell to the ground. Issei only smiled thinking that she was already one less, but he was surprised to see how the body melted by the acid of the delinquent rose as if nothing had happened. Half of Loli's somewhat elegantly dressed body was totally melted, but the girl didn't show any pain. Penny. Too bad, you destroyed this body. Well, it doesn't matter, I have many more. Issei. Then. Penny. That's right, this isn't my real body, it's just another one of my dolls, although I can see what's going on through this one, well. It doesn't matter anymore. Quickly the blonde threw herself towards Issei. The albino shot several times at the girl's body, but the bullets as they pierced Loli's body did not seem to make her stop, obviously because she was a simple doll controlled by the real Penny. Being close enough to the albino, he saw how Loli's body swelled, and in the end it exploded causing a huge explosion. The other girls saw that they thought it was over, but they were surprised to see how Issei came out of the smoke totally intact. Apparently the albino had covered himself with a barrier thrown light, thus avoiding getting hurt. Again the girls looked at the albino. The girls who had been almost knocked out by the albino stood up, the albino seeing that was willing to continue fighting, but again he felt a strong pang in his chest. He felt how the curse weakened him more and more, also bleeding came out of his nose and mouth. The albino knew that he could not fight in those conditions, so he made a decision. He quickly hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt, preventing the girls from seeing him. Issei, using his sword, created a great blast of air that dispersed the curtain of dust, seeing that the albino had escaped. Sagakure. I didn't think he would escape, it seems that the curse was killing him faster than he thought, he said, looking at some red spots on the ground where his target was. Quickly, another body identical to Penny's appeared, showing another doll that the girl used as a body. Penny. It doesn't matter, if it's true that the curse is killing him faster, then it will be easier to hunt, he said with a somewhat sadistic smile. Run bunny, or else the wolves will eat you, Jijiji. With Issei, he quickly ran to the other side of the school. When he arrived he saw what looked like the physical education warehouse. He quickly opened the door and saw Yui and Lin who were hiding in that same place. Lin. Master, okay. Issei. He, not so much, apparently I'm dying, he said as he wiped some blood from his nose. Lin. What happened? Issei. It's a long story, but how's Yui? He said, asking about the blackhead. Lin. Well. The albino, when looking at the black-haired woman, saw that she was trembling. It seemed that her mind was elsewhere. The girl was also murmuring some things, but she quickly stopped trembling as she felt how a pleasant warmth enveloped her. The black-haired woman at that moment saw her dear master hugging her with kindness and affection, comforting her. Issei. Don't worry, Yui, I'm here. The girl, feeling how the albino hugged her, only returned the embrace, while small tears fell down her cheeks. The albino wanted to know what was wrong, but again he felt another twinge in his heart make him spit blood while his energies were drained. Yui. Master. Lin. Master, what's wrong with him? Issei. It looks like we're in trouble. Time skip. After an explanation, both girls' swords seemed to be worried about their master's condition. Lin. So he's dying, master? Issei. Yes, but I guess when we're done with Queen the curse will be lifted from my body, so we have to move. The albino stood up, but at that moment he was held by Yui, who was crestfallen. Yui. Oh, love me. I don't want to hurt those girls, he said while looking sad. Issei. But why not? You know they want to kill us, right? Yui. I know, but they are something important to me. Issei. Important? At that moment Lin seemed to open his eyes in surprise. Apparently he had understood something that Issei still didn't, and he could only put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Lin. Yui, are they? Yui. Yes. They are. Issei. Hey, stop the mystery and tell me what's going on. Yui. Master. Do you remember the first time we fought Queen? She said it was her sister and she's not wrong. Issei. What do you mean? Yui. You'll see, master. I have a past, a dark past unlike Lin. I wasn't simply created out of nothing like the God of the Bible did with Lin. I'm a special case, so to speak. Issei. A special case? Yui. You see, master, thousands of years ago, the god Cronus, the master of time, had been destroyed and sealed thousands of years ago. In doing so, 12 fragments were scattered across the world. Several people were blessed by the power of Cronus. But some gods didn't weigh the same. They thought that Kronos was still alive in those little fragments of his power, but they still ignored us. We were only fragments of what that powerful god was, although yes. They treated us like vermin, and if they saw us, they would execute us instantly. Me. I am like those people, because I also have the power of the god Cronus. Hard 131. Bad memories. Yui. Master, I'm one of those people who have a fragment of the power of the ancient god Kronos. Issei. What? Then you. Yui. Yes, me. Issei. You could travel back in time and you never told me, I asked somewhat childishly. Yui and Lin only let a drop of sweat fall from the back of their necks because of their master's childish way of reacting, but they laughed a little. It seemed that little somewhat childish question from the albino had lightened the atmosphere. Issei. So, do you have other powers? Yui. It's complicated, but yes. You see, a long time ago, I wasn't a girl created to be the weapon of its wielder like Lin. The king of demons didn't have such power to create life out of nothing, so he began to search for centuries for a person who was worthy of being his most powerful weapon. At the same time, I was just a child. I was a girl who came from the underworld. I had no parents. I just remember that from a very young age I was on my own. I was a homeless person on the streets of the city. But, when I turned 8, I discovered that I had an ability that was thanks to the fragment of Cronus's power. He could manipulate time with relative ease, of course, alone it was a small fragment of his power, but he still helped me a lot. I could stop time, even regenerate. Little by little, he gained skill and power. And my real name was Kurumi. Yugahama Kurumi, that was my name. Issei. So Yui is a part of your surname, right? Yui. Yes, that's right. For several years I began to grow. I was more in control of my powers and had greater skill, but every time I used my powers, I thought I had to get more power. If I got stronger I could surely get out of the poverty I was in. I guess at the time that was a reasonable thought for a girl of only 12 years old. But I was very wrong. During my quest for power, I discovered that there were 11 other people who had powers similar to mine and that I could become stronger if I defeated them. Not knowing what exactly to do, I began to wander the underworld looking for those people. A few days after that, in one city, I found a criminal who possessed the power to stop time and manipulate it just like me. My immature mind just thought I could defeat him without a problem, but I was sorely mistaken. After he defeated me, that monster saw potential in me and turned me into an assassin, trained me and made me his hunting dog. He thought that if he trained me and sent me to hunt the people who possessed the other fragments, it would be easier for him to gain power. But he was very wrong. He had 6 fragments already gathered, he had killed 6 possibly innocent people to gain more power, and he trained me to kill the other 4 fragments that remained, turned me into a monster just like him, a simple chained girl that he only used to kill when he didn't want to get his hands dirty. After several months, he found a fragment, so he sent me to hunt it down. Unable to object, I followed orders, and when I found the person who possessed that fragment, I just murdered him. Without mercy, without doubt, and without any kind of fear. After killing that person, a power entered my body, a sphere of power left that person's body and entered me, thus gaining more power. That day I became stronger, but I also understood something. The person who trained me as a hunting dog did not intend to keep me alive for long. As surely when I got the other 4 missing fragments, I'd kill myself. I knew I couldn't allow that, so that I just stuck with my initial goal. Gaining more power. But during that day, I just cried my eyes out, lamenting and apologizing for having killed a person for the first time. A few years passed, and I became stronger. And more skilled. I had already collected all the fragments, so I already knew what to expect. The man who trained me came to me trying to kill me, but he didn't count on anything, and that was that I had more skill than him. I trained a girl who I used as his hunting dog, but in the end, his chains weren't strong enough to stop him, and in the end she died by my hand. After that I liquidated their entire criminal organization, and by absorbing their power, I obtained the absolute power of the god of time. Zafkiel, the emperor of time. With all that, time and space were in my hands. For the first time, I felt happy that I had reached my goal, but still. The battle I had against that wicked man was hard and it left wounds in me. I tried to go to safety and heal my wounds, but the lack of blood in my body made me faint and in the end, I just fell to the ground as I bled out. I thought more than once that I was going to die, but before I closed my eyes, I saw that person. The figure of a man who called to me. He was the first king of demons I had ever encountered. When he woke up again, he was in a comfortable bed, and by the door at that moment a man came in. He was a bit old, but you could tell he was strong. The first time I saw him I was alerted. I thought he would do something bad to me, but he was nice to me. Half a meal, a home, and he was like the father I never had for a long time, she said as little tears welled up in her eyes. Issei. I understand, then you were adopted. Yes, but apparently I wasn't the only one. After that, he introduced me to those who would become my sisters. They also had no home or a place to go and were adopted by the Demon King just like me. They were my most precious sisters. The people I loved the most, and they were the most important thing to me. But, Issei. But, sighed. I was a fool. For many years I thought nothing bad would happen, but one day. A voice inside me appeared, that voice telling me that my sisters were a nuisance, that I didn't need anyone, and that I just needed power. More and more power. I didn't know what was going on. I tried to shut up and stop that voice by myself, but in the end I couldn't. That voice filled me with paranoia. It told me that they were not my sisters and that the king of the demons only used me as that man. And in the end madness took hold of my body and mind. During that day, I killed and married my own sisters. I had become the monster I promised never to be, and in the end, I ended up with all of those once gave me affection and love. Issei. But why? It's a complicated question, but when the Demon King defeated me, he discovered that he apparently had a curse. The curse of the god Cronus. He said that a latent curse within me awoke. He said that part of the consciousness of the god Cronus was inside my head, and surely it was only a matter of time before I would be his messiah and free him from his seal. Knowing that I could just regret it, but my father gave me a choice. He used me as an experiment and in the end freed me from my curse, and in the end he made me back to what I am now. But still, I couldn't bear the pain and regret of murdering my beloved sisters, so at the end of the day, I was forced to kill my beloved sisters. In the end, the king of demons sealed me and my other powers in the same place as Lin. After several centuries I managed to forgive myself. But, Issei. But, Lin. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. No, I've already made it this far, so it's better to get it out once and for all. Sighed. Those girls. Those girls who attacked us, I know them. Why are they my sisters? She said it would be. Issei. What the sisters that you? Yui. Yes, I'm afraid so, their abilities, their appearances and personalities are as I remembered it, I'm more than sure it's them. Issei. So you got like that because you basically saw the sisters that you yourself murdered being alive and wanting to kill us, this is stranger than I thought. Lin. But how are they alive? Yui. I have no idea, but we have to take care of this, if it's true what Master said, the curse that Queen placed on her chest is taking effect and absorbing the Master's life force. Issei. You're right, but if Queen is your sister, then how does she have powers similar to yours? She also has a fragment of Cronus's powers. Yui. I don't know, but she wasn't like that she said she would. Issei. What do you mean? Yui. I could recognize his aura wherever he went, but his appearance. And those powers. They're not hers, that's different. Issei. So you say that she has a new look and that she has powers similar to yours, Grady said with taking us out at the end. Lin. So she's more dangerous than we think, we have to take her down. Issei. That's right, so you have to face fire with fire, he said with a smile. The albino was ready to continue fighting, but at one point he fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Yui and Lin, seeing that, were alarmed and saw how their master's strength decreased. Lin. This is bad, master. Master's life force is disappearing, he said as Issei's skin slowly turned pale. Both girls could only hold the body of their master, which seemed to be semi-unconscious. He tried to get up, continue fighting, but his body would not allow it. Lin used his flames, giving him his own life force to help him recover, but one of them at that moment only saw her master serious to make a decision. Yui. Lin, I'll take care of this, she said as she looked at the albino. Lin. What? Yui. There's no time to keep denying who I am, I know this power is possibly evil, but it's not time to think about that, we have to save Master before he dies. Lin. But Yui, are you sure? Yui. Not really, but if something bad happens, I'm sure Master will find the solution. After all, I wouldn't have fallen in love with him if it wasn't. Lin. Okay, but it may catch the attention of others, be careful. Yui. Don't worry, after all, I'm very strong, she said with a smile. The black-haired woman looked at her master, again, she approached him while a magic circle surrounded both of them, a kind of seal appeared on Yui's chest as she was slowly approaching the albino's face. She has simply closed her eyes to connect her lips, and at that moment a great yellow glow along with a great power came out scattered around her, while all the power Yui's had been totally liberated. Elsewhere, all the girls who previously chased the three young men can be seen around the place where Issei, Yui and Lin were hiding. They seemed to look at the small warehouse in a serious way, but a certain girl was smiling mockingly. Annie. Ara, the bunnies are hiding in their burrow, well. I guess you have to get them out, don't you think? As she said that, several dolls began to come out behind them, and they threw themselves towards the warehouse. These will be close enough, they exploded, causing a big explosion. The blonde girl along with the others thought that their work was done, but at that moment the explosion that had formed in the place seemed to disappear. But rather than disappearing, it was receding, as if the world was going backwards. The explosion was receding, and little by little the warehouse was being rebuilt until it was as good as new. The girls seeing that were shocked, but the door of the warehouse opened to show Yui. Yui. Ara, it seems that my cute sisters are coming back into the arms of their Wani-chan, fufu. The girls hearing that voice saw Yui in a serious way, but they were surprised when they saw how the girl's right eye was yellow and looked like a watch very similar to their queen's, while she had a fuse gun in her hand. Annie. You damned. How did you do that? Yui. They don't seem to remember anything about what happened centuries ago. Fufu. Well, it doesn't matter, even if it hurts me to kill them a second time. I do this for my beloved master, so I won't have any mercy on them if they want to kill him. Now I will give you a second demonstration of all my power. Zafkiel. As she said that, a giant clock appeared behind her, a kind of clock made of multiple and strange gears appeared behind her, while the other girls watched as a great power came out of the black-haired woman's body. A musket appeared in the girl's right hand, and she pointed it at the girls, while she had a smile. Yui. Okay, let the hunt begin, haha. Hard 132 Master of Time. The beautiful black-haired girl who had a musket and a fuse gun in her hands can be seen looking mockingly at the 9 girls who wanted her dead. Yui. Ara, it's time for the family reunion, don't you think? She said as a large clock appeared behind her. Annie. That's it. Sagakure. The power of the god Kronos. Like she dot. Yui. They don't seem to remember how they died, well. It doesn't matter, even if it hurts. I've got to kill them again. So I hope they don't hate their Wani-chan too much, he said as he pointed his musket at the girls. The blonde quickly sent several of her dolls to attack the blackhead. They were approaching the blackhead, and it looked like they were going to explode at any moment, but the blackhead at that moment only said a few simple words to shoot. Yui. Gimel. Bang. The sound of the musket firing grumbled into the heads of the girls present, and when the bullet struck the dolls they watched as the dolls seemed to slowly deform. The cute dresses they were wearing were gathering dust and tearing, little by little. It seemed that time passed differently for the dolls, and in the end they were left on the ground broken and corroded by time. Those present were astonished to see that, but the black-haired woman only smiled mockingly as she felt a lot of power inside her. Yui. If that's all, I must tell you that you will die more quickly than last time. The girls were quickly alerted. Nogi threw a large amount of poison at the blackhead, but she used her powers again. Yui. Dollet. Bang. When the bullet touched the poison, all the girls saw how the poison still in the air moved, but in reverse, the purple liquid seemed to be rewound, and it returned to the spear from which it came, while leaving the girls present in shock. Sagakure. Impossible. This cannot. Yui. Ara, but if it is, you'll see. I have the power to manipulate time and space as I please, so none of you can defeat me, no matter what you do. The girl just raised her fuse gun, and those present watched as a kind of black energy with red touches got inside the gun. Yui. But you know. 9 versus 1 isn't fair at all, so how about we even things out? Head. Bang. The girl pointed it at her head herself and pulled the trigger, surprising the others. Instead of having committed suicide, those present saw how 8 copies of Yui appeared, and these came with some mockery, while they had a sadistic smile. Yui. Let the hunt begin. The 9 Yuis quickly split up, attacking each of the girls. They also drifted away, separating themselves from their companions, while each had their own battle with a clone of the black-haired woman. Right now you can see it, Swan fighting one of Yui's clones. The black-haired woman was trying to crush Yui with her sledgehammer, but she was more agile and dodged attacks. At one point she managed to make a scratch on the girl's arm, but she saw how she pointed at her head again. Yui. Dollet. Bang. This time, Swan saw how the cut on her arm disappeared, showing that the bicolor was now as good as new. Swan. I see, your suicides not only give you various powers, but you also reverse time in your body to make your wounds disappear, he said as he stood guard. Yui. That's right, I'm proud, Swan-chan, you've always been the most perceptive when it comes to facing an enemy with unknown abilities, she said while having a smile on her face. Both girls were fighting in the school premises. Swan by her deck had less mobility, and Yui seemed to be more agile than her. She had the advantage. Seeing that, Swan simply decided to smash one of the walls of the place and make the place where they were fighting wider to make it more advantageous. Yui. And you were always the one who had the most imagination when it came to fighting. Quickly, the bicolor lunged at the girl as she prepared another of her bullets. Swan quickly tried to crush the girl, seeing that she was coming straight at her, but the black-haired woman shot directly, not at her, but at her sledgehammer. Yui. Zayn. Bang. The bullet hitting the sledgehammer caused it to freeze. Swan couldn't move his deck, it was frozen in time, and he couldn't make it move at all. He could just feel it get a hard kick in the stomach and crash into a wall. The girl tried to get up, but when she looked ahead, she only saw the barrel of the musket of the two-colored black-haired woman who was looking at her seriously. Swan. Ha, so. I lost, Yui. That's right. Suna. Haha, that's too bad, me. I'm mad at losing. He said, clenching his fists in frustration. I know I'm dead, but. Still. I'm afraid I'm going to die again, she said while shaking. Yui. I know, and I'm sorry. Rest in peace, Tusani. The girl in Chinese dress only smiled when she heard the last words of her enforcer, and as at the end just closed her eyes. Bang. Yui simply pulled the trigger, killing the first of the 9 girls who were previously her sisters. She only watched as her former sister's body unraveled into tiny fragments that looked like crystals that slowly disappeared into thin air. Yui just kept her cool side, and it would be to put her gun back to her head. Yui. Vav. Bang. She shot herself again, and as she did so she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw how she was fighting against a red-haired swordswoman named Asami. She dodged the slashes of the swordsman while analyzing what was happening. She had used one of her 12 bullets that could manipulate time. That was Vav allowed her to pass her consciousness to another version of her, either a clone or another version of her from the past or the future, a very good ability. Yui quickly dodged a slash that was going to decapitate her, and then walked away from the redeed. Asami. What's going on? Where is that value from before? I ask with a mocking smile. Yui. Ara, it seems like you'll never change, Asami-chan, always so energetic. Well, your one-chan will teach you a lesson. Quickly, Yui started shooting left and right at the girl non-stop. Surprisingly for the swordswoman, the pistol and musket fired automatically. Obviously it was thanks to the magic of the blackhead, but it seemed that she did not stop at any time. She simply dodged the bullets and used her sword to cut them in half. This one, little by little they approached the girl. Both girls fought in a classroom of the school premises, an enclosed space, keeping Yui with the advantage, but it seemed that the swordsman did not give up. This one, while cutting and dodging the bullets, approached the girl. She was slowly approaching Yui and being close enough, tried to kill her by splitting her in half with a single slash, but Yui quickly smiled to use her powers. Yui. One of the bullets that was behind the girl halfway quickly returned at a high speed to its place of origin, but Isami's body was in the middle, so the bullet simply pierced her abdomen, causing the girl to spit blood. She stopped her movements as she felt like her lung had been pierced by the girl's bullet, and before she could continue fighting, she saw the barrel of Yui's fuse gun in her face. Isami. Damn. This. It wasn't what I expected, she said, looking straight at Yui. Yui. I'm sorry about this. But we both know we can't let each other live. Isami. Haha. Cough. Yes, I know, but. At least it was a good fight, he said with a smile. Yui just smiled upon hearing that, and she lightly stroked the girl's head as she hugged her, surprising the retreat a bit. Yui. Goodbye, Isami-chan, rest in peace. Bang. Again, Yui had finished with another girl, now there were only 7 left, and she watched as Isami disappeared as well as Swan. Again, Yui used his 6th bullet again, and this one was now fighting Furu. They were both in the backyard of the school, the chestnut was throwing a lot of discs, and Yui was just shooting them still in the air, and they were falling to the ground. Furu? You're good, I thought that albino boy was the one fighting, but it seems that you also know how to fight, he said, looking at the bicolor girl. Yui. Your movements with your chakrams are good, but you seem to be rusty. Note. The chakrams are the throwing discs he uses. Furu. Well, it's been a few years since anyone has been in this place other than my other teammates, it seems like I've lost a little bit of practice. She quickly threw more and more throwing discs again, Yui dodging and causing most of the chakrams to deflect as she used her musket and pistol to make them fall to the ground. The two-tone girl was immersed in the battle, so she didn't see how someone in the distance was pointing a gun at her. Am. Spear. As he said that, a mystical bow appeared in his hand, he prepared an arrow and pointed it at Yui. Little by little he saw and tried to predict where the black-haired woman would be, and when he saw the opportune moment he only blurted out the date. This swiftly shot out at a gigantic speed, like a bullet fired from a rifle, and quickly pierced Yui's abdomen, startling her. The black-haired woman quickly spotted Am on top of the school's water pump as she prepared another date. Yui quickly used his 4th bullet to heal his wound after pulling out the arrow, but he had a hard time fighting them both. Surely the clone that fought against Am died and it was normal, the girl's bow could shoot an arrow at a speed greater than that of a bullet fired by a sniper rifle, she could even break the sound barrier with her arrows, that plus Furu with his chakrams, made the battle more complicated. Yui quickly backed away and is again pointing his gun at his head, preparing for another suicide. Yui. Hi. Bang. When he shoots himself he uses his 5th bullet, a bullet that allows him to see into the future. He is alone smiling as he already knows how to win, and he is simply running towards Furu with a smile. The chestnut, seeing that, simply pulled out 2 chakrams that apparently served for hand-to-hand combat instead of being throwable. Am, seeing how now the girls were fighting hand-to-hand, it was difficult for her to aim at Yui, since she had to be careful not to hit Furu. Yui, knowing that she would not shoot until she had a clear shot, only smiled and is pointing her musket at her. She quickly dodged Yui's shots as she looked for another point to shoot, but the bicolor wasn't going to let her do that. Again, he used his 5th bullet to see into the future and smiled at what would happen. Furu tried to cut Yui, but she was kicked by Yui. Yui quickly ran away, and Furu was chasing her, but at that moment Am, who was now on top of a lamppost, was surprised to see how they both approached her, as soon as she was thinking that it would be a good place to continue with her sniper work. Quickly Yui used his 4th bullet to shoot towards Am, he is easily dodging the bullet, but he repeatedly felt his chest being pierced through his back, he felt like the bullet Yui shot came back the way it had come and went through his chest. She only fell to the ground while Furu saw that and tried to attack Yui fiercely when he saw how her friend had been shot down by Yui. Quickly, the bicolor again used her 5th bullet and she already knew what the chestnut's movements would be. This one easily dodged the cuts that he wanted to make, and in the end she received a knee in the stomach, thus stunning her, and then she was kicked until she crashed to the side where Am was bleeding to death. She tried to grab her gun again but was eventually held down by Yui. Yui. That's it, they both lost. Am. Cough. This is your fault, Furu. Furu. Shut up, this isn't it. Yui. Fufu, always fighting each other no matter what situation you're in. They really are best friends. Both were aimed at by both of Yui's guns, well in the end both surrendered. Am. Of all of them. The people I had to die with, really. It was with you, it's disgusting, he said with some displeasure. Furu. Shut up, you idiot. Both girls finally laughed as they held hands and closed their eyes, accepting their fate. Yui. Rest in peace. Furu ni, Am ni. Bang bang. Again Yui had ended the lives of other of her sisters, now there were only 5 more girls left. Yui again used Zayn her 7th bullet and took control of one of her clones, now she is fighting Sherry, who is using her magnifying glass to try to disintegrate the girl. Yui ran through the halls of the school while Sherry chased after her, attempting to use her magnifying glass to kill her. Sherry. Hey, don't run so I can't kill you. The girls were running and running through the halls. Yui came back to create another clone of herself using her 8th bullet, had Is quickly ordered her clone to do something, and Is just nodded to leave. Sherry was not fooled and continued to chase the original. She increased the power of her magnifying glass so that the walls and floor she was aiming at would catch fire and become like coal. But at one point Yui got inside a room, Sherry quickly followed her, but upon entering she quickly saw how everything was dark and also saw how the door behind her closed. Sherry, do you think this will take me by surprise? Quickly, the magnifying glass, even though it was dark, began to illuminate and burn the curtains that kept the place dark, letting the light return. Sherry, my magnifying glass can also store sunlight, so it's not useless when the sun isn't there, he said as he tried to look for the black-haired woman. She couldn't find where the girl was, but at one point she heard a gunshot and felt her chest bleed. At that moment, Yui pierced the wall of the next room with her black flames while she was looking at the little brunette. Yui. I know, but that was just a distraction. Sherry could only hold her chest as she dropped her magnifying glass. It is before falling to the ground she was gently held by Yui while she was looking at her kindly. Sherry. Why? Bye. What? Do you seem familiar to me? He asked as he began to bleed out. Yui. Maybe you don't remember, but I was your big sister when you were alive. And you were my cute little sister along with all the other girls, he said as he stroked the girl's head delicately. Sherry. Yes. See. I always knew. That she had a sister when she was alive. I'm glad. That it was you. Yui simply hugged her sister's body as she put her gun to her head and pulled the trigger. Bang. Yui. Rest in peace. Sherry-chan. Again the bicolor had finished off another of her sisters, now only leaving 4. Yui again used her 6th bullet to take control of another of her clones. This time when she opened her eyes, she saw how she was fighting against Nogi. But she was alarmed to see how she was stepping on a purple puddle, seeing that it was poison. The heels she was wearing were slowly melting in the poison, so she had to back off quickly. Nogi. Haha, it looks like you noticed. That's right, my poison is totally corrosive, it can melt even concrete, but that's not all. Little by little the purple liquid that was on the ground began to bubble. Yui saw how little by little it moved, and little by little, it seemed that the venom was controlled by the delinquent until it formed the figure of a purple snake. Nogi. I can also control it at will. The snake quickly lunged at Yui, quickly dodging the snake's onslaught, while Nogi seemed to maintain control of the snake. Yui quickly ran out of the place they were in as she was chased by the snake and Nogi. The snake slithered at a great speed while Yui ran trying to escape. The snake behind Yui tried to bite her, but she used her 2nd bullet. Yui. Bet. Bang. The bullet hit the snake made of venom so that it moved as if it were in slow motion. Nogi saw that and frowned and began to attack the blackhead. The two clashed weapons while slowly Yui felt like the time she could stop the snake was running out. She quickly kicked Nogi away from her as the snake returned to normal. The snake quickly opened its jaw in an attempt to devour the black-haired woman, but she used her flames to cause the liquid to evaporate a bit. Nogi. You won't escape. The tree formed its snake while Nogi resumed the chase. While Yui ran she came up with an idea and he quickly went to the infirmary of the place. She went to a shelf and looked for various medicines and other things while she had time. Having everything ready quickly the door was destroyed by Nogi while she was accompanied by her snake. Nogi. No matter how much you run, you won't be able to escape us, he said with a smile. Yui. I know, but I'm not trying to escape. Quickly the black-haired woman threw several jars at the snake and Nogi. The snake didn't seem to affect her, and Nogi didn't care. Nogi. What are you trying to make silly? He said, looking at the black-haired woman. Yui. I was just checking what that poison is made of. Alcohol and other flammable liquids were thrown at your little friend, but he seemed to absorb them, so. Quickly, a black flame appeared in Yui's hand as Nogi noticed how he was standing in a puddle of alcohol. Yui. Please don't burn to death. The black-haired woman threw a huge flame of fire towards Nogi and his snake. Quickly a huge explosion consumed the place, and out of the window came a Nogi with some 1st and 2nd degree burners. The alcohol he was standing on had burned her, and her snake went up in smoke and then exploded from the alcohol and other flammable liquids it was made of. The girl tried to get up, but when she did so, she only heard the gun that was being loaded by Yui, which was in front of her. Nogi. Damn. That bothered. Yui. It was a good battle. Nogi. Well, not for me, I still want to kill you. Yui. Gigi, yes, I know, you've never liked to lose. Goodbye Iini, rest in peace. Bang. Yui ended their battle by killing the poison master who was a delinquent. She only saw her sister's body disappear to use her 6th bullet again and take control of one of her clones. As he did so, he saw how Proxy quickly hit her. She covered herself with her arms, but the strength of the girl full of bandages was beastly that she would hit a wall. Painy. Ara, looks like you took a hit from my Proxy-chan. Well. Even if you do, you won't be able to beat me that easily, she said while many dolls were behind her. The dolls quickly swooped in to attack Yui, but she is using her flames to incinerate them all. Yui. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to lose for any of you, she said as she got up. Penny. Haha, I like it when bunnies resist. Proxy. The bandage girl quickly threw herself at Yui. She dodged one of her attacks, but she was held by a doll of Penny. Several dolls held her arms and legs. She tried to free herself, but it didn't seem to work. Quickly, the black-haired woman tried to burn the dolls to free herself, but it was too late. She received another blow from Proxy in the stomach, sending her flying through several walls. In the end, Yui ended up in the school bathroom and is quickly using her fourth bullet to remove the great pain and damage that Proxy had done to her. As the girl got up, a Penny being carried by several of her dolls appeared along with Proxy. Penny. Give up, you can't beat me and Proxy. Yui. And who decided that you say I can't beat you, and who decided that listen to me I'm the only one who decides, he said while he had a smile on his face. Penny. I've also seen Nanatsu no Taizai Boba, those dialogues are useless if you're not the protagonist, he said mockingly. Yui. You're wrong, because I'm the best waifu and the best black-haired protagonist. Quickly the black-haired woman threw a huge flame towards both girls. Quickly Proxy used a table to cover herself from the fire, but the table quickly melted and Penny used her dolls and Proxy as a shield. When the fire dispersed, the Proxy bandages were burned and scorched. At that moment Yui saw how this was a doll just like the blonde in a doll dress. Yui. Ha, I knew that Proxy wasn't a human person. She's just a storage unit made by you to store battle dolls, right? Penny. Haha, that's insightful, well, that's right. But don't get your hopes up, Proxy, if she has a person's soul inside her, even if it's hollow and has dolls inside her instead of organs, she still has feelings, so don't bother her. Quickly, Proxy's stomach opened, showing many dolls coming out to attack Yui. Quickly the black-haired woman burned her wrists and she quickly started running. She was using her fifth bullet to see the future, trying to look for something, or rather, someone. Again and again he used high to make sure that the chances of making mistakes were minimal, and at one point, he had seen the future that favored him. Quickly the black-haired woman went to the off-duty part of the building still being chased by Penny and Proxy. Penny, seeing where she was going, ordered Proxy to kill her. She tried to follow her mistress's orders, but it was too late. Yui looked at a door in front of her and was quickly shooting towards the door. As she did that, Penny stopped. She seemed to clutch her chest until she fell to the ground. Proxy, seeing that, quickly pulled Yui away and entered the room where Yui had shot. In that place he saw the real Penny. This was just like her doll, except that this one was Miss Ellen and seemed to have dark circles under her eyes. Around her there were several dolls and garbage bags. It looked like she was a hikikomori or something. She clutched her bleeding chest. The bullet Yui had fired had hit the blonde squarely in the chest, and she could only feel her blood dripping out. Yui. I'm sorry I have to do this. I know you don't like pain, he said looking at the blonde. Proxy. Love Penny. Penny. Yes. I don't like it. Pain, and this. It hurts a lot. That's why I supplanted myself with that doll. Proxy tried to stop his mistress's bleeding, but she couldn't do anything at all. Penny. Hey. Really, he hated you. For making me feel this pain, but. Sniff sniff. For some reason. Even if I say I hate you. I can't really hate you. For some strange reason, she said as she shed a few tears. Yui could only approach the girl with some finesse. Proxy looked at her in annoyance, but quickly the black-haired woman just dropped her weapons to hug the blonde and Proxy. Yui. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that things had to end this way. Penny. Well. Never mind. After all, my life. It wasn't very interesting. The only good thing I had. It was that I could play with my dolls. Yui. Gigi, yes, I know, you really like dolls. Yui quickly grabbed her gun and aimed it at Proxy's and Penny's heads. Yui. I'm sorry. I hope they don't hate me, bye-bye. Rest in peace. Bang bang. In the end, both girls died just like the others, and Yui, wasting no time, went for the last of the girls. She used her sixth bullet again, and when she opened her eyes she saw how she was in a corridor. It seemed that there was no one. She began to walk, but in a moment she stopped. She is seeing well. She saw how in front of her was a thread. When she looked better, she saw how many threads were in front of her. She already knew what was going on. She was looking for Sagakure, her sister. She was a ninja. Traps and stealth were supposed to be her thing, so she would have to be alert. This one, using her flames, burned the threads and continued on her way. She began to walk more through the corridors until she reached a large room. It looked like the gymnastics room, but at one point, she felt like something, or in this case someone, she was watching her, and when she looked at the ceiling, she saw how a kind of paper was glued to it. Quickly the girl reacted and shot at him. Surely it was one of the girl's camouflage papers, but when she shot him, she as alone saw a pillow fall. The black-haired woman only saw that with some neutrality, thinking that it was just a decoy to deceive her, but she felt like someone was behind her, and when she turned she only saw a Sagakure holding a kunai about to stab her. She quickly used her gun and shot herself. Yui. Aleph. Bang. She used her first bullet which made her faster, she dodged at an incredible speed. The cut that Sagakor tried to make, while she was watching Yui back away, I just looked at her seriously. Sagakor. I see you managed to dodge my attack, but. He said as he took out several kunes. How many times can you go on like this? Quickly, Yui committed suicide again and increased his speed while on his musket, a sword form showing a sharp blade. The green-haired ninja quickly threw the kunes towards the blackhead. With her speed she quickly began to dodge each of the kunai, but at one point she stepped into a kind of trap, and at that moment the ninja disappeared from the place. Outside the venue, the green-haired ninja was seen to appear, and the entire gym was also seen exploding. The entire place was on fire, but quickly the door of the burning building was destroyed, and a somewhat injured Yui could be seen. She was apparently covering herself using her own flames. She was quickly using Dalit to heal her wounds, while slowly walking towards the green-haired woman. Sagakor. I thought you'd be dead with that explosion, she said as she looked at the blackhead. Yui. I'm sorry, but I can't die for any reason, he said while pointing his musket at the green-haired woman. The ninja quickly began to move back and forth at a high speed. The girl's eyes couldn't keep up with the ninja, but at that moment Yui stopped seeing for some reason. Her gaze darkened as if her eyes were closed, and she couldn't hear anything either. Her 5 senses had been taken away for some reason, but at that moment Yui remembered something. It was what made her the most lethal of all. It was the fact that she could take away her opponent's 5 senses. She basically couldn't feel, see or hear her opponent. She was totally blind in every way. It was only a matter of time before the girl cut her throat and killed her, but he still couldn't sit still and just wait for death. Quickly Yui committed suicide. Sagakor seeing that quickly slit the girl's throat, but it was too late. Yui's body disappeared, and he quickly felt a blow on his right side. The real Yui had appeared while behind her were her other clones. The ninja seeing that tried to take away Yui's senses, but she did not know which one was the real one, and if she still managed to guess which one was the real one, the black-haired woman would only use her 6th bullet to make her change her consciousness to one of her clones, and thus continue the fight. The green-haired woman tried to get away from the clones, but each of them used their first bullet to increase their speed. They were now moving even faster than the green-haired one, and began to wound her. Potatoes and blows came in all directions, causing the green-haired man to get upset. She quickly sniffed a smoke bomb disappearing. When Yui tried to look for her, she quickly saw one of her clones disappear. One by one the clones disappeared. Surely it was another of her ninja abilities. It was making herself basically invisible. Yui quickly jumped to avoid being attacked, but she saw something approaching her as she saw how the grass where they were fighting moved. Quickly this shot in front of him. When he did that, the bullet was deflected while some small sparks came out. At that moment he knew that it was the green-haired man deflecting his shot, while the sparks were thanks to the friction of the kunai that surely had in his hand that hit the bullet, thus deflecting it. The girl came up with an idea at that moment, a crazy idea that only her master would come up with, but it was the only thing she had in mind to be able to defeat the ninja once and for all. Quickly the girl committed suicide. She quickly saw a few minutes into the future, and in doing so she is turning a little in the air to feel a stab wound in her abdomen. Sensing that, he just smiled and quickly fired his pistol. As he did so, he saw blood come out, and he also saw Sagakor become visible again. They both fell to the ground while the ninja tried to get up, avoiding the pain. Yui. It's a good thing I saw the future a few seconds earlier. This stab was going to my neck. I had to settle in the air for him to stab me intentionally in a non-vital place. Quickly, the girl used her Dalit and was back to like new, while the ninja unfortunately didn't have such skills to make her recover so quickly. Yui. I'm sorry. This is the end of the road, Sagakor Yui ni, he said, while pointing at the green-haired woman. Sagakor. You know, out of all the other I was the one who really thought I was special. I wondered, why is that? He said while holding the bleeding wound. Yui was about to shoot, but at that moment a few tears swept from her eyes. The black-haired woman's hand was trembling, all the sadness she felt and suppressed as she killed her sisters again. They came back to her. She really wanted to avoid killing them, but she knew that there was no other way. Surely Queen would kill them if she didn't. Each of them only had one way to go, and that was death. Surely they would die again the moment they defeated Queen, thus making all that reality disappear. Besides, they were already dead. What Yui was facing were surely the spirits of her former sisters. And surely these were manipulated so that when they didn't recognize Yui, she eventually fell to the ground on her knees while hugging her last sister. Yui. I am sorry. Really, I'm sorry about this. I didn't want to kill them. Not again, I love them all. Reason. They are my dear sisters, he said, hugging the green-haired woman tightly. Sagakor. I don't know. What are you talking about, but. Those words, they make me very happy. Goodbye. Keikuru. Kurumi-chan. The black-haired woman was shocked to hear her name. Surely she said it out of pure instinct, but really hearing her sister say her name with such affection only made her shed more tears, and in the end, Yui put an end to all that. Bang. Yui. Goodbye, Yui ni. Rest in peace. After that, the 9 girls had already disappeared, there was no one left, and Yui only wiped her tears. She was ready to go with her master, but at that moment she heard some applause. Queen. Well done Kurumi-chan, it was a great show, he said with a smile. Yui. Queen, she said it would be. Queen. Hahaha, it really was very touching, surely the people reading this will surely cry at any moment. But it doesn't matter. Maybe you've defeated the mini-bosses. But you still have the real boss and final boss. And that. This is me, he said while smiling. Part 133 Mistresses of Time. 2 girls can be seen looking at each other, one of them was black-haired, her eyes were different colors, and she was looking seriously at her opponent who was looking at him mockingly. Yui. Queen, remove the curse on my master's heart, said it would be. Queen. Haha, this is more fun than I thought, to see how you care so much about Issei-kun, to see that look on your face is really interesting, she said mockingly. The black-haired woman just frowned and is pointing her gun at Queen, she is alone, she laughed and pointed her sword at Yui, as they both looked at each other. Yui. I won't repeat it a second time. Queen. Haha, how cute you are when you have that worried face, you can tell that you really love Issei-kun. Bang, slash, but those 2 sounds the battle had begun, Yui quickly shot trying to hit the albino, but he quickly cut the bullet with his sword, while he had a crazy smile on his face. Again Yui fired again, but the bullets were easily deflected by the albino's sword, and she quickly launched herself trying to cut Yui in half. Yui, without holding back, used her first bullet increasing her speed, which made Queen smile, but she was only able to fly away when she felt a blow to her side. The black-haired woman had moved so fast that the albino could only see a blur disappear and then felt a blow to her side. The albino quickly got up and only saw the black-haired woman with a smile. Queen. Hooray. Bang. Quickly the albino was not far behind and this one used one of her bullets. Yui at a high speed began to run, preventing Queen's tracking bullet from hitting her. The black-haired woman could only use one of her bullets to make Queen's bullet collide with hers. The moment both bullets collided, they created a kind of vortex. It closed to make the place they were in tremble. The entire floating island began to shake a little, while Yui didn't know what was happening exactly. Queen. This is bad, if our powers collide it will affect the place, after all. This place is also connected to you Kurumi-chan, he said showing a smile. Yui didn't answer and just started shooting again. Queen quickly warped the space so that the bullets failed to hit her, she quickly launched herself at Yui, again starting a hand-to-hand battle. They both gave and received blows, every time the girl's bullets collided and created an interdimensional vortex the entire island shook, it was as if an external force made the island tremble. But in reality, it was just the clash of powers of both owners of time, after a few minutes of fighting, they separated while breathing a little heavily. Queen. This is bad, if we keep fighting like this battle there will be no end, she said as she looked around. Yui. Then remove the curse from my master now, said it would be. Queen. I love this, I love that, you really are. You're a very annoying girl, don't you think? Suddenly the albino's mocking voice changed to a serious and cold one. Yui at one point saw in surprise Queen's cold gaze, which only showed annoyance. Queen. It's always master, I love that, I love this. But where am I? Where's your sister? You never tried to talk to me, you never tried to at least tell me how you felt. You just took that sword shape and didn't say anything, you never tried to talk, you just ran away. Suddenly the island began to shake, again the place seemed to be shaking, but the shaking this time was stronger, it seemed that the girl's sudden change in attitude caused that, and at that moment Yui could see a change, not in how the girl acted more than she already did, but in her appearance. Her face next to her body totally changed, as if her body was an image, she is glittering for a few seconds, showing a girl with brown hair and golden eyes surprising Yui. After the glick stopped, Queen had returned to normal, but the black-haired woman who was fighting her knew she was right. She had escaped, at no point did she try to fix things, of course, in all the situations in which they tried to talk, Issei was in the middle, preventing both girls from being able to talk about their past clearly, but now without it, their past was being unearthed. Queen. Oops, sorry. I got carried away, you know. This place as it is mine, also sometimes when my feelings are very strong and I let myself go it starts to fall apart, but never mind. The girl only made her sword and pistol disappear as she stared at Yui with her typical mocking smile. Queen. Well, the denouement of this little story is coming, so I'll be waiting for you in our favorite place. As he said that, an interdimensional rift opened and Queen only looked at Yui with a smile. Queen. I'll be waiting for you little sister, she said before entering the crack and disappearing. The black-haired woman saw her opponent disappear and could only fall to her knees and sigh. She looked at the ground, this was as usual, but apparently it was a little darker, the beautiful color of the stars and the cosmos of the place gradually darkened and showed only the stars. Apparently it had been dark, at least in that place, showing a simple night sky. The black-haired woman seeing that only remembered her beloved master, and she quickly ran in search of her master and his friend. The black-haired woman quickly arrived at the warehouse, and there she saw Lin, who hid Issei's head on her lap, while the albino seemed to be breathing heavily while holding his chest. Yui. Lin, how are you, master? He asked, looking at his partner, Lin. His condition is getting worse. I've been giving him some of my life energy to try and slow down the curse process, but… The girl suddenly became silent as she lowered her head. Yui, seeing that, could only click her tongue. She approached her master's unconscious body and held his head delicately. The albino, who was asleep, opened his eyes a little and looked at the kind and affectionate smile of the black-haired woman. Issei. Why, Yui? Yui. SSSHH, don't worry. I'll fix this, master, he said, stroking the albino's head. Issei. I'm sorry. I won't be able to do that. Nothing this time. I'm useless, he said with a bitter smile. Yui. No, it's not, and don't ever say that, master. You always fix all our problems. He always helps others and is always by our side supporting us. But this is something I have to do on my own. The black-haired woman tenderly kissed the albino's lips while flashing a kind and affectionate smile. Yui. Don't worry, master, this will all be over now, she said, smiling. After saying that, the albino fell asleep again. Yui and Lin could feel how their master's life energy was slowly weakening, but that was enough for Yui to be more motivated to break the curse by defeating Queen along with her past. Yui. I'll be done with this, Lin, take care of master, I'll be back in a few minutes. The girl just got up and started walking towards the exit of the place, but at that moment she heard some encouraging words from her best friend. Lin. Yui, I know it will be hard, but please. Don't die, I want the three of us to be together again. Yui. Yes. Don't worry, Lin, it'll be easier than you think, he said with a smile. After saying that, she left the place. The black-haired woman just stopped, she looked around and took a deep breath. After that, the black-haired woman only began to remember her past. She hadn't noticed it before, but the reason why she knew about that strange school is because she had already been in the place long before, many years ago. The girl started walking. Little by little as she walked, she saw a place in the distance. She already knew what it was, but she really was alone. She could smile when she saw that place. A small feeling of nostalgia had pierced his chest, and when he reached his goal, he could only see an Englishman. This one being in front of the door of the church. Instead of feeling pain at being a demon entering a sacred land, she is only feeling a small jump. She is smiling and only entering the place, showing a queen who was on the other side of the room. Queen. Welcome. This will be the final scenario. You don't remember? We had a lot of fun in this place, he said, looking at the rays of light coming in through the window. Yui. Yes, despite being a church, this place doesn't hurt demons. It was a church made by reincarnated demons who were still devoted to God after all. None of this is sacred, but still some demons like our other sisters didn't like this place. But, Queen. But we weren't scared to go in, after all. We were both a pair of daredevils, she said, smiling. Yui. Yes, that's right. Both girls just kept quiet until one of them broke the ice. Yui. You were right. I was always a coward, even though I did a lot of crazy things with you in the past. I didn't have the courage to be able to face my past, she said. She's looking at the bicolor albino. Queen. Listen to that. I was a little glad, but hey. It doesn't matter much at this point, he said as he turned around and saw the black-haired woman face to face. Yui. Before I do this, I want to ask you something. Queen. Ooh. And what would it be? Yui. That if I die, at least I want you to take the curse off my master. Queen. Fufufu, well, okay, I'll do it as my little sister's last wish, she said, smiling. Yui. Yes, thank you. Queen. Fufufu, you know. Before you fight, you should know how I'm alive. Ooh, well, he's like a part of me is alive. Quickly in the place a kind of projector was activated. This showed a kind of film, but suddenly this changed, showing the image of a brown girl. Queen. You see. For some reason, when you killed me, I was left floating in nothingness. Unable to escape or find a way out, I was simply left wandering in a dark doom. But at that moment, a dark figure appeared in front of me. It was you, Kurumi-chan, he said, smiling. Queen. Sure, for some reason that wasn't you at all. In that form of yours there was only resentment, hate. Fufufu, I guess it's a version of you who ruined his own life. But hey, that hate, I really identify in those moments, and after that. We both worked. So my old body disappeared, now it's just a memory of what it was. And thus, White Queen was born. Queen. It's kind of weird, don't you think? The twists and turns that life takes. Centuries ago I was just an orphan girl who was adopted by a good man. But that in the end he died for his own sister. Her best friend and the person she loved the most. Sigh. Really, life sucks, he said, he's smiling mockingly. Yui. I know, I've thought about it more than once, but someone saved me, someone I love more now. Both girls looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly the projector went out and both girls pointed their respective guns at each other as the sound of music was heard. Queen. Lucifugus. As she said that, a watch similar to Yui's appeared behind her, but on this one she had two white wings that looked like bats, while the watch was a blue and white color. Yui. Zafkiel. The black-haired woman said that her typical watch appeared to spin rapidly, while the black-haired woman was ready to fight. Queen. Ready, Kurumi-chan. Yui. It's funny, I was going to ask you just the same thing. Both girls simply looked serious as the battle began. Both girls started shooting at each other. The bullets this time when they collided did not cause vortices, they simply collided with each other and deflected when they collided. The sound of the bullets hitting each other made it impossible for the two girls to hear anything else until they started killing each other for real. Yui. Dalit. Queen. Arai. Bang bang. When the bullets collided, they could only deflect and hit a wall or fence in the area. Yui at one point was cornered by the albino, she was firing several tracking bullets. The black-haired woman at one point had been cornered, she was watching in slow motion as the tracking bullets were heading towards her, but she quickly used her first bullet to get faster and dodge them. Now with the increase in speed the black-haired woman quickly dodged the bullets and went towards Queen. The bullets were still following them and she was thinking of taking them to the albino, but she is seeing that she used her sword. This quickly distorted reality. The black-haired woman, seeing how the albino created a dimensional rift, quickly did a somersault in the air. She managed to prevent her from being swallowed by the crack, but the tracking bullets were swallowed by the crack disappearing. Queen. Ha, this gets fun. The albino didn't stop and this one started to create several cracks. Hundreds were everywhere as they surrounded Yui. Quickly the albino used her fifth bullet to see the future, seeing that she quickly looked at one of the many portals. It quickly ran towards it while the other portals approached it at high speed. She quickly entered a portal and left it through another portal. Apparently these were connected, and although they all led to a single place which was the eternal void, she could return if another portal was opened. Yui, seeing the future and knowing that, played with that concept. Queen, seeing that, just smiled and both continued fighting. Yui quickly fired a bullet towards the albino. She is using her sword. She cut the bullet in half, but she saw how her sword was frozen in midair. Yui. Zayn. Queen, seeing that, only smiled even more. The battle was getting more and more intense. They were both firing bullets at each other. The whole place seemed to be a war zone. The hundreds of the church were already pierced while they were flying everywhere. Both girls as they fought smiling, not in a challenging way, if not in a pleasant way. As if the bond of years ago that had been lost was reunited. Both just threw themselves at each other with that same smile as they clashed weapons. At one point Yui fired a bullet that Queen dodged. Both girls began to fight hand to hand. Yui's musket collided with Queen's sword that had already thawed. Both clashed weapons masterfully. Well, they both smiled, but both, even though they were having fun, they knew that one had to die, and both had many reasons to finish off the other. Queen decided to put an end to this, and she made a cut on the black-haired woman's leg. She fell to her knees to the ground, but before she could get up, she noticed the sharp point of the albino's sword. Queen. I think this is the end, Kurumi-chan. Yui. Yes. And I'm sorry, Dalit. The bullet that Queen had previously dodged before initiating hand-to-hand combat was floating in the air and is quickly being named return, thus piercing Queen's abdomen. The albino, feeling the shot pierce her body, could only spit out some blood as she dropped her weapons in shock. Queen. Not this. No. I saw it coming. The girl finally fell to the ground while bleeding. She was holding her abdomen. The bullet had caused serious damage to the girl's body, but she was about to close her eyes and let herself be hugged by the cold death. She felt a warm embrace, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw how Yui hugged her tightly. Yui. You're really a fool, Sawayamuchi, she said, looking at her sister. Queen. It's been a while. That he didn't hear my name, that. Homesickness. The albino at that time let out a few small tears. Yui, seeing that, couldn't hold back anymore and also began to cry. Little by little Queen's appearance began to distort until it returned to its original form, showing a brunette girl. Queen. Who knew? In the end, I will die again. In your arms, my pretty little sister, he said as he caressed the cheek of the black-haired girl. Yui. And no. Not me. I didn't want it to end like this, she said as she cried. Queen. Yes. It was all my fault. I brought the souls of our sisters and turned them into murderers, simply so that they would kill you. And thus, fulfill my vengeance. What a bad big sister I am, he said as little by little the girl's skin turned pale. Yui. Me. I'm really sorry, I want you to know that I'm so sorry. For everything, for killing you. For killing my sisters. I wasn't really myself when I did that, but I'm really sorry. Queen. You don't have to apologize. I know everything from the beginning. I always knew, but my anger and annoyance don't. They didn't want to forgive you, and that's why I'm sorry too. Lol, I think we're both silly. Yui. Yes, that's what he created. Both girls only laughed a little, and after a few minutes, they felt how little by little the life inside their sister's body disappeared. Queen. Bye-bye. Kurumi-chan. In the end, Yui only saw how the life inside her sister eventually disappeared. In the end, the black-haired woman could only shed more tears as her sister's body lay in her arms. The girl just took out her gun, and with a tender and bitter smile, she saw her sister's body. Yui. Goodbye, Wani-chan. In the end, she pointed her gun at her sister's head to use her 11th bullet. This allowed him to observe the powers of the other fragments of Cronus that were scattered around the world and beyond. He made his wearer disappear, giving him eternal rest. Yui. You'd bet. Bang. Time skip. At the end of the whole world where the three boys were crumbling, the school next to the church was falling, little by little in the distance, and Issei could be seen walking towards Yui, felt supported by Lin, who was holding him. Issei. Yui. There's nothing to worry about, master, it's all over, she said while her gaze downcast. The albino, seeing this, only walked feebly, still weakly, towards her and hugged her. As the world they were in faded away, Issei only hugged his beloved maid while she wept on his shoulder. Little by little everything darkened, and in the end, everything ended up in a black color. Nothing could be seen anymore, it was a totally black void, but at that moment a great light appeared out of nowhere, and it illuminated everything around him. Elsewhere, again in the human world, you can see how everything was worse than before. The DXD team seemed to be cornered. Without Issei, the only ones who could defeat Trihiksa would be Yui and Kiba, but they already had their hands full with Nidhegg and Apophis. While that was happening, at Trihiksa saw Rizvan angry. Trihiksa. Hey, what happened to the boy? He was supposed to fight me, where is he? The old man simply shrugged his shoulders as a sign of not knowing where he was, and that made the girl upset. Trihiksa. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll kill everyone in this pathetic country if it turns out. The girl only rose in the air and raised her hand. From this a large sphere of energy that seemed very powerful appeared. Those present only saw that in shock. Her power was at another level, and although they tried to stop her, the attacks they threw at her did not do anything. Trihiksa. Die. The girl launched the attack, but in a moment a pillar of light that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared. From the great pillar of light a kind of lightning struck the ball of energy, and it disappeared in seconds. Little by little everyone felt a great power. The human spectators were surprised, others prayed and pondered that he was a savior, and they really weren't entirely wrong. When the pillar of light disappeared, everyone saw an Issei showing off his white wings while he was in his angel form. Say. Sorry for disappearing suddenly, I was getting a power-up, he said smiling. The albino quickly held his revolver, while in his other hand he had Lin, on his back was Yui, but he quickly began to wield great power. And at that moment, everyone saw how a large clock appeared behind Issei. This one was white in color and had two angel wings on it, surprising those present. Issei. Okay, let's finish what we started. Zafkiel. Part 134 Oblivion. After Issei's great reappearance, everyone saw with surprise how behind the albino a large clock with two white wings had appeared. Issei was in his angel mode, showing off his white wings, while the albino's left eye was red and looked like a clock, showing hands moving. Trihiksa. Ooh, the power of time. I didn't know you had a skill like that, he said looking at the albino. Issei. What can I tell you, I'm full of surprises, he said flashing a big smile. Apophis. This is bad, Lucifer-sama, you'd better go and find what you're looking for. Quickly the dragon Ozzy Dahaka attempted to use his powers to seal the powers of those present, but the seal was easily broken by the albino. Nidhegg, who saw the albino in a challenging way, quickly shot towards him. The dragon tried to hit him, but his fist was easily grabbed by Issei, surprising him. Issei. Don't get your hopes up, scum, you're not even half as strong as me, he said coldly. The dragon, when he finished hearing those words, only felt a powerful blow to his face that shattered his jaw and sent him flying. The members of Millennium, seeing that, were shocked, while the boys of the DXD group could only smile as they saw their leader and main pillar come back stronger than before, as he usually did. Ria's eyes. The albino quickly came down from the sky, and he saw his companions. Issei, seeing them injured, only used his flames to heal them, while Pope Francis and some people who guarded the church saw the albino as their hope. Azazel. Haha, where were you? I asked with a smile. Issei. Sorting out some family issues, he said while thinking of a certain dark-haired woman with a smile. Seraphil. They're looking for something inside the Vatican. Azazel. That's right, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, you have to stop them from taking it, he said seriously. The boys, now recovered, saw their enemies present, while Rizvan smiled. Nairuko. They won't stop us from summoning my friends, he said, waving his arms. Azazel. Folks. Ashino. This is bad, whatever they look for inside the Vatican is not good. If she calls them friends, surely they are creatures just like her. In short. Issei. Amorphous and evil things, so you have to avoid that, he said seriously. Rizvan. It was really interesting. When you fell from the sky when you were fighting Trihiksa-chan, I was really excited. But look at you, I'm alive one more time, he said with a smile. Trihiksa. I expected nothing less from you, hyoudou, Issei, he said looking at the albino. Nairuko. Trihiksa-chan Issei-kun will be my boyfriend, not yours, she said a little jealously. Rizavan. Well. What do you say, boy, do you want to join us? Come on, don't be shy, we have lawless milfs and cookies, he said this while eating a cookie. Issei. What flavor are the cookies? Azazel. Issei. Rizavan. Chocolate and other flavors, if you join us they will all be yours, he said smiling. Issei. Can I go? I asked looking at Azazel. Azazel. Stop talking stupid things. Issei. You tempt me, but. Nope, I really don't want people to die and for Nairuko to bring her friends to wreak havoc, she said, looking at the gray-haired man. Nairuko. Not only the chaos, but also the madness and agony throughout the universe, she said, imagining that situation and smiling as if it were something beautiful. Rizavan. Haha. After all, nothing from here will be left when I'm all done, he said smiling. Issei. I don't think so, I have a lot more power than I did before. Rizavan. Send your footmen stronger, he said smiling. Rizavan. Trihiksa-chan. Trihiksa. I'm not your Lucifer lackey, so don't name me, she said as she stood face to face with Issei ready for this. Issei. It's funny, I was going to ask you exactly the same thing, he said smiling. The two looked into each other's eyes while their allies from both Millennium and the DXD group saw each other face to face, each waiting for the opponent's movement, but at one point, Trihiksa was hit sending her flying a couple of meters. No one saw when the albino moved, but that was the signal for both sides to throw themselves at each other. Both Millennium and DXD fought against each other, but the most notable battle was the battle between Issei and Trihiksa. Elsewhere, reporter. Good evening viewers, today we are in the apocalyptic streets of Rome where the Vatican has been attacked by. We don't know what exactly is causing this but. Suddenly, a building had been destroyed while the figure of a person was passing through it. When the building fell, everyone saw a woman with wings and horns walk through the building, and a young angel appeared on the scene. The camera focused on both of them, but they quickly collided with each other, causing a large wave of air to come out and crack the glass, including the camera lens of the reporters. These flew across the sky in a crimson flash and a white flash, both colliding until in a moment the white flash disappeared from the sight of many, and the crimson flash was seen hitting. After seeing that, the crimson flash representing Trihiksa quickly flew out at a great speed away from the place. Issei quickly began to fly following the trajectory in which Trihiksa was shot after hitting him. These were flying at a great speed, and at one point these were in France, in the sky of the country, two flashes were seen colliding with force, and at one point, Trihiksa grabbed Issei's legs and spun him around to throw him. The albino tried to stop and stabilize himself in midair, but he went through the Eiffel Tower. The people who were in the streets and in the tower were quickly alarmed. Some people fell from the Great Monument, but when some people were about to fall to the ground or were going to be crushed by the beams that made up the monument, they saw a white fire rebuilding everything. The people who were about to fall were held down by angels made of light, while the tower was being rebuilt by fire. When it was as good as new, they saw an Issei apologizing while it shot off in the direction of the Trihiksa. The girl only smiled when she saw how Issei came towards her again to fight. She was waiting for the albino, but when he was a couple of meters away from him, he disappeared from her side and felt a blow to his abdomen. Issei reappeared out of nowhere, hitting her hard, sending her flying in another direction. He quickly changed from France to Russia. The blow that Issei gave sent the girl to fly to another country again. She quickly stabilized in the air while she saw the albino coming. She quickly saw how the albino disappeared again, but this time she already saw the blow coming. When the albino appeared again this time the girl had covered herself by putting her arms crossed, but even so, it was sent flying. In what seemed like a march to celebrate its president, everyone saw a human figure fall from the sky until it hit the pavement. A screen of smoke covered the crater that had suddenly formed, but it was quickly wiped out by the air wave Trihiksa caused inside the crater. Issei, who was flying in the sky, saw the girl with mockery, which made her angry, and she quickly flew in the direction of the albino. This time Issei received a blow, and he was sent to fly until he hit a banner of what looked like the current president of Russia. Quickly Issei got up and saw next to him the president of Russia being protected by some of his bodyguards. The albino stood up and he made a military salute and then flew off to continue fighting Trihiksa, leaving those present somewhat confused. The battle continued. This time it wasn't Trihiksa who flew away. The girl quickly hit Issei's stomach, momentarily stunning him, so that he quickly hit the albino's face, sending him flying. The albino shot off in another direction to who knows where, but as the albino caught his breath, he saw the blazing sun and a large amount of sand and deduced that it was now in the desert. He quickly put his feet on the ground, or in this case, on the sand, to stabilize himself. When he stopped he just went into the sea of sand. Trihiksa, who followed him when he arrived, only saw how an Issei came out of the sea of sand with a golden hammer more than 20 meters long, and she quickly felt a strong blow sending her flying. The albino just laughed to keep up with him, keeping the golden hammer in his shadow. Apparently the desert had several interesting secrets, but that would be something for another day. While the albino was beating and receiving blows from the girl, without them realizing how long they had arrived in India. In it, some were seen praying to their god, but suddenly their divine prayer symbol was shattered the moment Issei and Trahixa fell on top of it. People were in shock, but quickly Trahixa flew out of the place with a smile, while the albino shook his head and he, using his flames, quickly rebuilt the monument, but the looks of surprise and shock of some people did not disappear. The albino along with Trahixa again disappeared in flashes of different colors to continue their battle around the world. Again the scenery changed, this time showing the Great Wall of China, in which Issei fell and shook his head, while Trahixa appeared to the side. Quickly the albino put on a combat pose while smiling. Issei. Tell me, have you ever seen the Karate Kid? Trahixa. What? Issei. What a pity, well, then come here. The girl at one point saw how the albino put on a kind of crane pose, while she was alone she saw him in a strange way. This one in the end didn't take it seriously and approached at high speed to hit him, but by doing that, Issei had landed a kick in the girl's face. She could only feel a direct blow to her nose and face, and she was quickly only able to spin a couple of times on it until she fell backwards. She quickly stood up and watched her nose bleed, which made her angry. Issei. I've always wanted to do that, he said, smiling when he saw how he had hit his enemy with the pot of the crane from a certain movie. He quickly became albino protective when he saw how the girl came to him angrily ready to beat him. The albino could only smile as he flew off in another direction. Around the world an albino could be seen next to a girl with horns fighting. These were recorded for a few seconds by some reporters while their battle continued. At one point they both stopped. They were above the Caribbean Sea while looking at each other. Trahixa. I see, you don't disappear, you just stop time until you're close enough to hit me without problems and with all your strength, he said. He's looking albino. Issei. Haha, it seems that you discovered me. You know that thanks to Rizovin and your friends, the supernatural world was already more than exposed, right? Trahixa. I don't care about that, whether it's the human world or the supernatural world, they'll all end up the same, she said, this one, while licking her lips. Issei. Not if I can help it, he said, smiling. The two were again challenged as storm clouds gathered in the area. The power of both seemed to change the weather, lightning fell from the sky, and the sea slowly seemed to become more violent. The two young men saw each other, but at that moment they both disappeared at a great speed and fist bumped, which made everything get out of control. The storm clouds dispersed, and the seas parted for a few seconds, while the challenging smiles of both fighters were seen. Again the two lights that were seen flying around the world were seen with more intensity. A couple of minutes passed in which they were seen in almost every country in the world until they returned to the Vatican. Both young men crashed to the ground and the whole place shook. Those present from both Millennium and the DXD team saw how the two strongest of their group fell to the ground, creating a large crater. Rizovin, who saw sitting in a chair what was happening, could only sigh. He saw how most of his group already seemed to be repelled by the DXD group. Nidhegg and Apophis, who were fighting against the swordsmen, were cornered. Nairuko now seemed to be somewhat tired as Shinobu began to release shockwaves with his hands, completely destroying her tentacles. And the other members of Millennium looked a little tired. Rizovin. Sigh, well, ruling the world isn't easy at all, let alone the universe, so that's for another day. Quickly, the old man called his henchmen as they gathered away from the place. Rizovin. Strategic retreat, come on. The more tired and in trouble like Wahlberg or Ozzy Dahaka quickly listened to that and went back to their leader, but it seemed that a certain girl disagreed. Trahixa. No, stop bucking around, Lucifer, this battle is not over, she said, somewhat annoyed as she watched Issei get up. Rizovin. We're leaving in addition. Our main mission is already done, he said, looking around. Azazel. I knew, your mission wasn't to look for something in the Vatican, it was to make humans understand that they're not the only species in the world, right? Rizovin. Ha 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 ha, that's right, now it's more than clear to them that they're nothing to us, he said, smiling. Trahixa. I don't care, I'm going to tear this whole bucking country apart if I want to, so this battle is not over, he said, looking at Issei again. Rizovin. Sigh, Nairuko, please. The girl quickly used her tentacles to catch the reed and she tried to free herself, but quickly a magic circle appeared underneath the entire group. Rizovin. Hahaha, consider this just a small demonstration of what will happen, DXD team, soon every nation will be on fire just like the planets, so hopefully they will stop me quickly, who knows. Today a country, tomorrow the world, ha goodbye fools. After saying that, he and all the members of Millennium disappeared, giving the victory this time to the DXD team. Ikaros. Did we win? Azazel. Yes, but. It doesn't feel that way, he said, looking around. The people who were present at the scene saw how everything was on fire and corpses were on the ground, everything was destroyed and dead were everywhere. Alice, along with her brothers and Father Francisco, prayed that those people who died would find peace after dying, but Issei could only begin to smile when he looked around. Issei. It doesn't end here. Quickly Yui and Lin took their human forms while Issei was in the air. Everyone again saw that huge clock with two wings appear on it. The albino quickly took out his revolver. It began to fill with a strange energy, but they only saw how the albino pointed his revolver at the sky. Issei. Divine Dalit. Bang. The cannon of the revolver resounded everywhere, and when the bullet went out it fragmented in the air creating a dome. The area that was destroyed by Millennium was covered by that dome, and Issei's left eye that looked like his watch began to move in reverse. The clock behind Issei was also moving in reverse as everyone watched as time was rewinded. Little by little destroyed buildings were rebuilt, fire was extinguished, and people who were dead on the ground came back to life. Some people who were dead, either with holes in their chests or cut in half, came back to life with their bodies intact, and when they were all alive, time ran normally again as Issei came down from the sky returning to normal. Issei's companions seeing that were only shocked while the albino just sat on the ground as he looked tired. Issei. That. It was more complicated than I thought, he said, catching his breath while having a smile. Quickly the girls hugged the albino as they saw that he was okay while Azazel and the people of the Vatican looked at Issei with a big smile. Joseph. This seems like a miracle, he said, looking at how some exorcists who had died were now back. Robert. Again we were saved by you, Issei-sama, thank you. Issei. Haha, it's nothing. Some people at that time saw Issei and his companions, but especially Issei. They were about to leave, but at that moment Father Francis himself knelt in front of the albino. Francis. Thank you for saving us, Issei-sama. The albino was shocked and was about to stop the man, but quickly the exorcists got down on their knees in front of the albino as their leader. Some people seeing that quickly followed suit, and even some reporters who had revived recorded what happened while they were kneeling. Issei. This will be a problem. Time skip 1 week later. After a whole week the DxD team was able to return to a little tranquility. Apparently some people worshipped Issei now as a guardian angel, thanks to Father Francis, who had calmed the situation a bit, but some other countries were surprised and not knowing what to say to the press. Some people had witnessed the battle of Issei and the Trahixa. But for now, things would be calm. Elsewhere, an Issei and Yui can be seen in what looked like a cemetery. They, upon arriving at their destination, saw the graves of the black-haired sisters, Pini Ibisuki, Furu Tanami, Sherry Musika, Asami Hijikata, Swan Hagakure, False Proxy, Am Takashita, Yui Sagakure, Ii Nogi, and at the end Sawa Yamuchi. Each and every one of her sisters was there, and Yui and Issei only left a few flowers on their graves while they both watched the graves silently. In the end, they both clasped their hands together and prayed for those who were Yui's sisters. The black-haired woman had a headache every time she prayed, like a demon. She wasn't allowed to, but it was the least she could do for her deceased sisters. No matter if her ears bled or her eyes bled, she would keep praying until she was done. When they were done, they both saw each other and held hands to bow to the deceased and leave. Issei. Are you okay, Yui? Yui. Yes. I've wanted to come and leave flowers for you for a long time. But I didn't have the courage. Now. I got the courage I was missing. Thank you so much for joining me, love. Issei. It's nothing, after all, they were important to you. If so, then they're also important to me. Besides, I haven't thanked you for saving me a week ago. Yui. You don't have to thank Master. Because, you saved me, he said as he hugged the albino. In the end, both just hugged and left the place, leaving the flowers on the graves of each of the girl's deceased sisters, ending the cycle of regret and hatred of a certain black hair. Time skip elsewhere. An Azazel next to Ashino can be seen entering the Vatican through a magic circle. At one point they both entered an elevator, and the moment Ashino pressed a combination of numbers on the elevator panel, it began to descend. Azazel. What exactly was Rizvan looking for in this place? Ashino. Something bad, something very bad. When the elevator opened again they both left in what looked like a room full of rare artifacts, both demonic and holy. Azazel looked at some artifacts around him that caught his attention. The fallen even saw a doll in a glass urn, but he didn't take it seriously. In the end, they walked until they reached what looked like a kind of room in which they could see a book made of stone that floated by some kind of technology. Ashino. That's what they were looking for. Azazel. And what is it? Ashino. It's the key to summoning the greatest evil in the cosmos. Remember when Nairuko said they wanted to call their friends? Well, that's the only way to call them, an ancient book made of stone created by the evil god Azathoth himself, who is said to bring chaos to the universe if he awakens. We call it the Lovecraft Book. Art 135 Revelations. An Ashino can be seen next to Azazel looking at a book made of stone while they appeared to be serious. Azazel. The Lovecraft Book. Don't tell me what. Ashino. That's right, it's a book with the power of the primeval gods. This was what Millennium was looking for. Azazel. And what exactly can you do? Ashino. In our hands, surely nothing, but in the hands of Millennium, it will surely be even worse than the liberation of the Trahixa. This book can open a portal to the world where the primeval gods are trapped. If it falls into the wrong hands, the end of the world and maybe the whole universe, he said seriously. Azazel. And what are we waiting for? Let's destroy that thing. Ashino. Don't you think we've already tried? Dynamite, explosive magic, so much magic from angels, demons and fallen, also from other species, all kinds of poisons and acids, nothing hurts him, he is indestructible, he said seriously. Azazel. So you say that? Ashino. Yes, that book will surely never be destroyed, maybe it's a small form left by the primeval god Azathoth to return to our plane sometime at some point. Azazel. And where did they find it? Ashino. That's the problem. That book has been with us since before I was even born. It was found during an expedition in a pyramid in Egypt. During the expedition, almost all the people were killed by strange events. Almost Nadia survived, but luckily a member of the old Vatican took the book and then didn't hand them over. Apparently the book had a curse, anyone who got their hands on it would die. Thankfully we removed the curse, but still. The book after that remains a big mystery. Azazel. And what can we do? Do we throw it to the bottom of a volcano? Ashino. No, I'm sure Rizovin would be able to find it even if we did that. Azazel. And what do we do then? We can't let that fall into the hands of Millennium. If what Nyarlathotep said is true, that book will be able to liberate his king and his equals. The world will truly fall in the apocalypse. Ashino. I know that, and even though we've tried everything to destroy that book. There's something we haven't tried, he said with a serious look. Skip 1 week later. After a week in which Issei and his other companions were looking for a place to live, they were currently staying in the underworld in Ria's house. Venelana was happy to receive her daughter's friends, Zeoticus, even though he was somewhat worried about things happening in the human world. Billions of people were in revolt. The things that had happened in the Vatican had caused riots everywhere. Various people were sharing their opinions about what had happened, both on social media and in the news. Millennium's faces had been etched into many people's minds, people who surely were the people that Issei revived by going back in time using his new powers. Many people asked them questions, but these only said that after they died, they came back to life thanks to a white-haired young man wearing a black trench coat. After saying that the news exploded, they were looking for the reason for what was happening, and some people who knew about the supernatural were nervous. Fortunately, the Vatican itself calmed the situation, but things could no longer go back to what they were before. The supernatural world was being totally exposed, and it was a matter of time before humans and normal people found out what was happening. And Issei can now be seen apparently manipulating time in order to make Zeotica stop asking him stupid questions by freezing him in time for a couple of minutes. Riaz. Don't freeze my father, Issei. I'm sorry, he keeps asking questions about whether I've had a child and stuff. After the 9th time I told him you weren't pregnant, I got tired and froze him in time, he said, looking at Zeoticus who wasn't moving at all. Asia. Yui-san's new powers are very interesting. Akeno. Ara, as always, Issei comes back stronger every time he dies. Issei. Correction, I didn't die, I was about to, but it didn't happen. Zenobia. It's really amazing that Yui had that kind of skill saved away. Irina. Well, he didn't blame her. After what she went through, she surely felt very bad to even be alive. To use those powers after what she did to her sisters surely horrified her. Yuri. You're right, by the way, where are Yui and Lin? He said, asking about both girls' swords. Issei. They're with my sisters. Alice has Ikaros. They're playing and talking about some other things. She's already forgiven herself, but she's still a little sad. Valerie. Ara, and won't you comfort one of your girlfriends? Question is coming into the picture. Issei. I've already done it, I'm just giving him some space to think a little bit, I'm sure it's okay. The young people were talking about various things while the others were playing. Valerie's group were playing in the yard. Hela, Rainer and Tiamat were talking in the kitchen, while Tiamat was sending flirtatious glances to Issei, which the albino simply ignored. Azara and the other girls were in one of the many rooms of the Grimory mansion, talking and eating sweets with the others, while Issei was simply in the mansion room thinking about many things. At one point a magic circle opened showing Surziches and Grafia who were somewhat tired. Riaz. Ani-sama, how did you get on with the factions? Surziches. It's total chaos. The Vatican incident put all the factions on red alert. Many were looking for Rizovin to stop him, but things are still on Millennium's side. Grafia. The human world is also in disaster. Issei, and Rizovin's face is all over the news. Issei. Mine. Why? Surziches. Apparently news helicopters and people using their electronic devices recorded the Vatican incident. Issei. So. Am I famous? I ask innocently. You. Are you an idiot? Kiba. Partly yes, but not everyone would like to be famous. Revi. You are the supposed symbol of the Vatican. Many people seem to believe that you are an angel sent by God, and although there are skeptical people, the media and news outlets are busy interviewing people from the Vatican and others. Surziches. That's right, luckily no one knows your name, but I'm sure in Japan you will be recognized, especially at school. Quickly another magic circle opened showing the entourage of Sona and Serafal who were serious. Issei. Hi Sona, how's everything going at school? Sona. Sigh not good, many students only talk about what happened in the Vatican and about Millennium, but there are people who really think that you are a supernatural being, he said it would be. Hadis. Mitsuda and Motohama are still a couple of perverted idiots, but they pray that the succubi are real. Kiryu. More and more people in the school keep the rumors that you really were that person in the Vatican, and your sudden disappearance caused the rumors to increase. Serafal. In short, total chaos in both the underworld and the human world. Issei. And what do we do to fix that? Quickly a third magic circle from which Azazel, Penemu, Michael, Gabriel and Ishino appeared was present while they were serious. Azazel. There isn't. He said, drawing the attention of those present. There is no way this will be solved, or at least, not the way we want it to. Ishino. We can't erase everyone's memory, and if we do, it's only a matter of time before Rizovin attacks the human world again and shows that the supernatural world exists. Issei. And what are we going to do? If this continues, I will live like a hikikomori locked up at home without showing my face for the rest of my life. Michael. We know that, that's why the factions and we have talked about something more seriously than ever. Issei. Let me guess. They talked about that multi-species treaty, didn't they? Azazel. That's right, and believe me, it wasn't easy at all, but it's better that we talk about this somewhere else. Time skip. After a while in which the entire DXD group gathered in a meeting room at the Grimmery Mansion, and Issei can be seen mocking Penemu's name. Issei. Hi Pin-chan, how are you doing? Penemu? I understand why Azazel didn't want me to meet you, he said, looking at the albino in annoyance. Issei. Ooh, come on, it's just a little joke. Penemu? Azazel, can I kill him? I ask looking at the crow. Azazel. No, if we do that, no one will be able to beat Trahixa. Network. I can. Azazel. No one besides him. Issei. Haha, I'm sorry Pin-chan, but I'm untouchable. Penemu? Shut up. Revi. Come to think of it, the name Penemu can actually be changed in many ways. Pin-chan, Neep-chan, Kiryu, Mu-chan, Penemu. They want to stop making fun of my name. Gabriel. That's what all your meetings are like, Ani-sama. Michael. No, today they are calm, he said, watching with a bead of sweat as Penemu grabbed Issei by the collar of his trench coat. Azazel. Cough cough. Well, leaving aside the funny name of my colleague Neep. I mean, Penemu, we've talked about unveiling the world over natural for humans. Michael. Some people don't like them, but others like the Greek gods and so on would like humans to know the truth, obviously for their own benefit. Ishino. A vote is currently taking place in the underworld and the sky. Arakiel. The vote is even, but the people who want the human world to know about the supernatural are winning the vote. Issei. And what happens if the people who want to show the supernatural world win? Azazel. Sigh, we will have no choice but to show ourselves to humans as what we really are, said this serious one. Elsewhere, Rizovin can be seen watching the news on a television while drinking, smiling as he showed the chaos and destruction he had caused in the Vatican, and also when the image of Issei and Trahixa appeared on the screen. Apophis. Won't we make our next move, Lucifer-sama? Rizovin. There's no rush, besides. Our true intention in attacking the Vatican was never the mystical book of love. I don't know what. Our real intention was to tell humans that they are not alone and that there are much stronger creatures and races more powerful and intelligent than they, he said, feeling. Apophis. I see. Rizovin. Just prepare the recruits, I'm pretty sure the factions will try to take drastic measures after our appearance in the human world. Apophis. As ordered. After saying that, the dragon left, leaving Rizovin alone in the room. Rizovin. I wonder how they'll react, ha ha ha. Time skip 1 week later. After another week, Issei's house mansion was rebuilt thanks to his powers and the help of his other companions. They knew that now their house was not impregnable as they thought, but surely they would put more security. One of Issei's many crazy ideas was to leave Cerberus or Graham at the entrance to scare people away, but this was denied by everyone as it would surely bring them a bad reputation in their neighborhood. After some time of thinking, Issei came up with another idea. Issei. And that's it, he said, showing a piece of paper in front of the entrance to his mansion that said, if you rob me, you're a whore. You. Are you sure this will work? Kiba. I don't see the security in this. Issei. Just shut up, it's the best security thing in the world. Shinobu. What nonsense, can't you just kill that person who enters our house? Issei. We could, but cleaning up the blood afterwards would be a bummer. After that the boys entered his house without paying much attention to him. Well, the boys did not see a strange man who looked suspicious tried to enter Issei's house, but he read the paper in the entrance and simply clicked his tongue in frustration and went somewhere else. Meanwhile, inside Issei's rebuilt mansion, the albino can be seen using his flames to bring Hela's skin that had been consumed by his curse back to normal. As that passed, a magic circle opened showing Azazel, Seraphol, and Surziches with tired and long faces, mostly Azazel. Ashino. What happened in the end? Azazel. Sighs needless to say. Issei. Then the supernatural world will be revealed of its own volition. Surziches. That's right, the factions are preparing for an important meeting where this event will be announced. But. Seraphol. The factions fear that humans will despair or act violently upon learning that demons, angels, and the fallen have been walking by their side for millennia, so. Surziches. The meeting will be the most complicated and the most protected thing in the world, just to make sure Millennium doesn't attack. Issei. Yes, but. Will we tell you about Rizavin? Seraphol. That's the problem. Surziches. Issei. You won't go to school yet, will you? Time skip. After a few days you can see thousands of people gathered, many reporters and people were present, both from multiple countries and from other places. There were multiple guards controlling the place, but at one point they all saw how a limousine with the flags of the United States parked at the entrance of the place where the supposed meeting of factions and the human world would take place. From the limousine under the President of the United States, while another limousine arrived at the venue, several presidents from around the world had arrived at the venue, some stopping to say hello and answer questions from reporters. After a couple of minutes, the place where the meeting was held, which was a meeting room of the government of Japan, many people were seen talking and muttering things. That event was processed by everyone, and at one point a Surziches along with Azazel had burst into the place, drawing the attention of everyone present. Surziches. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming today. I don't want to bore you with useless verbiage, so I'll go straight to the big one. Tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? Hard 136 concussion. In the human world today, things look somewhat interesting to the eyes of many. Surzich's sudden question caused several world leaders to be somewhat surprised, and others just scoffed in their minds about the repeated silly question. At one point, the representative of China spoke up showing some interest in what the repeat said. Man1. Excuse me, what do you mean? Surziches. Sighs to say it subtly would be silly, so I'll say it in one go. Demons and angels are real. Surzich's clarification made the room full of politicians and other people fill with noise. Some people were talking to each other, and others were just looking at that repeat. Man2. You say that angels and demons are real and walk among us humans. Surziches. That's right. Man3. That's ridiculous, do you think you wouldn't recognize a demon? Surziches. Well, it seems not, since I'm a demon. Iridid at that moment took out his wings, surprising everyone present and viewers. Some people were upset in such a way that they jumped out of their hundreds in surprise. The presidents of the countries, along with the viewers, watched Surzich's bat wings with surprise, while Surzich's took out about $10 and gave it to Azazel. Azazel. I told you that one would be scared to death, he said as a man walked out of the room strangely. Surzich's. Yes, haha, remind me that I also have to pay Issei, he said, unable to hold back his laughter. Putin. That's right. Are they demons? The president of Russia asked nervously. Surziches. Yes, but don't worry, we are not demons as the Bible portrays them or the church portrays them. Obama. So. And aren't they evil? Surziches. No, in fact, demons and other supernatural creatures like fallen angels and angels have lived among humans in peace. We would never harm this place that we see as our second home, he said, while keeping his voice polite and calm. Man2. This isn't a joke, is it? I ask as a lot of information goes through his brain. Surziches. We know that must be a lot of information to digest, but I ask that you open your mind, you'll see. Demons, angels, and other supernatural beings have talked about the various incidents that have happened in the human world. First of all, we sincerely apologize, that was partly our fault and it shouldn't have happened, so we're very sorry. And well, after some serious discussion, we've decided to reveal this to you. That supernatural beings are real and that we have been walking among humans for thousands of years. The room was filled with noise again. Several world leaders were discussing what they had just heard. The truth is, most of them did not trust these peaceful supernatural beings very much, but one question made the room fall silent. Man6. Excuse me, P, can I ask a question? Surziches. By all means, go ahead. Azazel. That you are a kid at school. Ask the question and that's it, thought the crow, looking at the man with glasses who had raised his hand. Man6. If supernatural beings exist, does that mean gods do too? That question made the room fall silent. Several people and world leaders fell silent. If it was true, possibly they would have a great competition. Some people broke out in a cold sweat, not out of fear or because they had ulterior motives, but because they heard that the gods really existed. Serziches just looked at Azazel. The crow just shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know if it would be bad to tell them or not. They never thought that possibly someone would ask that. The factions agreed to answer any question related to demon angels and other things, not about the gods. But quickly a certain albino entered the room, along with a certain one-eyed old man who were smiling. Issei. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasure, we are real gods. The room was filled with noise again. Auden laughed at the expressions of the supposedly most powerful leaders in the world in surprise, and Azazel and Serziches looked at Issei with some anger. Azazel. What are they doing? Serziches. You shouldn't be here. Issei. Hey, don't look at me, I just followed Auden, he said. It's time for Michael to himself and for my beloved followers to return to my strong powerful arms, and said he was going to intervene in the meeting. Serziches. Don't around Auden. Auden. Haha, I can already taste the prayers of my future and beloved believers, he said, showing an innocent smile similar to that of a child. The Seraphol had quickly entered the room with Penemu, who must have been guarding the entrance to the place. Azazel. Shouldn't they have taken care of the entrance to the place? Penemu. We did, but… Seraphol. Issei and his seductive powers overcame us, she said, embarrassed. The boys continued to talk to each other, but again, the attention was focused on the questions asked by the humans in the room. Man 7. You gods? I ask, looking at Issei and the one-eyed god. Auden. Jojo, that's right, young, I'm the god Auden, god and father of the Norse gods, a pleasure. Man 8. And the hooded man? I ask, looking at Issei. Seraphol. The god of seduction. Penemu. The womanizing god. Serziches. Cough. He's just a young god, he's no one relevant today. Auden. That's right, look at me and leave Christianity and come back to me. Seraphol quickly punched the one-eyed man's head, knocking him unconscious, while she and Penemu dragged him out of the room before he could say anything else. Azazel. I think this has lost its seriousness. Serziches. Cough. Well, back to the topic, yes, the Norse, Greek and other gods are real. Issei. Also the fairies, dragons and other creatures. Man 2. Also the succubi, for example. Azazel. Yes, they're fine. Cough. I mean, yes, they're very nice young ladies. Issei. As we said, all supernatural beings are real and exist. Serziches. Hey, shouldn't you come back? This is a meeting. Issei. I'm bored, let me at least talk to world leaders. Mr. Putin, Obama, nice to meet, he said, greeting both presidents. Obama. A young taste, he's a god, right? Issei. Yes, let's say I'm a god. Special. Serziches. Well, do you have any other questions before we continue with our talk? The room was suddenly filled with noise, the voices of many people were heard, both of some presidents and important politicians. Man 2. Are demons hexy? Hombr 3. Are there monster girls? Man 4. Are there furrows? Issei. First of all, demons are young, and most of them don't get old because they're immortal because they're demons, so. It depends on the girl, monster girls do exist and yes, there are furrows. Serziches. Size. Any other questions? Everyone in the room raised their hands, showing their complete interest. Serziches. Any questions that you don't have to do with girls and that would be serious and relevant, please? Slowly everyone in the room lowered their hands, laughing at Issei and Azazel. Serziches knew that this meeting would end up dragging on longer than it should, but at that moment a man spoke, calling the attention of those present. Man 1. And how do we know that everything they tell us isn't false? Issei. Well, if showing them that we have wings isn't enough, we can do this, he said, creating a flame in his hand. Azazel. Or how about this? Quickly, a magic circle appeared on everyone's tables, showing a small bowl of ice cream, while two of those containers appeared in the hands of Issei and Azazel, as they both smiled. Serziches. This meeting really lost all seriousness. Issei. He lost it when old Auden came in looking for believers, he said while eating. After some leaders saw with their own eyes that the magic was real and that the ice cream was good, the meeting resumed the seriousness of a few minutes ago. Obama. Well, I speak for everyone here by saying that we're really amazed that magic and supernatural beings were real, but tell me something, sir. Why does all this tell us? If what they said is true, demons and angels have lived among us for centuries, surely many years before I was born, so tell me, is this meeting because of the different terrorist events in the human world? The question caused murmurs to begin to fill the room, while Issei smiled upon hearing that. Issei. That's your president, so mine is. Serziches. You're right, President Obama, this meeting is because of those events and other things. Actually, we had not yet determined that supernatural beings were revealed so quickly, in fact this was still under discussion with our factions and our own leaders, but for certain reasons this event that would surely take place a few years or centuries later was brought forward to resolve and give people an answer for the things that have happened lately. Putin. And what exactly caused this breakthrough of events? Serziches and the other two present in the room representing the supernatural world were silent, but in the end answered the question. Surziches. That's right, you'll see, right now. The human world. It's close to coming to an end. That response caused people to be frightened and to see the three subjects present. In the room a projector was activated, showing the face of Rizvan and some of his members. Surziches. You see, terrorism exists in the world and in the home of demons, the underworld. Issei. And we clarified that the underworld is not a place with fire or anything like that, it's a place like Earth. Azazel. And that girls are hexy. Surziches. Shut up Azazel. Cough cough. As I said, in the underworld there is a terrorist group called Millennium. They are responsible for the various riots and the attack on the Vatican. They seek to conquer the universe and destroy everyone who stands in their way. They also wanted to reveal the existence of the supernatural world, but in a bad way in order to cause terror in humans. Man 3. So you say there are demons trying to conquer the world. Surziches. Unfortunately, we, the factions of demons, angels, and so on, tried to stop them, and we have eliminated several important members, but in this world, there are creatures and people beyond the understanding of even us. The projector at that time changed its image showing Trihexa in its original form, showing its 7 heads. Surziches. Now the underworld, heaven and other places have fallen into a great crisis, and this is thanks to their leader, a demon named Rizvan Livan Lucifer, and a powerful creature. The beast that appears right now is the apocalyptic imperial beast Trihexa, he said seriously. Upon seeing the image several world leaders showed nerves. After all, the beast seemed terrifying, but some gods and demons who watched the same transmission felt that it was the end of the world since they did know the terrifying history of the Trihexa. More images appeared showing various battles, both in the underworld and Asgard, also showing various warriors, both demons and Valkyries and so on. Surziches. The ones that appear on screen are demons, angels, fallen angels, and other warriors who made an alliance with us. We also have strong support from other mythological gods who have helped us on different occasions. The Bama. Who is the red-haired man who looks like a metalhead? He said, looking at a Thor who seemed to have a crazy face as he held his axe. Issei. He is the son of old Odin, the god of thunder Thor, although he doesn't look like it, he has more muscle than brain. Putin. I prefer your version of the movies, he said, looking at the image of the Redeed. Surziches. Our strength to fight the Trihexa and the evil dragons has increased, even though they were stopped for a moment, they will soon appear again and continue the destruction. The scale of destruction they have caused has already completely surpassed the destruction that the massive beasts did in the underworld several months ago. Putin. And what exactly is this Trihexa? Surziches. Well, Issei. An ancient apocalyptic death that the same God of the Bible who created the world itself feared, and because of its great power that was sealed centuries ago, but then freed by Millennium. Don't worry, that thing can't get me done. Surziches. Yes, well, even though they have all that, stay calm, there's no need to panic, that's because we have a star of hope. The images quickly changed showing Issei and his group saving the world several times, Sarajeog fighting, Dulio showing his power, Sister Griselda, and other members of the DXD group. Surziches. That's right, this is our anti-terrorist team that has saved the world in more than one time, they are. Issei. The Avengers. All. Re-Avengers. The image changed to show an Issei with his 2 friends Tsukyun and Rito, as well as Yu, Kiba and Gasper, who showed their criminal outfits and other images, such as the time they faced the King of the Giants in Jotunheim. Issei. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we Avengers are an anti-terrorist group, just a cool group with women, gambling and many more cool things, he said smiling. Man 5. Hey, aren't the Avengers Disney? Man 3. Shut up and just play along. Surziches. Be good. Yes, I think so, they are an anti-terrorist group called the DXD group. Obama. Why DXD? Azazel. Because there is a roster of criminals and Yankees. Obama. Ooh, Putin. I think the name appeals to me. Surziches. Well, right now they're fighting to protect the underworld, and just like the cities of the human world, they're also protecting the other mythologies. These young people make me proud of them, they're now on the front lines fighting and risking their lives. Azazel at the time, who was still standing next to Surziches, only put his hand on the man from Issei, while the camera focused on them. Azazel. Okay, everybody, the leaders of the underworld, heaven and myself, one of the former leaders of the fallen angels, will fight on the front lines in battle, and the leader of the DXD group who is next to me, and we will do everything of our ability to make peace in the world come back. Surziches. We will protect both the human world and the underworld, even if I have to give my life for it. I swear to you that we will protect everyone, even if it costs us our lives. After saying that, the room was filled with silence, but suddenly in the room there was applause. The leaders of the world applauded such a speech, and before the determination of the boys, little by little, the room was filled with the sounds of applause, until the meeting ended up showing that the countries thanked them for protecting them from the shadows and supported them when facing Millennium. Time skip. After the broadcast ends and the meeting ends, the DXD group, both the demons and most of the important members of the factions, can be seen in a room, which saw the three representatives. Rias. Ice, Ani-sama, that was it. Issei. Magnificent. Motivator. Hopeful. Michael. I would say something to calm us down, we seem to have made a good impression on the human leaders, that reassures me. Serafal. They were incredible, they almost brought a tear to my eyes. Auden. Where am I? He said, just waking up. Akeno. Ara, it was a wonderful speech. That's right. At that moment the door opened revealing an Elmenhold who smiled looking at Ambos. She was escorted by demons while smiling. Issei. Elmenhold. Elmenhold. Hello, it will be a pleasure to be with you. Issei. Azazel. Ha 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 ha, yes, we forgot to tell you, we have a plan. Saying that, Surziches and Azazel only saw each other, while they both laughed and Elmenhold only seemed to be neutral. The girl at that moment took out some notes written in pencil and gave them to Azazel, while she seemed to be calm. Elmenhold. Here's ex-Governor Dono, they're the notes of Marius Teps that I had hidden. Azazel upon hearing that smiled as he looked excited. Issei. What's that, Azazel? Azazel. This is the hidden information of the Holy Grail that even Rizovin did not know. As Marius the Prince of the Vampires continued with his research towards Valerie's Holy Grail, he had doubts, but in the end, Rizovin did not steal all the information he said, surprising those present. Elmenhold. Apparently Marius hid valuable information from the Holy Grail core, therefore I mobilized my investigators along with the Carmilla factions to find this. The entire castle was investigated down to Marius's private belongings. Azazel. Marius apparently used the blood of a human for his research, the blood was sucked out of him, he had unmentioned information about the Holy Grail. He had that information etched all over his body by some kind of magic. Elmenhold. Before Rizovin Live and Lucifer was received in my country, it seems that they released that person, they sent him to live abroad, they also spent too much to be able to look for him. Azazel. I didn't know Marius had something like that bastard Marius actually sent the Holy Grail information overseas before Rizovin got there. That's why that information couldn't be found so easily. The crow in the end just looked at the vampire and thanked her for her cooperation. Azazel. Thank you for your hard work, your help to Azazel. Been very helpful, ooh, and you also wanted to see Issei right now, that's why you came right? I asked mockingly. Elmenhold. Why would I want to see that womanizer, that's not why I came here, and I don't care said Sundir is formed. Issei. Wow, I never thought that the great Elmenhold was at Sundir she said mockingly. Elmenhold. See shut up who do you call Sundir you womanizer? The vampire looked angrily at Issei while he simply teased her, but the girls of Issei's harem knew well what was going on. That's how it all started, the girls first denied their feelings and acted like Sundir, after a couple of chapters where they spent some time together they fell in love with him and then fell into his arms. Rias. I stay away from Elmenhold-chan please he said with a terrifying look. Lin. Master, please deactivate your Proto-Arage X. Yui. He's already expanded his harem enough. After saying that, the vampire only shook her head, averting her gaze, while seeming reluctant to see the albino. Elmenhold. Be well, that's it, I'm leaving. After saying that he went into a magic circle, now that they had the information about the Holy Grail, Azazel knew that he had to start with the research immediately, plus Tobio had brought a strange object from Haggers that he wanted him to investigate. In the end, Surziches and Azazel said goodbye and left the room, leaving the DXD group alone, while the boys talked to each other. Azazel. It looks like we'll be in touch in a very short time, I hope this helps us. Surziches. As you told me, Rizovin now plans to bring the Chaos Gods, right? Azazel. Yes, Ashino-san showed me that there is a book that can open a portal to bring them back, we tried to destroy the book, but for now it is indestructible, it doesn't matter, now that book is in Grigori's most technological and protected facility, if they try to attack and retrieve the book to summon Nyarlathotep's friends we will know right away, for now, the book is being studied. Surziches. Well, we can't afford to give them such an important card. In the end, both boys only left while they began their research on the Holy Grail, while other things were going on elsewhere. Rizovin can be seen playing chess while this one had a smile. Rizovin. Well, what's going to be my next move? He said while smiling wickedly. Hard 137 review. After a few days of the meeting with world leaders, the human world had been in relative peace, some people showed their kindness and gladly accepted supernatural beings and other magical creatures. Sure, obviously there were no demons walking with humans, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, but for now the demons would keep their identities secret, while both human and supernatural factions take care of it to make sure demons and other supernatural creatures are 100% safe. Now our beloved DXD group can be seen in Lilith, the captain of the underworld, specifically in a hospital. Serafal. Welcome to Serafal Hospital. By saying that, the black-haired woman showed a hospital like any other, the only difference was that it had the name of the Mao on it. The boys entered the room and were greeted by several people, one of them was Azazel, who was trying to flirt with some nurses. Azazel. And well, as I was saying, I punched that crazy old man from Rizavin in the face, it was nothing in fact. Issei. Hey, do you want to stop lying and flirting with nurses? Azazel. TSCK, you take the fun out of life. Riaz. Azazel sensei, why are we here? None of us are hurt. Azazel. Well, I know that, I brought them here for 2 reasons. Issei. And those are? Azazel. Well. At that moment, a Serafal had appeared in a pink nurse's outfit while she was looking at Issei in a flirtatious way. Serafal. It's for a medical examination, he said, looking at the albino in a flirtatious way. Sona. A medical exam? Azazel. Yep, after so many disturbances and problems that we've solved, Surziches and Michael asked us to do medical exams to know that they were 100%, after all. They're the DXD anti-terrorist group, they're the only ones who can stand up to Millennium, so we can't lose any of you. Also, studying Issei's body would be interesting. Issei. Don't say it like it's some kind of weird alien that you're dissecting. Azazel. I can't. He said well he had a mask on and had a scalpel in his hand. Issei. No, I'm going to die if you do that. Azazel. No, you'll probably come back to life later. Issei. I said no. Serafal. Don't worry, Issei-kun, Nurse Serafal-chan will take good care of you, she said as she caressed the albino's chest. Sona quickly grabbed Issei's arm, somewhat jealous, well that action also made the others jealous. Charlie. Well, we'd better start with each of you procedure, he said arriving at the scene. Issei. Wait. I know you, he said, looking at the doctor. Charlie. Jojo, but look, heck, I haven't seen you in a while boy, he said waving to the albino. Issei, more than 100 chapters to be exact, but I'm glad to see you again Dr. Charlie. Both men shook hands while it held the attention of most of those present. Azazel. Ooh, do you know each other? Issei. Yes, when I was run over a long time ago he was the doctor who took care of me. Charlie. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time, I'm glad to see that you're safe and sound. Issei. Anyway, I didn't know it was a demon doc. Charlie. Haha, well, I have a lot of energy, and having a job or 2 doesn't hurt anyone, as long as you don't push yourself too hard, besides. The nurses are very cute. Azazel. Haha, I see why they became friends, well. It's better that we start with a medical analysis and dissection of. I mean, Issei's body analysis. Issei. You're not going to dissect me Azazel. I'm Skip. After a thorough analysis of most of the DXD equipment, and Azazel can be seen showing X-rays of most people. Azazel. It seems like everyone is fine, Kaneko and Asia are developing, Sarah and Akame are the same, and the others seem normal, but. Ikaros. I'm nervous, I've never been to the doctor before she said while she was next to Issei. Astri. Don't worry, after checking you they give you candy she said with stars in her eyes. Issei. That's just with the kids. Nymph. What a nuisance, I hope I don't see any needles. Azazel. Yes, the androids in Issei. Issei. They're robots, I don't think you need to be here. Nymph. That's racist. Issei. How is that racist? Ikaros. Maybe, but we also have nerves and muscles like normal humans. Issei. Ooh, I understand, so they're like androids 17 and 18, right? Ikaros. Something like that. Astri. I want to be android 16 said happily. Azazel. Sigh well, I think Ikaros and the others don't need this, but if they want to, they can get checked out. Astri. As long as they give me sweets, I'm fine. Nymph. As long as they don't have to inject anything, I'm fine. Ikaros. Be well, I think it's fine. After that, the 3 girls underwent both a medical and technological examination by Issei, which checked the system of the 3 girls. Ew. Wow, he's got a metal exoskeleton for bones he said looking at Nymph's X-rays. Hiba. I see why they're so strong he said, looking at Astri's X-rays. Ikaros. I Issei-sama don't see my X-rays, it's embarrassing she said blushing. Tiamat. It looks like I'm totally healthy, perfect for having cute babies according to the nurses she said happily. Rainer. It looks like we're healthy, Hella-san. Hella. Yes, we're fine. Asia. Issei-san, how did your medical examination go? Issei. I haven't done it yet, but I'm sure the doctor's eyes will pop out when the time comes. Charlie. Well, after that I think that's it, the only thing missing would be the young Issei. Issei. Well, what exam would you give me? Charlie. For now I'll see your reflections, please sit down. The albino did what the doctor said, he just sat down while the doctor took out his tool. He lightly hit the nerve in Issei's knee, when he did that, the albino gave a light kick that sent a chair flying until it was embedded in the wall. Charlie. Be well, I think you've got a lot of strength, that's good, let's see what your heartbeat is like. The doctor with his stethoscope approached Issei's heart and when he did so, he only heard a kind of music inside the albino's chest. The doctor separated to see if that music was coming from somewhere else, but they didn't hear anything, the room was completely silent, but when he put the stethoscope back on Issei's chest, he listened to the music again, realizing that the albino's heart was like a DJ at a party. Issei. Ooh ok. Well, now a vocal exam, can you try to strain your vocal cords a bit? Issei. Sure, Edo. Ooh, I know. The albino coughed a couple of times, but as he did that, everyone in the room heard the roar of a lion. Issei seemed to perfectly mimic the roar of a lion, while making the others present cover their ears. Issei. Ruoir. After doing that, the albino coughed again, returning to normal, while he had a smile still leaving everyone in shock. I see why Azazel-sensei wants to dissect it. Giba. Should we help him? Issei. Well, let's finish with a brain exam, follow me. The doctor took the boys to another ward where he was lying on a stretcher while it looked like he was going to have an MRI. Issei. Did you take off all the medals? Issei. Ooh, wait. The albino quickly pulled Shinobu and his sword out of his shadow, leaving them aside while he saw the doctor. Issei. It's okay that there's a vampire loli in my shadow, right? Issei. It's better if you take it out, just in case. After saying that, he listened and left Shinobu next to Ashino and Rivai. Ashino. Worried about Issei Shinobu-chan. Shinobu. Ha, of course not, I know perfectly well that he's healthy. Rivai. Yes. How exactly? Shinobu. If the human body was wounded, the red cells in his body would taste bitter, but I tasted my lord's blood before coming here and it tastes great. After saying that the procedure began, the boys only saw how Issei's brain looked normal, but at one point the image on the screen changed, showing how Issei's brain danced as if it were moving on its own. Issei. This guy is a real medical mystery. Azazel. Yes, I think so. Issei's brain is moving. Giba. Okay, this is weird. After that, Issei's examination ended up showing that he was in perfect condition, or well, in his own way. Issei. I'm perfectly fine, he said with a big smile. We witness things that no human being should. Giba. Is your body some kind of haunted mansion or what? Issei. More like a shrine that desecrates other shrines. Azazel. Well, that's it, thank you very much doc. Issei. It's nothing, anything for a friend. Nurse. Doctor, remember that we have surgery coming up. Issei. Yes, thanks for reminding me, well, duty calls, see you another day young people. Issei. Never change doc. After that, the doctor left while Issei and the others said goodbye to the man. Azazel. Well, it's time for me to retire too. Someone is waiting for me. Before the crow left he turned around and said something to the boys. Azazel. Ooh, by the way, someone's in the waiting room looking for them, they'd better go. After saying that, the crow left the place while the boys only listened to the crow. They went to the waiting room of the hospital, where they found IQ's Tobio sitting wearing a black jacket. In the waiting room you could see other people, and the black-haired man only saw Azazel while they started a conversation. Tobio. We're ready. Azazel. Yes, Tobio, call all of you for an emergency, he said seriously. Tobio. No problem, besides, we also want to be at the front in the battle with the DXD group, even though we don't have much experience or strength, but we will help them without hesitation. Issei. We. At that moment a woman appeared next to Tobio. Akeno seeing that girl could only see her in shock as she shed tears, and the others present also looked surprised at that woman, since she was almost identical to Akeno, only she had red eyes and looked a little more mature than Akeno. It's been a while Akeno. Akeno. T2. You're Suzaku Onasama, you're the daughter of my mother's sister he said, looking at the black-haired woman. Suzaku. Hello Akeno. Saying that, Akeno launched into a hug for her cousin, while they both shared a good time in that warm embrace. Suzaku. I've been worried that I won't see you for so long. But look at you, I see you're doing great. Akeno. Yes, I've been fine all this time, I'm sorry I haven't been in touch with you. Suzaku. You don't need to apologize. I understand your situation. This is something that cannot be avoided. In Suzaku's name and Akeno's name is included the surname Himejima. Suzaku Himejima is currently in charge of the Himejima family in her 20s, previously Shuri Himejima series in charge, but because of what happened the command was ceded to her sister. Suzaku and Akeno are cousins. The members of the DXD group greet Akeno's cousin kindly, but a separate conversation was taking place in a part farther away from them. Whispering, how long do you think it will take Issei to seduce Akeno's cousin? He said looking at his friends. Hiba. Whispering, she'll probably end up falling in love after our adventure in the lands of the Himejima or something is over. Asper. Whispering, will senpai's cousin fall in love with Akeno senpai? Tobio. Whispering, don't you think you're exaggerating? I don't think so. You. Whispering, sweet, stupid, I have wit Tobio, you can tell that you should have more adventures with us. Tiba. Whispering, a hexy girl with a model's body will obviously be Issei's target. Tobio. Whispering, really? Azazel. Whispering, ha 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 ha, we'll see what happens later. Akeno. It's really been a while, Suzaku. Suzaku? Yes, I've been very busy as my family is very busy too, but now we'll be together a little longer, after all we'll all work together with Tobio and his team, she said, showing a smile. The current leader of the Himejima family, Suzaku Himejima, Tobio, apparently knew the family's situation, and although it may not seem like it, Iku's Tobio was also part of the Himejima family, they are united by blood, that's why the first time Tobio met Akeno, he was seen in a strange way. At that time Shuri, the mother of Akeno, was the next to be leader of the Himejima, that implies that Akeno would be the second generation to take command in the Himejima. At the end of it all things happened, and the Himejima house with the Grigori had very serious misunderstandings. Now, the current leader of the Himejima family, after a long time made change in the Himejima, the relationship between the Himejima and the Grigori has improved considerably. This has created a great dispute between them, showing kindness as something recent between them. Akeno and Suzaku, who are cousins, are hugging each other tightly, was like a reunion or an acceptance. Suzaku. Well, as the current leader of the Himejima, it is obvious that I must participate in this battle. The other houses also sent reinforcements for this battle. I don't want to miss the opportunity to be able to help. If necessary, I will go to the front. The Himejima family have dedicated themselves to protecting people with unusual powers, obviously only humans, or so it was before. There were also families like Nakiri, Shinra, Kushihashi and Daomen, are the 5 clans, of course, obviously 5 counting the Himejima. These are known in Japan as the 5 great families in charge of keeping you order and taking care of you. The relationship between the 5 houses has so far been the same until now that a war has begun. It was thanks to Suzaku-sen's persecution. She wouldn't be here if she didn't know that this is not a great threat. She saw the destruction caused by the Trihexa with her own eyes. Despite this situation with feelings, it seemed that the boys were happy that the DXD group was growing. They, as representatives of the humans, came here. While they were still talking, through the front door of the hospital you can see Valerie's team, who were also part of the DXD group. Azazel. They're late, she said, looking at Valerie's group. Valerie. The best are always late, he said with a smile. Issei. And what are you doing here? Valerie. How cold, you should give me a kiss when you see me, don't you think? He said as he approached Issei in a flirtatious way. Azazel. Yes, you want to it, we got it Valerie, please leave that for later. You. Hey, you know we're in a hospital, right? Tiba. I don't think it's good for us to talk about those things here, he said, noticing the looks people gave him. Issei. I ask again, what are you doing here? Valerie. My team will be in charge this time, we've been ordered to stop the Trihexa from continuing the destruction. Tobio. Hahaha, you'll never change Valerie, you've always loved fights. Ooh oh, there's someone who wants to see you. At that moment a hooded man appeared behind Tobio, but when he took off his trench coat, Valerie's confident expression separated him. Hi Valerie-chan, I thought you'd be encouraged to see that I was here. Those present at that time saw a beautiful girl. She has blonde hair, light blue eyes, her right hand carried a magic wand. This beautiful young woman with light blue eyes with her long yellow hair is a magician. She looked about 25 years old. To say that she was beautiful was an understatement. She was a witch wizard. Valerie. Book. The blonde only smiled when she saw Valerie's expression, and she approached her. She tried to kiss the haired girl, but Valerie only put his hand on the blonde's face, preventing her from kissing her. Valerie. We've already talked about this, we won't be coming back, Lavinia, he said, pushing the girl away. Issei. Wait. What? Lavinia. Mau, how selfish you are, Valerie, and I'm sorry that you loved me so much before, she said, looking at the little hair. Issei. Don't tell me you. Azazel. Ha 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 ha. Greg. Ha 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 ha. I understand why Albion said that it's been a long time since she did something feminine. Ha 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 ha. Albion. Shame on me, someone kill me. Issei. Valerie, are you in her? Valerie. We were, well. I met her when I wanted to experiment, it was something Albion had told me, but, Lavinia. He ended up sleeping with me, and we were great lovers for several months. You? Wow, I didn't see this coming. Tiba. I think the author comes up with a lot of crazy things. Issei. So you're a lesbian? He said, looking at the silver hair. Valerie. Well. That's what I thought, but then I met you, so I think I like both a bit, she said, a little embarrassed. Azazel. Well, we respect your tastes and all that, but. Ha 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 ha, it looks like Issei is going to be in a love triangle. Ha 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 ha. Greg. Ha 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 ha. Albion. I swear I'll kill you someday, Drake. The boys seemed pensive at the revelation of the silver-haired's tastes, but at that moment Lavinia looked at Issei. She began to see the albino from head to toe as if analyzing him, while the albino was nervous. Lavinia. I see why Valerie was interested in you, but don't get your hopes up. I know every corner of her body, you can't beat me, she said with a bit of mockery. Issei. God, right now I'd love to be in your shoes. Valerie. Enough, Lavinia, leave him alone, he said, pushing her away from the albino. Lavinia. Yes, of course, but I've received permission from Mephisto Dono and Azazel Dono to fight at the front, and that's why I'm here. We'll finally fight together again, Valerie-chan. Azazel. Ha 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 ha, it sounds like you're caught in a love triangle, Issei. What do you think? Issei. I never thought I'd be in one of these, or at least not under these circumstances, he said, looking at Lavinia, who hugged Valerie, while she looked at the albino mockingly. You. By the way, who exactly is Lavinia-san? Azazel. She's like a sister to Valerie, but certain things happened between them, and after a beautiful romance and a lot of Yuri, they drifted apart. Then the betrayal of Grigori happened in the faction meeting, and well, you know. Lavinia. When that happened I was very worried, and even more so when I heard that you would go after your grandfather, even if you were going to look for you, but I'm glad you're okay now, Valerie-chan, she said, hugging the silverhead. Valerie. Oh hey, don't hug me like that. The breasts of both girls clashed, making them look like two great and good delicacies in the eyes of men, while Issei only saw that with neutrality. Lavinia. Well, I think I should introduce myself formally. My pleasure, my name is Lavinia Rinai. It's a pleasure, she said as she bowed elegantly in front of the DXT group. Azazel. She is also known as the magician Grazabier. She is also the secretary of the leader Mephisto Dono, and honestly we are both afraid of Lavinia. You can say that she is Valerie's ex and sister, saying it like that is easier than understanding it. Issei. Is she famous? Giba. Yes, she is known by many as the Eternal Princess, Princess of Eternal Ice or Eternal Goddess. She is the owner of the Long Inus Absolute Disappearance. They say that her ice can freeze anything, and that it never stops, hence the reason why in her nicknames, there is always an Eternal. Lavinia. Valerie, give me a little kiss, come on. Valerie. Get away. Issei. Well, that aside. What's new, old? He said while eating a carrot while looking at Azazel. Azazel. Well, thanks to Roswis and Gasper, I've gotten new information on how I can defeat the Trahixa with the help of the Holy Grail. I want you two to help me with this, that's why I want you two to join me. Both. Hi. Azazel. Well, after this everyone go to the city of Mau, be ready in case something happens. Suddenly, Azazel couldn't finish speaking as a man in a suit entered the scene notifying those present of what was happening. Demon. Azazel-sama, the destruction of Trahixa and Millennium has begun again. Azazel. Where? Demon. In the Olympus. Issei. Hahaha, well, I always wanted to go see Olympus. After settling matters up there I'll take a Pegasus and find an old half-goat to be my master, he said smiling. Demon. It seems that now they are attacking the Greek mythologies. After they will help us defend the Nordic country, we can't leave them stranded. Rias. Right now we have to go all out. Azazel. But they also started attacking other places. The countries of Mount Meru. They also began the destruction in the faction of Egyptian mythologies and Celtic mitigation. The Trahixa has appeared there as well. Rias. You mean they were attacking those places at the same time? Azazel. The Trahixa has divided its body, and each of its divided bodies headed to the different homes of the mythologies. That's what happened, he said seriously. You. But how did that thing split his body? Azazel. I don't know, and I wouldn't know how to explain it, but that monster split its body to attack mythologies at the same time. Ashino. Legends say that the Trahixa can be divided, for example, it can be divided by the number of its heads. Issei. Well, then you have to fight fire against fire, he said, pulling out his revolver. Quickly the albino put his revolver to his head and pulled the trigger. Those present were surprised to see that, but quickly some Issei clones appeared, each with their respective consciousness. Issei. Wow, I'm good looking, said the original albino looking at his other 6 copies. Issei 1. No, you're more handsome. Issei 2. No, you are. Issei 3. You know what? We are all handsome. The Isseis only laughed while the albino's teammates were simply in shock. Giba. More than one Issei. You. In short, we are at the end of the world. Ashino. Ha 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 ha, well, it's a good idea, well thought out boy. Isseis. Thank you. Azazel. Well, at this point I don't think it's necessary to even ask how you did that. Issei. I did it because I'm the protagonist. Azazel. Well, we'll split up, but the Citri group will have another task. You will go to Agares, currently the castle next to the territory of the Bale clan. These are under attack by some rebels. You will be in charge of that. The others, let's go. All. Hi. Hard 138. Baal clan. At this moment a gloomy atmosphere was beginning to be felt over the castle of the Baal. Walking with his bodyguards is the second son of the leader of the Baal family, Magdarin Baal. It has been 20 minutes since they began to attack the castle. The rebellion was started by the inhabitants of the Baal territory themselves. To face the Trahiks of the house of the Great King has ordered that all the upper, middle class and elite guards go to support, no matter that Baal castle was under crisis. This castle is impenetrable. It has the most powerful defense than any other territory. This is because there are 50 layers of magic barriers covering the mansion completely. The castle was never invaded, even when it was the battle against a former ruler of the underworld, they couldn't invade the castle. Now the castle is in a big crisis, you can see big attacks hitting the barrier, you can see everything that was happening from the window of one of the corridors of the castle. There were the guards coming garden to fight with the rebels who wear a mask on their faces. Magdarin. Why are they attacking the Baal? There is only one explanation. They have resentment or hatred for them, that has to be the reason, or possibly. It may be because of the fraud that happened in the raiding game. Magdarin put all that aside. Some time ago, he realized what was happening, however, he did not participate in the games, because some participants committed fraud. He can now participate without any problem. But still the truth of the king piece was hidden from the citizens. He believed that there would be no disadvantage with hiding them, because he cannot cause damage in any way. He never imagined that the champion himself would be the one to reveal that information. At that moment a flash appeared out of nowhere. At that moment in front of him appeared a black armor that he recognized. The guards quickly stood in front of that black armor guy. But Magdarin quickly stopped them. That black armor person was apparently Saji, who had his armor on. They will command. Welcome to this castle. Serve you Sonodono. At that moment, Saji's helmet disappeared, showing a smile on Saji's part as he saw Magdarin. Saji. You're Sareog-san's younger brother who will be the next leader of the Baal clan, right? I asked looking at the black-haired man. Magdarin. Yes, and you're Sona Sitri's pawn. Your name is Saji if I remember correctly, right? Saji. That's right, I've come to help on Sona-sama's orders. From the point of view of House Baal, Saji is a friend and members of the DXD team just like Sareog. Also Sareog is rushed to get to this place and help control the rebellion. Magdarin. The DXD team, I never thought I would get help from them, in fact it's a great help, he said, showing a smile. After the black-haired man gladly accepted the help of one of the members of the Sitri clan and also the DXD group, Magdarin plans to leave the castle and the territory of the Baal clan. Saji will go to the Let to calm and reassure the civilians and stop the rebellion throughout the Baal territory. Magdarin's patience and courage had run out. Therefore, in Castle Baal, his queen's patience and courage was surely also gone. She and he were the only ones who were there. His queen has decided to help him escape. He came forward in order to find out if they have a way out so that they can escape at any time, in order to make a plan in order to take action against the Trahiksa. The first generation of Baal had stopped participating in everything, as did Zakram Baal, who has lived in prison, but 2 days before he was already starting to seek refuge. Sareog and Magdarin's brother best friend had also left the Baal territory, but he abandoned it because he is part of the DXD team. In other words, this castle was abandoned, that is, there was no current leader, not the future leader, there is only the second son of the head of the Baal family. The territory of the great king that was respected and admired by the mass, this castle that has been admired by all, is now empty. Then Magdarin makes a wry smile, thinking about the attitude that his father has. When something has to be discussed or some decision must be made, he goes in search of the help of the previous Baals. Because the Baal of the first generation have moved away from them, then Magdarin knows that his father asks them for advice. It doesn't matter if it's a family matter or a political matter. His father has never made a decision on his own without first asking them for help, no doubt to protect his reputation and his pride. Magdarin's father can eliminate to his children and his wife without hesitation, because his half-brother Sareog was not born with the power of destruction, was abandoned on the outskirts of Baal territory, along with his mother. The second son of the current leader of the House Baal did inherit the power of destruction. Because of that event, Sareog was expelled and Magdarin was chosen to be the future leader of the Baal family. Magdarin, who grew up knowing that he would be the next leader of the Baal territory, was strictly educated from a very young age. Magdarin's demonic power is not that high, but thanks to him inheriting the power of destruction, he didn't have to train too much. Still, there were demons who were born with incredible power of destruction. They are not part of the Baal family, which is why Magdarin always competed with the Gremory brothers. After living with a strict upbringing, Magdarin began to hold a grudge against him and hated Surzich's and Ria's. It didn't take long for Magdarin to realize that the title of leader would not be for him, so one day he did not expect his life to change so much. His half-brother Sareog returned to Baal territory. He stated, "I wish to be the next leader of the Baal family." The current leader, father of Magdarin, and the first generation Baal, mocked Sareog. A Baal who does not possess the power of destruction is the same as garbage. Then the current leader ignored Sareog's words. For him it is like a joke, but still, Sareog decided to use this opportunity to break that father-son barrier. It was then decided that Magdarin would be his opponent. A few minutes after the battle began to determine who would be the next leader of the Baal. Sareog proved his might and had an overwhelming victory. Magdarin was lying on the ground. This one who inherited the power of destruction was not able to defeat Sareog. His speed and strength were far greater than his. All Sareog's life he trained hard. Magdarin's power was no match for Sareog's. Even without the power of destruction, the current leader, his father and first generation Baal, saw his second son lying on the ground. They had a look as if he was seeing something that is not possible. From that moment a strange life began in the Baal castle. The members of the Baal family who lived in the castle were only Sareog's father and Magdarin, who is the current leader of the Baal territory, his second wife who is Magdarin's mother, Sareog, who was the next leader of the family, and his second son who was stripped of the right to be the next leader. This situation could be seen at mealtime and on other occasions that only 4 people met. According to the current leader, he made the decision to recognize his first son. He went to seek help from the first generation and the previous generation of the Baal in order to be advised on this occasion. Magdarin's mother saw that her son was stripped of the title of the next leader of the family, held a great grudge, and she didn't bother to hide her discontent with the experience of the eldest son, who is Sareog. Magdarin, who received a strong education to become the next leader, she had to help her older brother. Every time they sat down to eat, she did not speak a word to her husband or her son. She has a great hatred for Sareog. She has not yet been removed from the title of wife of the current leader of the Baal. Naturally, apart from matters of the government of the underworld, Magdarin only has the title of being someone of the nobility. For that matter, Magdarin's father and mother did not speak to him in the castle, not knowing that he was raised strictly as to succeed his father. He was never treated like a normal child and did not receive the love of a father or a mother. He was simply seen as the next great king of the Baal clan, but still the continuing. He continued to attend the meetings of the sons of the other nobles. Then one of the sons told Magdarin, "Boy, it was very comfortable when my mother cleaned my ears," he said, expressing his joy. When he heard that, he only felt bad. His mother never did. The only ones who had contact with him were the employees of the castle. On some occasions he heard the stories of some children who went with their families to the beaches of the human world. Apart from checking the Baal territory, Magdarin never went beyond the Baal territory, let alone had a family vacation. At the end of the day, who is family to him? This castle is home to those who have Baal's blood running through their bodies. Like this family, also the future leader of the Baal who was here must have his family living in that place. At the end of it all, was it the same for him? Magdarin was born as the second son and future leader of the Baal. This was already a great loss for him. All the events made him be left alone, not knowing his own destiny. That's why he hates this castle with all his might. At that time there was only one person of his own blood that he could talk to, and it was his brother Sareog and best friend. Sareog. "Hi brother, how have you been?" Magdarin. "That's what I should ask you. This situation has become very popular in our territory." Sareog. "That's why there's a guy on the DXD team named Issei hyoudou. He's someone interesting," he said with a smile. Both brothers conversed at ease on many occasions. They did everything that the brothers did, but on more than one occasion he lost hope of taking the title of Emperor Baal again, since Sareog was ridiculously strong. But leaving that aside, they were both good brothers. Sareog was the muscle, while Magdarin was the brain. In fact, in the castle of the Baals, the only skill where he could stand out from all the others was detailed knowledge and understanding of plants. When Magdarin was a child, he had some taste for plants and flowers, beautiful purple flowers that grew throughout the city of Baal. Pure flowers were also planted in the city of Baal. In the garden of the castle, those flowers became extinct in the Second War of the Three Great Factions. Through an investigation, Magdarin found seeds of that flower in a good condition. They were well preserved, with the aim of reviving them with modern methods, as all those of the Baal clan have purple eyes, therefore purple became the representative color of the Baal. He also grew a rare kind of apple, so Magdarin continued his research for the plants. He did not expect him to receive high praise, but the only thing he received was a wake-up call from the leader of the Baal clan. The house of the Great King is renowned for great destruction that they do. An investigation into plants is something embarrassing for them. He never received praise from his father. Such was his father's shame that he never tasted any apple from his crop. The only one who was always willing to listen about his research was his brother Sareog. So Sareog took the initiative and helped his brother by sending the apples and flowers to different parts of the territory Baal to sell. While helping his brother Sareog happily ate the apples that his younger brother had grown. The black-haired man remembered at that moment the good times he spent with his brother while he and Saji began to walk through some secret corridors. They moved through some passageways to escape the castle while they were escorted. While the boys were walking in front of the Barbados house, she was in a pool of blood while she had silver hair. She was the queen of Magdarin, she was wearing armor, and she was lying on the ground. She was called Barbados X. She is a member of the Barbados house, which is one of the things belonging to the 72 pillars. He is also a servant of Magdarin. Magdarin? Sex, are you okay? Hearing his master's voice, the young man who is his queen began to cough up blood, but still winded he tried to take care of his king. Sex? Peep I. Cough. Please hurry up and escape. Saji quickly makes one of his tentacles appear and directs him to where Sex are. Saji wraps his tentacle around the boy's body and he easily begins to carry it. The guards quickly tried to attend to the injured young man. With the naked eye you can see that his body seemed to be pierced and he had injuries from demonic power. If this continues, Sex will bleed to death. Even though he is completely immobile, Magdarin began to heal him. They quickly healed and bandaged the young man's wound, but at that moment, they heard applause. Well, this is something to be commended. It's kind of hard to believe that the great king would show such an attitude. The dull sound of footsteps approaching them was heard. The one who appeared was a knight in yellow armor. He looks like a nobleman. Looking at him well, he appeared to be in his 30s. But demons are capable of changing his appearance, therefore the true age of this person cannot be known exactly. But everyone who was next to Saji knows who that man is. He is a man who appears on television. He is a knight who wears the costume of a nobleman, and man bowed his head in a show of respect. Good day to everyone, he said, waving kindly. Magdarin, you're in third place in the rating games. Your bite is a bad and don't know, he said, looking at the man. Bite is? Wait, you're not the current leader. You're just the second child. Well, I'd like to see the face of the current leader and the previous generation of the Bales. Could you take me with them, kid? Magdarin. Sadly, father and the older generation are not here. Besides, there is no reason for a traitor to want to meet with the Bale, who are from the house of the great king, he said seriously. The armored man just laughed when he heard that and kept talking. Idas. Well, to be honest, they won't be able to defeat the third place in the rating game, even with the help of the Citri pawn. It's impossible to defeat the king of that journey. Lately the kings who are on the most famous list of the top 10 are demons who are on the same level as the mass. The first 3 places in the rating game are considered as mass because of their incredible strengths. In other words, it would be them against someone who equals a Mayu. The battle would be difficult. Saji. I think you underestimate me. In fact, I've changed a lot since the rating game, so let's see who beats whom, he said with a smile as he put on his helmet. Before the two could fight, Magdarin stopped Saji, and Saji looked serious at Bidas. Magdarin. Before you fight, could you tell me what you are doing here? Bidas. Well, I've had a lot of affairs with the great king in the past. After all, Dihauser has exposed us all as traitors, and that's why I want to show the darkness of this territory to all its inhabitants. Magdarin, hearing that, only sighed as he spoke softly to Saji. Magdarin. Whispering, where are the other members of your clan and the other members of your team? I asked, looking at Saji. Saji. Whispering, we of the Citri clan are operating outside against the masked rebels. Every one of those rebels was too strong. I consider those rebels to be from that guy's clan. Earlier, some screams were heard as they escaped. Surely they were the fighting cries of the Citri clan against the Abadan clan. Saji. Whispering, Saraog-san and his clan will surely be here soon. While they continued to whisper, Bidas had had enough and spoke to Saji. Bidas. You're the one in that place. You're from the Citri clan, aren't you? He said, looking at Saji. Saji. That's right. Bidas. Haha, the black aura you're emanating I remember well. I saw it in the recording video of Seraphal's little sister's young demon school. It's that girl's dream to build a school where all kinds of species can go. She even fought for that dream, right? Apparently the next leader of the Bale family also supports that dream. Can I ask you a question? Will they compete for that dream in future rating games? Saji. If it's my mistress's dream, we have the dream of continuing with school, where no matter your class the demons can enter, and they can learn everything about the rating game. We don't want anyone to be left without playing in the games. In the rating games we will take first place. Bidas. Hahaha, I see, that makes a lot of sense. Strategies and tactics are important to a certain extent, but to have the desire to become the champion with just that. It's impossible. I don't think they'll be able to make it to the top 5, that's why I tell them to put their hopes aside. Saji. Why do you say that? Bidas. Well. I have experience about all that, so listen to me well and remember this, no matter the era, the demon who has the first place in the rating game must be for someone with an overwhelming power, an abnormal and absolute power. If we had to make an analysis of the generation of young demons, the closest thing to achieving it would be Ria's Gremory, who has on his side that boy called hyoudou Issei, but seeing him in a different way. The 4 talented young demons are far below what Diehauser Belial showed. He is on another level. Normal people and others can't get close to him, and with something like that, it is not something that you can be helped with. Therefore at this time, Diehauser is strong as certain 2 people, Surzich's-sama and Ajuka-sama, therefore, he is on the same level as those 2 people called super demons with overwhelming talents, to some extent being strong is necessary. Magdarin. So, you use the king piece, right? The man just smiled. Using the king piece was like getting a mini power-up. A few days ago Diehauser exposed those who used those pieces. One of them was Bidas Abaddon. On the other hand, the second place Raygun Belfagor also used a piece, yet Bidas has no hatred for any of them. Bidas. Exactly, everything you've said is true. I'm rich, I have fame and power. The only thing I needed was talent to become a Mayor super demon. That's why I got a piece. Thanks to it I managed to be in 3rd place in the rating game. Finally I was recognized by everyone, but why did it become illegal? However, the ranking was carried out on a scale. The only one that mattered was Diehauser. If more demons were sacrificed it didn't matter. It was done to maintain the balance. Of course, there would also be rating game without official supervision. However, I don't deny that I already knew that those games were already fixed. In Bidas's eyes, the ratings game was just a fixed game. Surely he was only there to gain prestige or something. He really wasn't important to those present. Magdarin. The inhabitants of the underworld have already accepted the use of the king's piece, so why don't you use that power to protect the great king's territory? Bidas. My fans ask me the same thing, but honestly, it's hard enough to hide the truth of the frauds. I just have to eliminate the source of the defamation, so, that will happen when I make the head of the great king fall. After that I will tell all my fans that with that event the defamation against me will be eliminated. Saji. You're just an idiot who cares about fame. The man's eyes were filled with greed, but he quickly shook his head to speak in a sad tone. Bidas. Civil demons are really stupid. I will cry in front of them and tell them that I was exploited by the house of the great king. Then for that reason I had to eliminate the current head of the Baal, to free myself from those defamations. No doubt all of them will be impressed, but I will still have their support. That scandal and hatred will leave the demons of the upper class. I will be very happy to hear the misfortune of being on top of the nobles. Especially the scandals and the hatred of the house of the great king. The house that opposes the mass with such a scandal will be interesting. Those events will lead some politicians to apologize to the public, so they will support my actions, he said smiling. Saji. You're willing to do anything to maintain your stupid reputation, right? You disgust me. Magdarin. I see. Even politicians will be involved. Bidas. Pawn of the Citri, wouldn't you like to help me? Could you give this proposal to your friends? Saji. That's really stupid. This method of doing things is horrible. You're in 3rd place in the rating game, right? Well. If you really do that, there will be fans who will be saddened by your actions. Magdarin. You look like just a stupid diva who always wants attention and fame. Bidas. Shut up, I'm not a diva. Saji. It doesn't matter, I'll kick your ass, and then I'll see if I'm at the level of a Mayu, he said smiling. Bidas. Haha, well come here boy. They both looked serious and in a moment, they disappeared from Magdarin's sight and they both fist bumped, causing a huge wave of air. Part 139. Bidas Abaddon. In the great mansion of the Baal clan, Asaji and Bidas can be seen fighting, both of them giving each other power charge blows, while Magdarin along with his guards in peace watched the battle. Both of them crashed into solid rock walls, but neither cared, or rather, it didn't affect them. The armor they each had was so thick and resistant that they hardly felt pain when they hit or crashed into a wall. They only felt the powerful blows of their opponent impact against their body. Saji at one point used his flames to push the man away, while they both looked serious. Saji. How annoying is it? Why doesn't it stop and that's it? Don't you think it's better to accept reality? Bidas. Shut up, Champion Diehauser revealed the truth about the cheating in the rating game after being arrested, and since I'm in 3rd place. I am also singled out as a suspect and guilty. Don't you think that's a bad thing for me? Saji. Haha, yes, you're sure to lose your fans when they see that you're a bucking idiot fraud. His thoughts are too simple, that sort of thing. If you did something like that, the only thing it would cause is more hatred from all of us. Bidas. On the other hand, civil demons. I'm sure they'd accept something as simple and straightforward as this, after it's all over. I will take responsibility for the frauds in the rating games. Yes, I will do it in order to eliminate the memory of the frauds. The 3rd place of the rating games will resign when he decides and at his own expense. Apparently, Bidas's plan was to use the Baal clan as a cover and blame them for everything, for manipulating the rating games and also for the fraud and then withdrawing from the ratings games even though they had their reputation intact. Bidas. You are the companion of this Issei hyoudou, the so-called hero of the world in whom everyone has hopes. He is only being used as a toy by the mass to make an impact around the world. And now that the underworld has been willingly exposed and the world knows about us demons, they're using a symbol of power to use it to their advantage, in my opinion. It's kind of funny, it's a big nonsense, that guy participated in the rating games because of his influence. I can't believe that someone like that can get into the ratings games when the games are only for chosen demons, not just anyone can get in. Only the demons that if they possessed an abnormal power over others, they can participate. The demons who have privileges are also the ones who can participate. The top of the rating game is like this. So what can motivate these fools to participate in the rating games? Most demons are disappointed to have their dreams shattered and must now just wait for their death to arrive. The man just sighed while Saji looked at Saji a little arrogantly, as long as he was still talking. Idas. Effort, it's just a stupid dream given by the imbeciles of the current government, however that's the dream to achieve for those weak who don't possess any talent, money or social status. I'm someone different, I possess great wealth and great prestige that compensates for my lack of talent. I'm really grateful to be a nobleman. Hearing that, Saji only became enraged as he looked on with utter anger at Bidas. Saji. Tell me. Have you ever been despised? Have you ever pushed yourself to achieve your dreams? I don't understand why you look down on him. If you haven't struggled to reach your goals. Therefore. You don't have the right to criticize my friend to my best friend Issei. Tears fell from Saji's eyes, expressing fury and anger as he stared at Bidas. Saji. He has always been risking his life for not only the underworld but for the entire world, and he, along with his companions, have achieved enormous feats. He has been close to death more than anyone else in this world. You don't know how hard he's worked, tell me. What have you done? Why don't you put your life on the line by facing the Trihexa, or why don't you fight Millennium? Why don't you instead come to this place and do something so stupid? Please go and fight, do something with your pathetic old idiot life, fight the beast for the underworld and the fans you have, go and fight back. Idas. Sure, I plan to fight. But first I must kill the head of the Bale clan. Even if he said those words, the man didn't show any feelings, he was totally indifferent and that only angered Saji. The blonde clenched his fists and teeth in rage as black flames began to come out of his body, his whips were moving like mad, and in the end, the blonde's anger had erupted. Saji. You're a bastard. Saji quickly directed his tentacles towards Bidas, his fury had already been unleashed, and he would fight the third best wrestler in the ratings games. Bidas saw how Saji's tentacles were directed towards him, but he only created a kind of boo. The bush boy swallowed Saji's whips, and after it closed, the blonde saw how his whips had been cut off. The blonde only puckered his stake even more. That was the power of the Abaddon house. They are able to create bush boys in any empty space. Everything that is close to those bushers would be absorbed. That demonic power has been passed down from generation to generation by the blood of House Abaddon. Saji, seeing that, only directed his flames that covered his empty body. Bidas. Those black flames possess a great curse, but easily the flames were stopped by Bidas. The blonde-haired man covered himself again, creating a bully in front of him. He thought that Saji's flames could not fight him, but he was surprised to see how the flames overflowed. The bullfighter couldn't absorb all the flames, and Saji knew perfectly well that if Bidas was bathed by his flames he would die in seconds, but quickly more bushers appeared, swallowing the flames of the young blonde man. The boy knew he couldn't do anything in ranged combat, so he only threw himself at Abaddon, while a hand-to-hand combat began. In a burst of speed, Saji had appeared in front of the man, who was surprised by the speed of the Citri house pawn, but still, he was unable to hit Bidas. Saji was about to hit the demon's face, but it quickly disappeared into one of his abujeros. Saji had hit and smashed a solid brick wall with no problem, but it hadn't hit Bidas. The boy quickly looked in all directions to look for his opponent, but at that moment, the blonde felt a powerful blow crack his armor. The blonde quickly looked behind him, and he saw how a bullfighter had appeared behind him, and from it had come Bidas's fist. Saji quickly moved away and stood in guard, but again, another portal appeared in front of him, and this one received a strong blow. Bidas's closeness and speed prevented him from reacting so quickly, so the young member of the DXD team could only receive the blow fully. Magdarin, who was watching the battle, recognized those moves. These were seen in Bidas's rating games. He used his black abujeros to teleport and appear somewhere else. He also used it to attack, so his enemy would never know where the next blow would come from. Maybe he cheated in the rating games, but still, that power gave him a great advantage. That plus the use of the king piece made his strength and skill much greater than those of a high-class demon. It could even be said that he would easily equal a Mao. Saji again received another blow from Bidas. The blonde did not know in which direction or that he would come out of it. The battle was more complicated for him. Maybe he could defeat and face an evil dragon like Walburga, but his strength and flames were useless. If he could not touch or burn his opponent with them, that ability was more dangerous than it appeared. Again, a well-aimed blow was delivered to Saji's face. The hull of his armor cracked more and more, and Saji's gasps could be heard, showing that he was being cornered by the demon of the Abaddon clan. The blonde was cornered, Baides' attacks were full of traps and feints, it was really difficult for him to even keep up with him. More black abujeros came out of nowhere, Baides looked fresh, but Saji not so much. Again the blonde pulled himself together, and he quickly took out and exploded his power. The blonde threw flames and blows in all directions, trying to hit Baides at least once. He let out his demonic power in all directions, but abujeros appeared around him, and they absorbed Saji's flames and some tentacles. Baides again created more abujeros, but these opening only showing Saji's power that was directed towards him. The man was sure that if it was just an attack, the young man would dodge it easily. That's why the Abaddon created more than 10 abujeros, all directed towards Saji. The young man received his own attack, but fortunately the armor protected him. The blonde looked angrily at Baides, but again a rain of blows was directed at Saji. This time, attacks charged with demonic power destroyed the young man's armor, not only punches, but also kicks and other attacks. A rain of blows destroyed Saji, but the blonde only made his armor regenerate and continued to fight. But unfortunately, the regeneration of Saji's armor was not infinite. Little by little, it was seen how the regeneration of Saji's armor became slower, to the point where parts of Saji's body were seen behind some abujeros in the armor, which they were slow to regenerate. At one point, one of Baides' blows hit Saji's side. The armor in that part had not yet regenerated, so it hit Saji's body, squirrely spitting out a large amount of blood. Saji's whole body had large bruises and wounds. In a second, the blonde spat out a large amount of blood while he was still trying to defeat Baides. To protect himself, the young man created barriers made of fire, but these were simply absorbed by Baides' black abujeros, and again another hail of blows was directed at Saji. Magdarin, who saw that battle, watched the fight with frustration. He knew that Saji could not fight Baides. He only saw how the body of the blonde continued to receive more wounds in his body, and if the battle continued like this, he knew perfectly well that Saji would fall unconscious or be killed by Baides. The battle is about to be lost. It was probably just Magdarin's pessimism, but he knew perfectly well the great power of the Abaddon abujeros, not only from watching the Baides ratings games on television, but also from knowing it firsthand. Her brother's queen was a member of the Abaddon clan. Kusha Abaddon is Baides' family. She is also able to manipulate the ability of Whole. She is considered a very strong queen among the young demons of her generation. However, Baides is a monster that is on another level. He perfectly knew that Saji had great power. Surely he would have the power of one of the Dragon Kings. But unfortunately he still couldn't beat Baides in a battle. That's why even the blonde possessed a poor compatibility with his sacred gear. But even deeper than that, the blonde couldn't defeat Baides because of the great strength and compatibility that the clanman Abaddon had his powers, thanks to Ray's piece. Possibly if Saji had a better handle on his power, he could create different versions of his armor like Azara and Drake, but for now, he was stuck. Saji. Curse. The blonde in front of Baides began to breathe heavily. He was in critical condition next to his armor. It was really unbelievable that he was even standing, but that wouldn't last long as he was wobbling. On the other hand, Baides hadn't even spent 1% of his power. He was like a rose. The demon still had a lot of power and a lot of time. Baides. I'm very fresh, my corduroy. Do you understand that you can't beat me? He said as he looked at the blonde. Saji. See, shut up. The man just sighed and he started walking toward Saji slowly. The man seems to be ready to give the coup de grace to Saji, but suddenly on the spot a great power could be felt. An attack was directed at Baides. The man quickly evaded it, but he was surprised as that attack destroyed a large part of the castle. A demon that can destroy a large part of the castle with just one punch must be a monster. But Baides quickly understood. There was only one demon with such power. If that demon is also part of the territory of the Bale clan, the man who separated Baides from Saji was nothing more and nothing less than a great man who wore golden armor in the form of a lion. He only smiled slightly as he saw Saji. Sareog. What's up, Saji? Your feelings don't have only this limit, do they? Saji. Hahaha, how do you think that? Of course not, he said while smiling, looking at the black-haired man. Saji, upon seeing Sareog, only fell to his knees, but quickly Sareog helped him back up. While they both had a smile, as that scene went on, Baides seemed to be not afraid at all, and he just laughed when he saw Sareog appear on the scene. Baides? Well. Apparently Sareog Bale appeared. You are known as the strongest among all the young demons. Sareog. Baides, don't know, it's not too late for you to give up. Please don't let the reputation of the third place ratings games get dirty like this. Baides. Ooh, the tone of your voice makes me understand that you can beat me. Ha 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 ha, I really think you're underestimating me too much. Don't you think it's the next head of House Bale? He said, looking somewhat mockingly at the black-haired man. Sareog at the end only sighed as he looked at Baides with some sorrow. Sareog. You know. The moment you said that, you were only thinking about yourself. Well, I guess I'll have to do my job as a member of the DXD team. Baides. To have the strongest and number one of the young demons as my opponent, it's interesting, he said, flashing a defiant smile. Suddenly, many Abujeros appeared around Sereog. Saji could only see the demon's back, while the demon had a smile. Saji. Defeat him, Sereog-san. Sereog. Haha, sure, just leave it to me, he said with a big smile. Hard 140. The Great King. In the middle of the place, two demons could be seen. One was the third place of the ratings games, Bidas Abaddon, and the other, the heir of House Bale, and the most muscular member of the entire DXD group, Sereog Bale. Those present only saw these two great fighters, they looked at each other in a challenging way, and those present knew that the battle that would take place there would be epic. Quickly Bidas released a gigantic demonic power to kill the others. Sereog moved to the side so as not to be hit, but he used his fist that was full of power to deflect the direction of the attack. In reality, Sereog made the decision to end all of his enemies' attacks. Quickly Sereog cut the distance between him and his enemy. Bidas could only see how in a burst of speed Sereog approached him at an incredible speed. Sereog began to throw a large number of punches at Bidas. The demon of the Abaddon house tried to dodge them, but they were very fast, faster than he himself imagined. In the end, he could only put his at one point. Bidas was sent flying by one of the blows, and when he pulled himself together, he only saw a bruise on his side from Sereog. Bidas, seeing that, only laughed. Apparently he had underestimated the black-haired man in front of him. Sereog, without wasting time, threw himself again at Bidas. The blows that the black-haired man gave this time were going with more force and speed. Bidas only saw and felt how Sereog's blows went towards him with an abysmal and ferocious force. Every punch and kick that the black-haired man gave was going with more force and speed than before every second, but Bidas was not left behind. He used a king piece to try to increase the intensity of the battle. He felt how he was getting stronger, but his strategic combat skills were obtained by all his rating games, so this one put them to the test against the black-haired one. Using Ray's piece, this increased his physical abilities to match Sereog's. He also began to use and create more Abujeros to counterattack. The battle began to be dominated by Bidas at that time. Little by little, the many Abujeros that Bidas created overwhelmed Sereog. At one point, Bidas disappeared and appeared behind Sereog using one of his Abujeros. He threw a great demonic power towards the black-haired man. Sereog, seeing that, dodged him with relative ease, but that was only a trap on Bidas's part. He quickly received a powerful blow to the face. A bullfighter had appeared to his right, and Bidas's fist charged with power had come out of it. The blow had hit the Bale squarely in the face, and little by little the battle was dominated by Bidas. He created bush boys which he used to hit Sereog. Each blow he dealt made Sereog's bones rumble. After all, thanks to Ray's piece, his strength had increased. In a moment, Sereog recoiled when he received another blow from Bidas. He quickly pulled himself together, but a bullfighter suddenly appeared at his feet, from which appeared Bidas's hand which held his foot. After holding his foot, he was held tightly, and another bush boy appeared at his side from where Bidas's fist came out. When receiving that blow, Sereog spat blood. He saw how his armor was cracking. Bidas's attacks were the same as when he fought Saji. These were tremendous, and although Sereog had great resistance and could knock down mountains with a single blow, he could not beat his opponent or even touch him. Another great attack from Bidas hit Sereog's body. The young Great King is unable to defend himself. However, there is one thing that is different from the fight against Saji, and that is that some demonic attacks coming from the Abujeros that were on Sereog's back did not hit him, perhaps because his instincts told him so, but Sereog seemed to dodge several of Bidas's attacks. But it was only for a moment. Bidas's attacks were intensifying. Sereog also intends to counterattack. He threw a punch, but he is absorbed by one of the Abujeros that appeared in front of him. In a second, one of the Abujeros that is in his face comes out his own fist, and he showed his fist that hit him in the face. Sereog. Haha. It's the first time I've been hit by my own fist. I see, Issei was right, my fists are effective, he said as he wiped blood from his nose. The black-haired man began to laugh at the strength of his own fist. He received a blow that he would never have imagined. The strength was so great that it surpassed his own expectations of his strength. After all, it was the blow of the fist of one of the strongest young demons he spent his entire life training. Therefore, it is not surprising that his own body did not withstand his attack. Sereog began to wipe the blood that came out of his nose and mouth. He began to control his breathing. Then he resumed his combat stance again. However, the disadvantages against Bidas were very great. No, the right thing to do is to think about that again. Almost all the demons that are in the middle of the battle are very great. As they faced Bidas Abaddon are at a huge disadvantage. Bidas only did it to show his tremendous prowess controlling the Abujeros. No matter what enemy he will face, he is able to attack at his own pace. This is simply a demonstration of his attacks. With each passing moment, Sereog takes more damage from Bidas's blows. In the end, Sereog fell to one knee while breathing heavily. Although Magdarin has never seen Sereog's battle against Grendel, he could have known that this fight is too difficult. Sereog. Gaia. The black-haired man released a large amount of blood from his mouth while receiving another blow. All his attacks had failed, and he has received a large number of injuries, all of which makes him look frustrated about his whole situation. Magdarin and his piece watched in amazement as Saryog was cornered. Saji also felt annoyed when he saw that, but he could only trust his friend. Idas. You are confused, you must not be very optimistic, to be honest, this surprises me too. I often describe myself with the strength of a Mayu. If I wanted I could make a gigantic busher and throw immense power into it, which can cause this castle to be destroyed in an instant, but if I did something like that, we would know who would be the winner outright, therefore things are as they are now. However, I only have to charge my demonic energy into one of the little Abujeros. Without a doubt Vitra will not be able to stop him, not even the next boss Dono. That is the demons like you who are part of the DXD group, they have already reached a limit of endurance. The man just smiled as he brought one of his hands to his chin and began to nod. Idas. You have experienced many life and death battles, certainly that is something that strengthens your strength. You are incredible, you surpass the demons of your generation. And that's precisely why you, Saryog, care about your talent and bloodline, don't you? Do you want to use your talent well? If so, use the king piece. The black-haired man, hearing that, only frowned as he looked at the man. Saryog. May I know what you're trying to say? Idas. I have heard rumors that the ancient demons have in their possession the king's pieces. After killing the current head of the great king's household, I will work together with all my collaborators to search for them. When I find them I will give one of those pieces to you. You can use it and without a doubt you will become a true great king. If it's you who are a demon with the support of the public, you will certainly be able to build a brighter family business. A new great king will start with you. Idas just stared at Saryog, Saji and Magdarin as he continued to speak. Idas. Listen, young newbies, you must remember my words. The raiding games should only be for the nobles, it's a form of training only allowed for the high-class demons. The low-class demons and recumbered demons that enjoy the ratings games are like a bad joke. Saji. That's stupid discrimination. Magdarin. Racist. Saryog. No thanks. Idas. What did you say? Saryog slowly began to stand up again as he was seen by Idas. Saryog. I will never deny the way I have lived so far. I will not deny the path I have taken to get here, that's my pride. You're asking me to forget all my pain, sadness, joy, victory, defeat that I've had so far. I rejected that these two fists, this body, this soul and my nobility, all that I have obtained thanks to my effort, denying all that for a false talent is something I will never do. Saryog finished saying that and began to walk towards Idas. Every step the black-haired man took was full of determination. Saryog. Not only that. Saji Genshuru who is here, Issei hyoudou went through the same thing. We gained great strength and courage for our great effort. You are asking me to put aside everything I have lived for a year and go to an easy path like that? Well, unlike you are an experienced opponent or you may be a puppet of the ancient demons, I will defeat you here without hesitation. The words reached Saji's heart and he was crying. Saji. That's a real man, he said as tears welled up in his eyes. I don't even know why I'm crying, said the queen of Magdarin peace. Magdarin. Brother. Saryog. Don't worry, no doubt. I will protect you, he said with a big smile. Magdarin, seeing his elder brother smile, could only shed tears. On more than one occasion he was saved by his brother Saryog and he was totally grateful, but even so, he had some discomfort, perhaps because of the things he did in the past. Magdarin. Why? Why on more than one occasion I have hated you, I have also sabotaged you, and I know you've noticed. Why do you still protect me? Saryog. Because you're my family. When I took away the title of heir to the Bale clan, I knew perfectly well that you would hate me. I only did it to prove my power, to prove that it was a mistake that they made me, along with my mother, just to prove to them that I was better than them, and even knowing it would destroy your reputation I did. So I don't care if you hate me, it doesn't matter if you have resentment, I will accept that hatred, no matter how great or deep your resentment is, I will gladly accept it. Magdarin heard these words and only shed more tears as he looked at his brother. Magdarin. You have to win, please win. Saryog. Yes, I will. Saryog, who was already facing Idas, looked at him seriously as he clenched his fists. Saryog. My little brother Magdarin's mind is better than mine, he always does things carefully, he is always aware of the goodness of other people, so he is someone better to be a politician, he is a man who will one day become a good leader of the Bale family. That's why I'm proud of my brother, he will certainly be able to light up the great king's house, after all he is like me, he is stubborn. I know you will achieve the dreams you have set for yourself. The black-haired man at that moment stretched out his fist and looked seriously at Idas. Saryog. Idas Abaddon, come and try a punch from my fist that I've always trained. The black-haired man began to increase the power of his body as a golden power covered him. Saryog. Come my great ally. Lion Regulus. Hearing his master's call, the lion on his chest began to glow, the eyes of lion's armor increasing in power as Saryog began to chant. Sariag. This body, the soul, even if it falls into an endless void. Regulus. My lord and I are going to exhaust this body and soul and lift it up on the endless royal road. Sariag. Rose, the triumph, the game and the shine. Regulus. This is the body of the beastly demon. Sariag. Lodged on top of my fist it is the glorious imperial authority. Sariag's power was rapidly increasing, creating an intense cyclone. At the back door strong gusts of air were created. The gusts of air sent large chunks of concrete flying. But it also sent petals flying. The petals of the flowers that Magdarin had grown, those same petals, began to dance around Sariag. Sariag. Balin, Regulus. Flowers. Sariag. Let the beast be released. Regulus. God may it surpass them all. After finishing the chant a great flash lit up the place. For those present that glow was incredible. But when it faded, those present saw something majestic. Sariag's armor had changed color. The gold was changed to a purple color, while the armor also changed shape, giving it a more intimidating and imposing touch. Sariag. As you can see. This is the awakening of self-improvement, he said with a smile. Regulus. You set the beast free. Saji. That's right. Magdarin. The full power of my brother's Regulus armor. That's it. Sariag. Rex Regulus Imperial Leather Purple. The power coming out of the armor seemed unbelievable, an amazing power that far surpassed Saji's. It was impressive. Sariag. Thanks to you the beast inside me has evolved, it's there. It is the embodiment of my destruction that has been pushed to the limit with my life force as support. It takes away a bit of energy temporarily. Well, after all, that's a fist that doesn't possess the power of destruction. I give the power of destruction to the Baal. In a millisecond, Sariag disappeared from the sight of those present. Even Saji lost sight of him. Baides seeing that created a powerful barrier to protect himself. But when Sariag reappeared, he had his fist loaded with power, and this with a simple blow, went through the powerful barrier of magic. In slow motion Baides saw how Sariag's fist approached him. To prevent him from receiving the blow, he created a bully in the direction of Sariag's fist. He waited for Sariag's fist to be swallowed, and after that the black-haired man would receive his own blow, but he heard something that made him scared. Crack. Baides and those present watched as the Abujaro cracked when he touched Sariag's fist, and in the end, it shattered like a mirror. Baides was shocked to see that, but in the end he received a powerful and huge blow to his stomach that caused him to spit out blood and saliva. Sariag's great blow sent Baides flying. He went through several walls and made the whole castle tremble. The great gust of the black-haired man's blow did not stop there, and he tore off part of the ground and blew up many things. Baides, having stopped, only grabbed his stomach as he fell to his knees, and he looked at Sariag in amazement. Baides. Me. My Abujaro was destroyed. Sariag. My fist is for destruction, regardless of anything it is, I'll just destroy it. I hope his body tasted good from the blow I just gave him. This is all thanks to those ideas of his. Again Sariag disappeared and hit Baides in the face. A rain of blows fell on Baides's body. He felt how his whole body was destroyed. The armor he had was falling apart, while Sariag's blows exceeded his speed and strength. Right now the black-haired man was above the level of a Mau, possibly, he was bordering on the level of a god. After many blows, Sariag stopped while Baides was almost shattered. Baides? See how? How is this possible? What is this? What the hell is going on? It was just an ordinary punch and an ordinary punch, not that. Why was my Abujaro destroyed? Why was all my demonic power destroyed? Apparently, Baides had slipped into his own world, wondering why the battle was now on the side of the black-haired man in purple armor. However, Sariag wasn't quite right. His whole body was screaming in pain. Fresh blood was pouring out of all the gaps in his armor. Blood was also coming out of his mouth and nose. Still Sariag, possibly from the hard beating he had a few minutes ago, or maybe it's also from the sudden pressure for his newfound power. But even so, Sariag wrapped his body in power and did not weaken at all. So he began to walk in Baides's direction. Sariag stood in front of Baides. Sariag. You used a talent to buy an insufficient talent. I have used the practice and glory of my life to compensate for my lack of talent because I've trained all my life, no cheating, no parts to support you or make you stronger. Hearing that, Baides only felt fear all over his body. He tried to escape through a circle of teleportation, but one of his arms was held by one of Vitra's whips. The whip began to fill with flames, while Saji looked at it in a serious way. Saji. You won't run away, you idiot. Saji's tentacles that were camouflage caught Baides's two legs, and Baides slowly absorbed the vitality of the man's body. Saji quickly stood up, and he began to create flames through his whip, the tentacles filling with fire that slowly consumed the demon's strength, causing him to scream. Saji. You insulted the name of my best friend Issei hyoudou, we will never forgive you for that. The screams intensified from Baides, Vitra's flames beginning to consume his entire body, but he feared even more when he saw Sariag approaching. He only raised his fist as he looked at Baides seriously. Sariag. Bide Abaddon, your ambition will be crushed by this blow, he said as he showed his fist filled with a purple energy with hints of gold. Bide at that time only created several barriers and bushers to protect himself, but still these were shattered. Sareog throwing the blow only pierced through every barrier and every bush, and in the end the blow hit full on Bide's chest. A great tremor and a large smoke screen covered the place, and when it vanished, those present saw how Sareog's fist had pierced Bide's chest completely. Bide's. I am. Third place in the ratings games. I'm known as a Mau class demon. He said as he spat out blood and slowly died. Sareog. This fist doesn't matter if it's Issei Hyoudou's or Saji Genshiru's or mine. This blow is that of a member of the DXD team who protects with his life what he loves. After saying that, they saw how life came out of Bide's body, and in the end he died. After that, Sareog's armor was decided and he and Saji lay on the ground tired. The battle had been rough, but in the end they won. Outside of Bale territory things seemed to have calmed down. Surely the rebellion caused by Bide Abaddon servants had already been calmed down, and the demon servants were surely captured and arrested. While the boys were on the ground, a female figure had appeared. She had a revealing costume, she had horns on her head, her hair was cherry colored, and she looked like she was in her 20s. Wow, when I heard that Bide Abaddon had caused a rebellion I ran at full speed. The woman who had appeared was Roygun Belfiger. She is the one who takes second place in the ratings games. She is one of the main competitors. That is the identity of the woman who has just appeared on the scene. Roygun along with Seraphol Leviathan and Greyfeel Lucifagus were revered as the most beautiful and powerful women in the entire underworld. He is only squinting when he sees Bides on the ground. Roygun. Like him, I also use the king piece, and I'm also in the situation of having bad behavior. However, Lion Cunt King, I don't have any complaints about that power on a social level. Likewise, I won't tell lies or blame anyone for everything that happened. I won't be like Bides. I just want this power to be able to compete on that stage by myself, leaving aside the fixed ratings games. I enjoyed the other ratings games. Yes, she had also been exposed to Diehauser Belial's declaration as a competitor who used the king piece. However, she is not like Bides who had a rebellious heart. Roygun. Right now, it's a time of emergency. Even the military and police of the underworld have mobilized to help stop this rebellion. So, Lion King, do you like ratings games? Sareog didn't know what to say, but the horned woman just kept talking. Roygun. I like ratings games. Diehauser also thinks the same, that man loves ratings games more than anything, but I'm sorry. Us, third place, second place, and first place in the rating games, really are fools. Saji. Yes, you can tell, don't you see that one of you tried to kill us? In the end, she only bowed in front of Sareog, who was apologizing for her stupidity and stubbornness, but before they could continue talking, some guards arrived with very serious news. Guard. Sareog Sama Magdaran Sama, there are problems. Sareog. What's wrong? Guard. El Trahixa appeared again, and this time. It is attacking the human world near Europe and the coasts of Japan. They only paled when they heard that they were again attacking the human world, but this time the Trahixa was possibly in its monster form, not in its humanoid form. The destruction of Europe along with Japan is at stake. They in the end only thought about the rest of the team and their captain. Sareog. Sai, I'll leave that to the rest of the team and to our leader, Issei Hyoudou. Hard 141 Olympus. You can see how in a certain place, everything was on fire, in what looked like a great mountain full of clouds and fog. Flames covered the place, warriors were on the ground, soldiers who seemed to have wings and other people were dead on the ground. While that was happening, a female figure similar to that of a girl walked over the corpses. A certain gray-haired old man and a certain dragon loli accompanied that figure while he had a smile. Rizavan. Well, it's time for my friends to come, he said smiling. Elsewhere, you can see how a magic circle on the other side of Olympus opened. From this came Issei along with several of his companions. He was next to the Gremory group, which seemed to be serious. Azazel. We've arrived, Olympus, he said, looking at the big mountain in front of him, shrouded in fog. Issei. I don't see anything, just fog and clouds. Azazel. It's normal, Olympus is even higher. This is just the entrance to the land of the Greek gods. Here must be warriors and other people who encompass all of Olympus. The boys were going to continue on their way, but suddenly some guards quickly surrounded the young men. They seemed to be gladiators or Roman warriors. They had spears and pointed them at the boys. UARFIA1. Who are they? Log. Azazel. We are members of the anti-terrorist group DXD, we come to help you. Let them pass. A thick male voice was heard behind the soldiers. The guards quickly lowered their weapons, and at that moment behind the soldiers appeared a black-haired man who was wearing Greek armor. You must be Azazel Dono and the DXD group, right? Azazel. That's right, and you must be the god Ares, right? Ares? That's right, it's a pleasure to meet such honorable and fierce warriors, he said looking at those present. Issei. The god Ares. The god of war? He said, looking at the black-haired man. Ares? himself, and you must be hyoudou Issei, it is a pleasure to know you, from god to god. Issei. Yes, all the same. Ares. Sorry for the rudeness of the welcome, but we've had much bigger problems than you think, said this serious one. Azazel. I can imagine. Ares. Well, follow me, father, I'm sure he'll want to see you. After saying that, the god of war took the young people to the top of the place, these on an aerial platform that seemed to move with magic, lifted them up, little by little the boys were going through the clouds, Asia and Kaneko seemed to tremble with fear because of the height at which they were going. Others like Zenobia and Arena could not see anything because of the clouds they were going through as they climbed. But in a moment they had stopped breaking through the clouds and saw what looked like a giant palace atop a great mountain. Those present were amazed to see that beautiful palace, waterfalls along with clouds and vegetation, surrounded the palace, and when the platform stopped, they saw a goddess totally beautiful for some. Wow, it's a shame you're back, I would have preferred an animal or something to eat you, he said looking at Ares. Ares? Shut up, silly. The goddess only stuck out her tongue at the god of war, as if she were a child, but Issei noticed how that blonde woman looked at him strangely while he fought with Ares, in fact she smiled at him, but Issei did not understand very well why. My pleasure, I'm the goddess Aphrodite, it's a pleasure to meet you group DXD, she said waving friendly. You? Whispering, hey Issei, is it normal for me to get turned on just by seeing her? Issei. Whispering, she's the goddess of love and hex in Greek mythology, so I guess that's normal, just avoid seeing her. Aphrodite. Ara, Azazel-kun, I haven't seen you for ages, how have you been? Issei. Old and wrinkled, as always, he said, looking at the crow mockingly. Azazel. Shut up. Ares. Follow me, we'll take you to the great hall, all the gods are there. They kept walking, the luxury of things on Olympus gradually changed, previously there were some normal houses and stables in place when they arrived, but now it was totally different, now those present saw how some people like angels flew in the sky, they wore white robes, others were children playing in the clouds, and Issei was thrilled to see Pegasi flying in the sky like a flock of birds. Issei. Guys, look at Pegasus, can I have one? Azazel. Why would you want a Pegasus if you can fly already? Issei. Well, obviously to show it off, who wouldn't want a Pegasus? Ares. Cough cough. Please don't be distracted. Ooh, to our left you can see the Pegasi stable, so admire them. Issei just saw the Pegasi with star-shaped eyes, people like Azazel or Kiba. Issei's behavior seemed somewhat childish, but the girl seeing Issei like that only laughed at the boy's adorable way of acting. These at last had reached the entrance of the great palace. Ares opened the door showing the place. The corridors were huge and long. A very high-quality red carpet apparently adorned the place, and on the walls were full of pictures or weapons made of gold. Issei. How little humility, they should be like the bugger like us, always humble. You. We live in a mansion, remember? Issei. Correction, we live in a mansion that was given to us, I'm still humble, but obviously if someone wants to give me a mansion I won't refuse. Kiba. Right. Azazel. Do you want to stop talking nonsense and keep walking? We've already been left behind, he said, watching as Ares and Aphrodite were already about 5 or 6 meters away. They quickly kept up with both gods, and when they reached their destination, they only saw the primeval gods along with a few others. Ooh, looks like they've already arrived, said a blonde man. Ares. That's right, these are the DXD group. I see, it's a pleasure to meet you personally, I'm the god Zeus, it's a pleasure, he said waving. Azazel. Zeus-sama, I think it goes without saying what we came for, right? Zeus. No, it's not necessary, it's because of Millennium, they've been prowling around our territory for a few hours, they've also killed several of my soldiers and those of Ares, he said seriously. That's right, I'm for them, said a blonde girl wearing a white robe. Come on, are you sure, Sister Athena? Isn't that crazy? Said a blonde man with a pompon. Athena. Yes, it's the most logical thing to do, Apollo, after all, if they try to destroy Olympus, they are the ones to stop them as reinforcement, she said seriously looking at her brother. Zeus. It doesn't matter that, the main thing is to stay safe. Hermes, go and take a look at those idiots, if it's true, they're trying to free them. At that a young albino with a hat which had wings on his boots appeared who had a smile. Hermes. As orders, father, I'll do it right away, but first I'd like to stay and watch this meeting. Zeus. Okay. Size, those demons are really annoying, plus that the factions didn't have this Rizavin under control. Said a woman with white hair and red eyes. Calm down, Hera, they now not only have to control the underworld, but also the human world. Did you forget that we voted for the supernatural world to be revealed to mortals? Asked a blonde woman who had flowers on her clothes and head. Hera. Shut up, Demeter, it's still annoying. Yes, although it's also entertaining, you know, it's been a while since I've created any more weapons and stuff, said a somewhat dwarf and robust man who had a beard. Hera. I'm glad you're having fun, Hephaestus, but it's still dangerous, soldiers have already died, we've got there something. Calm down, Hera, that desperation won't make them leave, you have to think of something, said an old woman with red hair. Issei. Whispering, and that lady. Azazel. Whispering, it's the goddess of the hearth, the goddess Hestia. Issei. Whispering, what? So old. Azazel. Whispering, well, she is known as the greatest of the Greek gods, she was the first daughter of Cronus and the older sister of Zeus, I guess it's normal for her to look like that. Zeus. Hestia, you are right, we have to stay calm, Artemis' daughter, how are the huntresses doing? He said, looking at his daughter. A young woman with white hair appeared who had a smile and serious look. Artemis. They haven't found anything, unfortunately, father, but they're still looking. Are you sure it's a good idea to send the hunter's brother, said a blonde-haired man who had a trident. Zeus. I'd rather send trained huntresses than simple Poseidon soldiers, I think it's the best. Father, if you ask I can go with one each hand, I can go face Millennium, said a young man with tattoos who had a maso in his hands. Zeus. No, it's very dangerous, unless we're sure of what they're doing or where they are, we won't act. Hercules, he said seriously and firm in his decision. Issei. Hey, I'm sorry for getting into your talk, but if they sent people looking for Millennium I'm sure they're already dead, he said, getting everyone's attention. Artemis. What? Issei. Believe me, those sons of bitches don't leave any loose ends, if any of your hunters got so far as to be close enough to them, they're probably already dead. When the albino heard that, she was annoyed, while she looked at the hooded man angrily. Artemis. Are you underestimating my hunters? They were trained by the gods, they are stronger and more resilient than any warrior on Olympus other than the gods. Issei. I didn't underestimate them, it's just logical, yes they were coming up, who knows, they're not going to let a couple of girls in leather armor and bow get in their way, plus I don't know if they forgot, but right now they're being attacked by the Trihexa, and even if it's just a part of it, I'm sure even you gods could easily die if you're careless. Zeus. You're Issei hyoudou, aren't you? You are well known in the supernatural world, and I also know that you are a god, so we listen to you. Artemis. But father. Zeus. No ifs and buts, Artemis, maybe you're a powerful goddess, but he's right, the Trihexa faced the biblical god, that thing must be enormously strong, besides. They've been fighting Millennium for over a year, they know more than we do. The god, by agreeing with the hooded young man, only annoyed the albino, who looked at the boy with some anger. Azazel. That's right, Zeus-sama, I'm sure they have something else up their sleeves, otherwise those idiots would have attacked us by now. Hestia. And what do you propose? Azazel. Really? We have no idea, if we don't know where they are or what they are trying to do we have no clues, it would just be looking for them and preventing their plans. Issei. Yes, that sounds boring, so I have a better idea, he said, pulling out his revolver. The albino quickly placed his revolver to his head and this loaded the bullet with Yui's power. The gods, sensing that power, were shocked and quickly the albino just pulled the trigger. Issei. Hi. Bang. The albino pulled the trigger, he used his fifth bullet so he could see into the future. Zeus. That's it. Demeter. The power of the god Cronus, how? Azazel. A long story. Quickly Issei's right eye turned yellow and the shape of a clock appeared in it, the hands of the clock that were in the albino's eye moved rapidly advancing time until it stopped in a moment returning to reality. Asia. Issei-san, what did you see? Yuri. Did you see Millennium? Issei. The albino was silent for a few minutes until they began to see how he whispered something, little by little, those murmurs became more audible listening to how he was laughing until a great laugh was heard. Issei. The gods only looked at the albino with some curiosity, but he only smiled broadly to see Zeus. Issei. Hey old man, when were you going to tell us that the Titans existed? The gods were shocked to hear that, and Zeus only seriously saw the albino. Zeus. How do you know that? Perhaps. Issei. Well, obviously I saw the future, in it you could see about 5 huge giants, one was made of earth, one was made of ice, also fire, wind, and another was a huge obese cyclops. The gods were surprised to hear this, but they were astonished to hear the description of the albino. Artemis. And can't be. They. Zeus. Yes, they're trying to free the Titans, he said seriously. Issei. Yes, I always knew they were real, suck that, Azazel, he said, looking mockingly at the curved one. Azazel. Shut up, Athena. Wait, how do you have the power of the god Cronus? Quickly, Yui and Lin took on their human forms as well, looking at the gods. Yui. I previously possessed a fragment of the power of Kronos, I collected the 11 fragments and became the queen of time, and like every queen, I need a king, she said, hugging Issei. Ares. So you can both control time? Issei. Possibly not like the god Cronus that you remember, but we can manipulate time partially. Zeus. I see, and coming back to the subject, you're right. The Titans do exist. Ares. Titans. Like in the Hercules-sama movie at Disney. Hercules. That's right, tremendous movie by the way. Issei. Hercules, you and I go in a Pegasus and we'll blow them up. Hercules. Wow. Azazel. Stop, Issei, what else did you wear? Issei. Apparently the ones who are bothering around here are Rizvan, Lilith and someone else I didn't recognize. She looked like Lilith, but she seemed more powerful. Apparently they will release the Titans to destroy Olympus or something. Zeus. Sons of bitches. Azazel. So that's what they want, where are those Titans? Poseidon. You are in the depths of the seas of the human world, if it is true that you want to free them, then my soldiers will stop you. Issei. Mistake, they'll be dead in seconds and the Titans will come out, it's better that you just withdraw your soldiers and let them do it at once. Athena. How can you say that? Don't you know how dangerous those monsters are? Issei. Dangerous. Hahaha, gentlemen, ladies, I'm the real danger here, he said with a smile. Elsewhere, you can see a Rizvan flying in the middle of the sea. This one was in the Bermuda Triangle. Storms hit the place, huge gusts of wind and other things were in place. Next to the old man was Lilith and another female figure a little taller than Lilith. Rizvan only saw how a typhoon was in the middle of the sea, but Rizvan just smiled as he created a large fireball. He quickly threw it into the sea, creating a gigantic explosion. Some of the water evaporated, and when the steam dispersed, Lilith created a barrier preventing the water from covering the bush that the old man had made. When they did that, they saw what looked like bars. These were on the ground, and through these you could see our red eyes. Rizvan. Hello, with your help we will make a great show, friends. Hahaha, muhaha. Hard 142 Titans. An Issei can be seen preparing some sort of carriage. This one was pulled by a Pegasus, while Azazel and the others continued to talk about the circumstances. Azazel. Haber, so the supposed Titans that appear in the Hercules Sama movie are real and Rizvan will free them to destroy Olympus. Issei. Yes, I already said it. Hey, can you pass me another wheel? This one with spikes on the sides doesn't work. You. What are you doing? Issei. Well, obviously getting ready. I have to be ready for when Rizvan and the Titans arrive. Too bad we don't have a wall to protect Eldia, he said, while the Pegasus pulling the chariot seemed to be eating an apple made of gold. Zeus. So there is trouble. Hermes, change of plans. Send a message to all the soldiers and tell them to prepare for an imminent fight, he said seriously. Issei. It really won't do any good, they'll probably be just cannon fodder. Why do they bother? I'll just go, kill the Titans and come back. Easy, he said while his car had a lot of spikes around it and was a black color with red accents. Artemis. Shut up, our soldiers. Issei. No offense, but maybe they're brats in silk diapers, but I doubt they can stand up to those Titans, let alone Lilith or Trahixa. The only ones who can stand up to those things are us and you Greek gods, he said, looking seriously at the Greek gods. Hiba. Wow, it's the first time I've seen that you're interested in someone else's life. Issei. No, I'm just a realist. If they fight, they will surely be dead meat. Artemis. How rude, as expected of a dirty man like you, she said with disgust. Azazel. Well, that doesn't matter now, the important thing is to know how they managed to enter the territory of the Greek gods with such ease. Maybe Hades gave them an entrance that no one else knew about. Athena. No, it's impossible. We block all kinds of ways for Hades or one of his allies to enter Olympus again. Poseidon. The only way. It's that someone from the inside has given them away, and he said seriously. Issei. Well, it's obvious who did it, don't you think? Demeter. You say you know who let Millennium into our territory? Issei. That's right, in fact, you're related to her, tell me. How is your daughter Persephone? Asking that question, Demeter opened her eyes in shock, while all the other gods looked at the goddess of the harvest. Azazel. It makes sense, Persephone is Hades' lover and wife. Zeus. Was it Persephone? She let them in, he asked with some annoyance looking at his sister. Demeter. And I don't. Issei. Calm down, I'm probably wrong and there's just another traitor in your midst, but you really should keep an eye on Persephone just in case. Hestia. Well, there are problems with that. Azazel. Demeter. And my daughter. She's been missing for months, she said while she looked sad. Rias. Then Dot. Azazel. Yes, she's probably the one who let Millennium through. Demeter just hung her head with some sadness, while Hestia and Hera comforted her. Zeus seemed more serious than before, and the other gods only saw that simply. Asia. So what do we do? Sarah. Are we looking for Persephone Sama? Cain. Is it a quest? Issei. No, it won't do any good, she'll come out of hiding when the time comes. For now we just have to get ready, he said, well he already had his little war carriage ready. Poseidon. The Titans won't come out yet, the planets have to align for that to happen. Issei. Ha 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 ha, it really is like the movie, he said with a big smile. Zeus. We have a few hours, if you want you can rest or train in the meantime. Issei. I'll go and test my war chariot, goodbye. Quickly Issei began to fly, being pulled by the glue which began to raise its wings and flap rapidly. The young man, being in an enclosed space, only crossed one of the walls of the palace as if nothing had happened, thus coming outside. Zeus. Is he always like that? He said, asking about the albino. Azazel. More than you can imagine. After Issei left, a circle of communication appeared, from which Barakiel was heard who seemed to be serious. Barakiel. Azazel, the other parts of the Trahexa fled, Issei's clones drove her away, but. Damn brat, you smashed my beautiful mountain. Azazel. That was the god Indra, wasn't it? Barakiel. Yes, unfortunately those clones of Issei are identical to him, and so. Let's just say that after Trahexa appeared, an all-out battle broke out. Another circle appeared where Penemu was heard. Penemu? The Egyptian faction was also defended, but. Get that out of your head, brat, you're not a pharaoh. Azazel. And that one? Penemu? The god Anubis, along with other gods, helped, but. Let's say a pyramid needs to be repaired. Another circle opened, from which Odin and Valerie could be heard, who seemed happy. Odin. All right here, Millennium barely got to touch Asgard thanks to the boy, by the way, he's a clone, right? Azazel. Yes, why? Odin. No, not at all, he said. While he was there he saw how the head was missing from the body of the clone of Issei, leaving only his body which seemed to be laughing, while he saw a somewhat beaten Thor. Valerie. Europe is fine too, some human military arrived, but they left us alone when they saw that Issei was on the spot. Lavinia. I'm tired, let's have a duel to the death with knives for the love of Valerie Chan, he said looking at Issei's clone. You. Duel to the death with knives. Giba. I think they're going to fight with knives. Hercules. I think so too. Again a final circle opened to listen to an Ashino. Ashino. It's all over here, but we'll have to apologize to the Celtic gods. Dagda the lead god was apparently beaten when Issei thought he was being mind-controlled. Look at yourself, Dagda. A brat hit you. Azazel. That's the god Sucellus, isn't he? Ashino. Yep. Azazel. Sigh, okay, thank you for the hard work, go rest, if you can support the team on Earth, we'll go too when this is over. Barakiel. Azazel, before we go, we have to say that Millennium stole a few artifacts. Azazel. Artifacts. Penemu. Nothing very important, a few jewels from part of Tutankhamun's old tomb. Barakiel. A magical staff of the god Indra. Valerie. Things made of gold next to some kind of pillars made of orichalcum. Ashino. And an old inscription of scores of the Celtic gods. Azazel. Well, look into that, we'll take care of Rizavin who's around here, goodbye, he said at the end, cutting off communication. Riaz. So we just wait. Azazel. We have no choice, I don't think it's a good idea to go to the Bermuda Triangle. Giba. Yes, that's the Sea of Monsters. Ew. It wouldn't be nice to be swallowed by a gigantic sea creature or a kraken. Azazel. Sigh, at least the Trahexa hasn't reached Japan yet, but it's getting closer with every step, he said, looking at some news of a huge evil creature crossing the sea and heading towards Japan. Akeno. I wonder why. Yuki. What do you mean, Akeno? Akeno. Well, the Trahexa can fly, but it seems to take its time to get to the coast of Japan, so I wonder why it does it. Quickly one of the walls of the place was destroyed when Issei crossed it again with his chariot, he only laughed and got out of it, answering Akeno's question. Issei. Surely they only do it to terrify people, fear is the weapon that Rizavin tries to use to control the maces, if people see a monster more than 100 meters high appear on the shores of Japan, they will surely run away in terror. Artemis. Hey, you smashed the wall, he said, looking at what he had done. Issei. That's already the case when it comes. Artemis. He will lie. Issei. Well, I think I'll go and rest in the Divine Meadows or something, goodbye, he said as he left the place. The boys followed Issei along with some gods such as Hephaestus or Hercules, who had liked the albino and wanted to accompany them, only leaving the main gods in the room next to Azazel. Hera. It seems like it's hard to work with children, she said looking at the crow. Azazel. Sighs, yes, something. Hestia. Yes, we have the same problem, he said watching as Zeus played with a Rubik's cube. Poseidon. Where did you get that? Zeus. The boy gave it to me, it's a Rubik's cube of more than 10,000 parts. Hestia. And then you ask because we say you're a moron. Time skip. An hour had passed, in that time the young people saw Olympus, the boys thought it was really a beautiful place, but there was something that those present did not like, and that was that Aphrodite and Artemis were very close to Issei. Artemis simply scolded Issei and tried to keep him under control, since he tried to do something crazy more than once, and the goddess of love just stuck to the albino a lot, making the girls jealous. Apparently the goddess of love had some interest in the albino. But right now you can see an Issei lying in a meadow of flowers, he seemed to be comfortable, but suddenly he saw how a certain goddess sat next to him. Aphrodite. Does it bother you if I sit here? Issei. No, not at all, it's your home after all, I should be the one to say that actually. Aphrodite. Gigi, you are very interesting, Issei hyoudou. Issei. Why do you say that? Aphrodite. Maybe you don't remember it, but I'm sure you remember it in time. Issei. Huh? What do you mean? The goddess only smiled, but before she could answer, their conversation was interrupted by Artemis. Artemis. Hey, you guys come quickly. The call of the goddess only caught the attention of both of them, but in doing so, they said that they saw in the distance how storm clouds were approaching, black clouds were approaching, and in the distance 5 great giants were approaching. Zeus. But how the planets? Issei. That doesn't matter, they surely found a way to get them out early. The important thing is to know who they are staying with, he said, looking at the gods and his team. They only saw how the giant figures showed themselves in a better way, showing the titans. Lithos the titan mountain, the two-headed titan made of rock. Hydros, the giant skeleton made of ice. Iros, the giant titan of flames, was made entirely of fire and lava, Hydros' natural enemy, but they allied themselves simply to watch Zeus and the other gods fall. Stratos, the giant made of wind, with arms made of strong whirlwinds, red eyes and red mouth. And at the end, Cyclops, an obese pink-colored creature, a cyclops as it looked. The titans were getting closer and closer to Olympus, and in a black carriage pulled by what looked like a horse with bat wings, Rizvan was laughing while at his side was Lilith. Issei. Well, who will they fight? He said as he stretched. You. I think I'll finish off the one that's made of rock. Hephaestus. I will support you. Kiba. I'll keep the ice one. Ares. Ha 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 ha, I'll go with you Kibidono. Asper. I want the lava one, he said excitedly. Apollo. What a reckless kid. Poseidon. Ha ha ha, Rosie, I like this guy. Well, you have the support of the god of the sea, he said smiling. Rheas. Well, then we'll take care of the wind. Akeno. Ara, he asked me if he could stand my rays, he said while smiling. Athena. This battle will be hard. Hestia. It's been a while since he fought, I hope he didn't trust me. Azara. We'll take care of the OP Cyclops. Artemis. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Demeter. It's been a while since he's fought, it's going to be interesting. From the sky several evil dragons descended as Rizvan smiled. Several undead appeared, these were skeletons with weapons, and all the gods saw the god Hades who was on the ground guiding the giants. Hercules. Well, I'll take care of Hades. Hermes, are you coming with me? Hermes. I don't think it helps much, but however you want. Issei. Okay, then I'll go for Rizvan, but. Azazel. Yes, Trihexa is nowhere to be found, he said seriously. Those present only saw Rizvan approaching. He had a mocking smile as usual as he saw the gods present. Rizvan. Hello ladies, hair, I came to destroy Olympus, he said while having a big smile. Zeus. You must be Rizvan. Rizvan. The only one, that's right, the antagonist of this story, a pleasure. Issei. Hey, where Trihexa is, it's supposed to be here. Rizvan. Ooh, yes, Trihexa-chan, it's there, she said pointing behind him. Those present at the time only saw a loli with a body on her forehead. She was wearing a white suit and looked like a small version of what her mature version was. Trihexa. Hello again, I'm sorry if I surprised you with this form. When I divide my body I also divide with my powers and with my human form, that's why we brought them, he said pointing to the titans. Issei. Well, what a pity, it looks like it will be easier than I thought, he said mockingly. Rizvan. I wouldn't be so sure. Quickly the old man took out a kind of syringe, he gave it to Trihexa, and quickly the loli injected it. As she did so, little by little she began to scream, her fangs became bigger, and tentacles came out of her back. The Greek gods present were surprised, along with the other members of the DXD group. Azazel felt the same feeling he felt when he first met Nairuko. And those present saw how Trihexa was a kind of loli monster with tentacles. Rizvan. Nairuko-chan's blood is very useful, unfortunately she's not here, that's because she's supplying more blood to our army, I'm sure she really wanted to come. Trihexa. Hi this. It feels really good, power runs through my veins. Ha 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 ha. Azazel. Issei. The albino quickly lunged at the loli monster, who used Yui and Lin easily cut off the girl's tentacles and limbs, but these quickly spawned as if nothing had happened. Trihexa. The power of Nyarlathotep is incredible, I can't wait to get more, he said smiling macabrely. The Greek god saw the loli and recoiled, but Issei noticed something, and that was that the girl Impausa was with them. Issei. Now what are you doing here? I asked looking at the black-haired woman. Impausa. I'm just waiting. The death of these gods are destined to happen, when they are eliminated by Trihexa, they will fall into my hands. Issei. Say what you want. Don't you know that destiny isn't written? Hercules. Whispering. Hey, who are you talking to? Kiba. Whispering. Who knows? The albino quickly moved and hit Trihexa, pushing her away. The gods also moved. Yu used his sword to cut the stone titan. The god Hephaestus followed him. He with a large mallet cracked the giant's body, causing him to roar. Poseidon with his trident attacked the beast made of magma. A whirlwind of water came out of the trident, causing the magma in his body to cool down. Small horns came out of Gaspar's head, and quickly a gigantic beast that looked like a bear with spider legs on its back came out, and we started to hit the beast made of magma. Instead of burning, it could only withstand the heat. The lizard tail appeared on that spider bear, and it seemed that lizard scales protected it from the heat. Kiba along with Ares cut the ice skeleton, but it threw a blast of ice from its mouth. Kiba with the flames of his sword prevented it from freezing, but he saw his surroundings. Everything was full of ice, seeing that he knew that he should not be trusted since the attack was very powerful. The giant made of wind fought against Rias. He launched great rays of destruction. These apparently had an effect on the giant, but he regenerated as if nothing had happened. Akeno using his lightning seemed to do nothing to the giant, and the goddess Hestia did nothing with her flames either. Azara on the other hand hit the giant Cyclops hard. He is in a burst of speed. He gave a powerful blow to the face that made him retreat. Artemis summoned a bow, and it created several dates of light together with Yuri, and Demeter launched several lightning bolts which scorched the giant's skin, causing him to scream in pain. The undead army of Hades was repelled by a bunch of knights made of shadows. These were controlled by Issei. At one point a huge beast made of bones appeared, but this was shattered by the mace of Hercules. Hermes on the other hand, launched several magical attacks towards the skeletons that served Hades. The god Zeus saw how evil dragons flew in the sky, but he quickly made a lightning bolt appear, and this, well covered in lightning, began to disintegrate the dragons with his lightning. On the other hand, Issei only looked seriously at the mutated Trihexa who was smiling in a deranged way. He began to attack the albino with his multiple tentacles, but the young man quickly incinerated the girl's tentacles or cut them off. Hand-to-hand fighting was not an option. At one point Issei had hit Trihexa's face, but he is with his tentacles holding Issei's fist. From those fanged tentacles came out, and they began to suck the albino's blood. The albino only used his black flames to get rid of Loli, but Loli seemed to be trying to suck his blood to death. Trihexa. Haha, your blood is very delicious. I see why Nyarlathotep liked it so much the first time he tasted it. Issei. Yes, then try this. The albino quickly pulled out his revolver and loaded the lightning bullet, pulling the trigger. The albino used his time control powers to make the bullet even faster. The albino pulled the trigger, and the bullet almost at the speed of light, shattered Trihexa's head and skull. Loli's S's flew everywhere, but quickly the girl's body kept moving until the girl's head regenerated and was as good as new. Trihexa. Well done, you took me by surprise, but I have a greater regenerative factor now, he said smiling. The fight started too even, but in the other battles it wasn't like that. The titans were losing. Yu had cut off a limb of the rock giant, and Hephaestus with his mallet shattered one of the titans' heads. Tiba quickly severed the ice titan's legs, and Ares stabbed the skeleton's back hard with his spear, causing it to roar. The wind titan was being held by the girls. Hestia created a great whirlwind of fire, while Akeno created a barrier, preventing the giant from escaping, and above it was Rias hurling giant spheres of destruction, seemingly weakening him. Poseidon held the giant made of magma, creating a small lake of water. The giant could not move, because if he did the magma in his body would turn to stone when it made contact with the water. He was cornered. That plus the great beast that Gaspar created to face him had him more than cornered. And the giant Cyclops, he was being beaten by Azara. The chestnut gave powerful blows every time he boosted his body. The Cyclops' teeth flew out when receiving those powerful blows. Artemis and Yuri saw how his legs were full of arrows, and the other members of the DXD team simply watched the battle, noticing that everything was under control. The battle seemed lost for Rizavan, but at that moment several dead appeared out of nowhere. Spirits and dead came out of nowhere. Gods like Hermes and Hercules had to move away at the sight of so many monsters. And the gods only turned to see a beautiful woman. She had almost grayish blonde hair, and the Greek gods recognized her, but a certain god of death seeing that person just stopped attacking. Demeter. No. Daughter, what are you up to? I'm sorry mother, but I'm on my husband's side, even if I know it's the bad side. Artemis. Don't be stupid. Persephone. Millennium plans to destroy the gods like us. Persephone. I know, but I and my husband will not end up like you, she said it would be. Hades only looked at that beautiful woman, as if he saw an angel. The god of death could only let out a small tear as he looked at his beloved wife again. Hades. My queen. My wife. My love. Artemis and Hestia tried to catch her, but the blonde quickly put a helmet on her head, and in doing so, she only disappeared, dodging the attacks of both gods, and then stood next to her husband. Poseidon. The helmet of Hades, the relic he had left behind. Hades. Thank you for this, honey. Persephone. It's nothing, anything for my beloved husband. Demeter. Daughter, don't do this. Persephone. I already said it, I'll be by my husband's side, no more restrictions, no more seeing him alone on a few days, just so that you'll be happy, I want to be with him, and I want to start a family with him too, so it doesn't matter what we face, or even his death, if I do, at least I will die next to my great love, he said as he hugged Hades. The god of death took his helmet, this clawhail on the head only released a huge amount of power, Hades now had all his power again. Rizvan. Buck, that's cute, they're going to make me cry, she said as she wiped away some tears that threatened to come out of her eyes. Lilith. That's cheesy. Rizvan. Well, welcome to Millennium, Persephone-chan, I'm sure you like our organization. The goddess Demeter, seeing her daughter leave with Hades, only clenched her fists while she let out a few tears. The other gods like Zeus wouldn't allow it, but Rizvan at the sight of the titans just smiled. Rizvan. Well, we got what we came for, so. The old man only took out a gun, it had a syringe, and quickly he injected blood from Nyarlathotep to the giant Cyclops. When he did that, those present only saw how he began to scream in pain, little by little his skin turned pale, and tentacles came out of his body, the tentacles trapped the other 4 titans, and the Cyclops' stomach opened like the swallowing the other titans. Little by little the titan's body changed until it became a mass of several clusters of carmine and elements, its saliva seemed to be magma, its skin seemed to be made of rock due to its black almost grey color, although it also had some parts of its body that looked like ice. The beast had grown wings, and thanks to Nyarlathotep's blood, mouths poked out all over his body and many more things. In the end a huge beast mutation had been left on the battlefield, while the undead and skeletons of Hades were all around him. Zeus. But what? Rizvan. I'll tell you, colossal titan, go and crush those pathetic gods. The monster only roared loudly, those present were surprised to see such a magnitude of power, the boys thought that the battle was already over, but it seems that the battle had barely begun. Hard 143 sins. Storm clouds were in the sky, lightning was falling all around, the whole of Olympus was in great chaos, and you can see how a great monster with wings was in the middle of the battlefield. Rizvan. Come on, colossal titan, crush those pathetic gods. The monster still seemed to have some consciousness despite the fact that it seemed quite the opposite, he began to see the gods present and he only went on the attack. From the mouth of the monster, a great jet of lava came out, the gods quickly dodged it, but they saw how part of their palace was melted by the monster. The god Zeus, seeing this, began to emanate lightning, and this caused a great lightning bolt to fall on the monster. The bush boy was made on the chest of the monster, the Greek gods thought that would be it, but they saw how the titan regenerated. Hades. Useless, each of you are simply useless compared to the colossal titan. The Greek gods were frowning, they looked at Hades with annoyance, but a certain albino was simply smiling mockingly. Issei. Don't give up, Tadaki. Tiba. It's a shame there's no wall in this place. You. Well, anyway, when Issei absorbs the powers of the true titan, that thing will be nothing. Rizvan. Ha 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 ha, well, Persephone-chan, if it's not too much trouble I'd like what we're looking for here, he said, showing a smile. The goddess had apparently stolen something else, this one from her robe had taken out what looked like a piece of paper, it looked torn and really didn't look like anything important, but the Greek gods seeing that the goddess had stolen were shocked. Zeus. No, that's it. Athena. The ancient writings of chaos, don't you know how dangerous that is? Issei. The thing from whom? Rizvan. Ha ha ha, it's perfect, thank you little Persephone, I assure you that everyone will go to hell thanks to you, she said, showing a big smile. Azazel. The writings of chaos. What? Don't tell me what. Rizvan. Ha 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 ha, that's my dear Azazel, this is only a small part of the future ritual to invoke the primeval god of chaos, courtesy of a blade that was ripped from the Necronomicon millennia ago. Azazel. Impossible if you don't have the book, no. Rizvan. Ooh, but who said I don't have it? The crow at that moment was surprised, quickly a kind of holographic book appeared in his hand, this was identical to the book made of indestructible stone which guarded the church. Rizvan. Ha 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 ha, the technology is amazing, we simply had to copy the writings into that book, I'll have one of my own soon. Azazel. But. How did you get there? You guys aren't supposed to make it that far. Rizvan. Sighs, my dear stupid Azazel, do you really think I would just attack the Vatican for sheer pleasure? Issei. Yes. Riaz. Yes. Rizvan. Well, yes, but not this time, let's say. Humans are very easy to fool, he said, flashing an evil grin. The Raven and former governor of Grigori analyzed the words of the gray-haired man until the answer appeared in his head in the blink of an eye. Azazel. You brought in an infiltrator. Rizvan. That's right, in fact it was easier than we had imagined. The crisis we caused, plus the revelation of the supernatural world, kept the attention on you and the factions, that made it even easier for my guys to infiltrate. Azazel. you bastard. Issei. Listen, we haven't been told something, what's in the Vatican? Azazel. I'll tell you later. Rizvan. The other attacks were also the same, we simply looked for the parts that protected the features of these leaves, right now the awakening of the god of chaos is already imminent. Issei. It doesn't matter what stupid evil god comes, I'll finish it. Rizvan. Hahaha, well, we'll see about that, it's better that they finish off this bad boy before the other part of the Trihexa arrives in Japan, well, bye. The old man at that moment created a large teleportation circle, Millennium got into it, but before both Greek gods who were on Millennium's side left, Persephone's mother addressed a few words to them. Demeter. Daughter, don't do it please. Persephone. That's impossible now, I've made up my mind. Zeus. Why are you doing this, daughter? Persephone. How hypocritical you are, you really ask why? After what all of you have done. Don't make me laugh, you guys are just disgusting gods, rotten and full of sins, maybe I'm on the wrong side, but at least I'm trying to do good here. Issei. Do good. Persephone. That's right, Issei hyoudou, those gods you defend are totally horrible, everyone has their own things, like the multiple deceptions on my father's part of my mother Hera, or her negligence for several years. I have seen my mother Hera cry because of you dirty womanizer, but she is also guilty. Whenever my father has cheated on her, she simply takes it out on my father's children, as if they were to blame for having been born thanks to the seed of that filthy wretch, and not just him. Also Uncle Poseidon, as when he slept with Athena's priestess, he escaped, and Athena, instead of punishing my uncle equally, she simply turned her priestess, that kind woman, into a monster, and sent her to a cave simply because she wanted to. And that's not all, also the discrimination of Ares and the ancients' war, always causing trouble and murdering people simply for pleasure, or because he says he is the god of war, Apollo fornicating even the marble statues of the palace, and Hestia, she's the worst, says she's the goddess of love and home, but worthy is that love in our families? You never gave it to me, my father was simply looking for more women with whom to cheat on my mother's, and my real mother simply made me plant seeds, you never care, you just wanted someone to take it out on and tell your silly stories about how my father got you pregnant and then dumped you were never my family. Inclusion. When I was feeling sad, the only one I still see as a family is Aphrodite and Artemis, they are the only ones who supported me. Demeter. Daughter, I don't. Persephone. I don't care anymore, I got tired of being part of this rotten family full of sins and horrible decisions, compared to you my only sin. It was that I fell in love, he said as he caressed Hades' face. Rizvan. Ooh, now they're really booked. Persephone. I will never go back to this family, never again. After saying those last words, the magic circle only made Millennium disappear in the end, filling the place, leaving that giant monster to destroy Olympus. The gods present had been left with a bad taste in their mouths, especially the gods that the goddess had mentioned. Demeter was just trying to hold back her tears, and they really didn't know how to react to the words they had heard earlier. These were eventually pulled out of their thoughts and regrets by the great mutant beast that stood before them. At one point it began to freeze the ground, its legs seemed to be covered by ice, and little by little, that same ice began to freeze everything in its path. The skeletons that accompanied it were also frozen, remaining as small ice floes, and the great palace, a small part of the home of the Olympian gods, was also frozen. The gods, seeing that, only tried to finish him. Ares with his bow tried to stab him, but quickly the monster flapped its wings so that a large tornado would form in front of the monster. The tornado began to tear off the small early ice that were the frozen skeletons, and it also swallowed Ares and then sent him flying in another direction. The small pieces of ice were quickly hurled at the Greek gods. The DXD group would be covered in those pieces of ice, creating a barrier, and Issei would be in the sky flying as he looked at the Titan. The albino quickly engulfed Yui and Lin in its flames, and Lin slashed at the tornado that the monster had created. Quickly the tornado was cut in half, and the fire slash hit the Titan's body. It roared in pain, but it quickly regenerated and was as good as new. Tentacles appeared from the arms and legs of the monster. It seemed that the blood of Nyarlathotep was still holding him mutate, and now with their tentacles, they were trying to trap the Greek gods or some of the members of the DXD group. Issei cut the tentacles easily. The albino saw many tentacles coming. When he saw that, he only smiled and launched a great flame. The tentacles of the monster caught fire and turned to dust. The monster, although he felt the pain, it still did not stop. Little by little the body of the monster continued to mutate. The jaw of the monster seemed to change until the gods saw how the monster began to launch some rays of fire, ice, land and air. They dodged the lightning, but seeing the great amount of destruction caused by that monster, could only try to finish it off as quickly as possible. Rhea threw large spheres of destruction, Azara also threw energy balls. Yu and Kiba cut off parts of his body. States were easily approached by his incredible speed. Thousands of attacks were directed towards the Titan. At one point, the monster with its tentacles caught Ares. Little by little a large mouth opened in the monster's stomach. It looked like it was about to swallow the god, but quickly it was hit by a purple lightning. The monster at that moment saw Aphrodite, who was looking at the monster in a serious way. Apparently this was just distracting the monster, and when the monster was careless, Issei quickly cut off the tentacles that held Ares, thus saving him. The god of war thanked the albino for his help, but the titan, seeing how his prey had been released, went for another. Quickly the monster tried to catch Aphrodite or Artemis, who were the closest to him, but both defended themselves masterfully and prevented them from being engulfed by the tentacles of the monster. The titan, seeing that he could not devour both goddesses, made a simple decision: to eliminate them. Again the fauces of the monster opened. The goddesses saw how little by little what seemed to be a ball of various elements formed in front of the monster, and quickly they saw how it was directed towards them. They tried to dodge it, but the ball of magma, ice, dirt and wind was too big. You're expecting his death, but you're quickly pushed by a certain albino. Both girls saw how Issei had pushed them in slow motion, but again reality returned, and they saw how Issei was thrown because of the ball, and then they saw a big explosion in the background. All. Issei. Everyone present saw how the explosion had consumed a large part of the castle. Magma was coming out of some parts of it, and fortunately, they saw how Issei seemed to be complete, although he had some serious burns on his body. Quickly the girls tried to help him, but again another sphere of power was thrown. The monster threw more and more spheres over and over again. Zeus and the other gods created a barrier to prevent them from hurting them, but they saw how many explosions destroyed the place around them. The monster threw the spheres of power indiscriminately. It seemed to attack anything, no matter if it moved or not. Quickly Aphrodite and Artemis went to help Issei. The albino seemed to be healed, but a certain goddess looked at Issei with some concern. Aphrodite. Issei, you're going to get alright, aren't you? Issei. Yes, this is nothing. Just give me a few seconds. Artemis. I'm sorry, it was our fault, we were careless. Issei. It's not the only time I've taken the punch for someone else. The albino's wounds gradually recovered, the burns disappeared, and little by little he began to pull himself together. But quickly the albino was held by the goddess of love in front of him. Aphrodite. You always act the same way, that's why I fell in love with you. Stupid idiot. Issei. Aphrodite. Yes, I know you don't remember, after all, I sealed your memories months ago, but I think it's time for you to remember it. Suddenly the goddess kissed the albino. This surprised Artemis along with a few others. Tiba. Wow, Issei seducing another girl, he said sarcastically. You. I would never have expected it, he also said sarcastically as well. Little by little the albino remembered something. He apparently already knew the goddess. Months ago apparently she went down to the human world and suddenly met Issei. These, after engaging in a conversation, gradually became closer. They even became more than friends. Little by little more small memories entered the mind of Issei, until this returned to reality. Those present at that moment saw how a pillar of black fire appeared out of nowhere. Part of the castle of the Olympians was consumed by that pillar of black fire, and when it disappeared, everyone saw Issei in his demon form. The now black-haired man was holding Artemis and Aphrodite in his arms. They seemed surprised by the display of the immense power of the black-haired man, and those present only saw that mocking smile of the boy. Issei. It's better to leave this to me from now on. The black-haired man quickly left both goddesses on the ground, and quickly it rose into the sky. The monster saw Issei and tried to attack him, but those present saw the young man raise a simple finger. Gradually a black appeared on his finger, until suddenly the small sphere became even larger than the monster itself. The gods, seeing that amount of power, were even afraid of the young man, but the black-haired man present was only smiling mockingly. Issei. Dark Moon. The monster attempted to attack Issei, who threw several spheres of power, but they were all absorbed by the black busher that the black-haired man had created. The sucking power of the black was enormous. Several pieces of earth were swallowed, and when these were swallowed, they were disintegrated as they were engulfed by the darkness. The black-haired man only smiled to throw the sphere at the titan, who attempted to counterattack, but none of his attacks hurt the black bully the young man had created. Little by little the monster tried to move away, it tried to fly, but the suction force was even greater. Little by little, those present saw how the feet of the monster were swallowed and disintegrated. The monster roared in pain as he felt how his body was disintegrated. Little by little, the bully swallowed the body of the monster, first his feet, then his stomach and abdomen, and finally his arms and head until nothing was left. After having eliminated the monster, the bully only disappeared. It apparently became small until it was no longer visible to anyone and disappeared. The battle was over. The Olympian gods saw how that young man with now black hair was in the air showing a confident smile. It seemed that that amount of power he used was nothing to him, and in the end, the still transformed black-haired man came down from the sky and approached Aphrodite. Issei. You really are a fool, seal my memories just for your own convenience. How selfish you are, she said as she caressed the cheek of the goddess gently. Aphrodite. It wasn't out of selfishness, it was because no one had to know that I had come down to the dumb human world. Issei. Still, it's annoying that you sealed those memories to me. Quickly the black-haired man grabbed the goddess by the chin and kissed her in front of the other gods. When these were separated, they were only separated by the girls of Issei, and Aphrodite was separated by the other Greek goddesses. Rias. I know what are you doing. Yuri. Are you deceiving us? Aphrodite. Haha, you're still as cool as ever Issei-kun. Quickly Yui and Lin took on their human forms and they reluctantly looked at the goddess. Yui. You have the guts to seal our master's memories and then kiss him. Aphrodite. Well, I'm a very possessive woman, besides, Issei-kun and I have known each other for a long time. Lin. What are you talking about? Issei. Months ago I met a girl who was teased by some drunken idiots, I helped her and we became friends, that was until she revealed to me that she was a goddess, and after several months she finally had to return to Olympus, not before sealing my memories. Aphrodite. Haha, that's right, the lovely night we spent together was magnificent. Issei. You didn't need to say that. Haneko. And what do you want? Asia. Do you want to seduce Issei-san? Aphrodite. No, I've tried many times, but this fool is immune to my goddess charms, that's why I fell in love with him, because he's not like any other man, said hugging the albino. Azazel. Hahaha, well, another one to harem no Issei. Issei. Shut up. The boys kept talking, but Azazel quickly received a magic circle of communication, apparently it was Ashino who was on the other end of the call. Ashino. Azazel, I don't want to rush you but. Revi. Bucking Trahixa is flying over Kuo. Those present heard that, they saw through a magic circle a hologram that showed the Trahixa in the sky, it had a monster shape, it looked like a kind of centipede monsters with other animal parts. Griselda. We need support now. Azazel. Let's go for beach. Issei. Sigh, the fun never ends. Quickly Azazel wasted no time opening a magic circle, they were about to teleport, but they were stopped by the goddess of love. Aphrodite. I'm going with you, she said it would be. Zeus. Daughter, you say, you can't go. Aphrodite. And what do you want? That I just watched as the human world is destroyed. I'm sorry father, I can't do that, I'm going with the DXD group. The goddess quickly joined the young men, but she was followed by Artemis. Artemis. Me too, they helped us, it's time to return the favor, she said it would be. Hermes. Well, it's more entertaining than just sitting on a throne, he said as he also joined them. Ares. Hahaha, I'm going too. Little by little, the gods joined together until only Zeus, Hera and Athena were left. Athena. Sighs, what a problem, well, Artemis is right, you have to return the favor. Zeus and Hera only saw how the Greek gods were on the side of the DXD group, they smiled, they knew they were doing the right thing, and they also knew that it would be a good way to make amends for their mistakes. Zeus. Sigh, well, we're going too. The other gods, hearing this, only smiled, and these two gathered in the magic circle. Issei. Well, DXD team take off. Art 144 Revengators united. After the DXD group saved the Greek mythologies, they had appeared in the midst of Kuo. When they saw the city, they noticed how everything was in chaos, people were running trying to escape from the giant monster that was on top of the city, and those present could only see Trahixa in the sky. In the sky you could see Ashino and Dulio trying to face the monster, at one point, it was bombarded by a lot of magic attacks, in the air Icaros and Nymph were seen, they launched great magic attacks, and Astri with a shield and sword cut off some of the arms or legs of the beast, with the appearance of centipedes. Zeus. So that's the true form of Trahixa, eh? Azazel. Yes, even if it's only a small part of who it really is, he said with some frustration. Issei. Guys, come on, all. Hi. Quickly Issei raised his power, Trahixa sensing the albino's power quickly caught his attention, but he only received a big punch in the jaw. Issei. You know what you're saying, right? The bigger they are. Stronger full Gruoyag. Again the albino raised his power, and he began to beat and cut parts of the monster's body. Around Trahixa were seen thousands and thousands of evil dragons, these were in the sky flying in synchrony, these looked like a black storm cloud, but quickly these were bombarded by thousands of lightning. The god Zeus demonstrated his power by making the clouds and lightning obey him, the lightning pierced the bodies of the dragons causing them to explode. The other gods and members of the DXD team were also fighting, the evil dragons that had come down to earth were annihilated by Hela, Tiamat and Raynor, there were also other people like Cerziches and Ajuka supporting them. There were also several Yokai warriors in the place, they were helping and driving the humans away, the fighting area seemed to be under control, or so they thought until the Trahixa began to shoot lightning from its maw. Issei at one point saw how a large burst of lightning came out of the monster's mouth, quickly the albino dodged the attack, the albino flew through the sky avoiding the attack, some buildings were struck by the lightning surging ashes, the albino seeing that only frowned and quickly attacked the monster, Issei hit the monster's jaw slamming it shut. The monster still fighting made a leg grow, and with this he gave a backhand that hit the albino, quickly the young man pulled himself together to see how his friends fought against the evil dragons. Ravel. Death to the trouble, he said, throwing a great flame burning the dragons until nothing was left. Suzaku. Akeno, yes, Suzaku Onisan. Quickly the older black-haired man created a kind of bird made of fire. It was not a phoenix, it was a bird which was passed from generation to generation. To the leaders of the Himejima family, Akeno on the other hand, created a dragon made of lightning. The dragon and the bird attacked at the same time, charring and annihilating the evil dragons that were in their path. The albino also saw how some yokai were seriously injured, but these were quickly covered by an aura of white energy. The wounds of the yokai, angels, fallen angels, humans and demons who fought side by side to defeat Trihixa quickly healed. The reason for that was that a certain blonde was using her balance breaker. Asia was using her most recent power, an armor that thanks to Issei managed to create. It is called Holy Twilight. It is named because of the beautiful golden color of the armor, making it look like a sunset. Apparently, he had used Fafnir as a reference to achieve his balance breaker. Asia. Don't worry, I'll take care of the wounded. Issei. Haha, you're the best, Asia. The albino just smiled as he watched the warriors fight alongside him. Fafnir and Cerberus fought as well. They kept the humans safe. Roswis, together with Riaz, launched large amounts of magical attacks to eliminate several evil dragons. Irina and Zenobia used all the powers of their swords and launched slashes full of energy to split the monsters in half. Alice used her demon form and supported her siblings who were also on site helping in the fight. Asuka and Stella would help some straggler humans. These would use the school of Issei and the others to keep people safe. Tasuka would create a barrier to protect people, and Stella would use her premonitions to know if any enemies would come to them. On the other hand, Dulio was in heaven. He tried to rival Issei and thus do some damage to Trihixa, but none of his attacks did anything to him. He was only sent to fly a couple of meters by one of Trihixa's legs. The angel only shook his head, but he only smiled. Dulio. Balance breaker. The angel suddenly activated his balance breaker. As he did so, everyone saw how the angel now had 12 wings, like a seraphim, and on his head, he had about 4 halos. The blonde just smiled as he spread his arms and said the name of his balance breaker, which was very long for some reason. Dulio. Haha, this is my balance breaker, my celestial bright storm, holy angels, rainbow chastisement, brilliant Estella, the end. You. The names of those things have to be short. Dibba. Maximum 3 words or 4. The angel did not pay attention to what both swordsmen told him, and he only threw himself back into battle. He began to create some kind of bubbles that trapped the evil dragons. They tried to escape, but the bubbles in a moment began to change color. At one point some bubbles froze, others caught fire, thus killing the dragons. A range of elements consumed the dragons that were inside the bubbles. It was like the punishment of God which Dulio used with the help of various elements. Dulio. Hahaha, that's what my armor looks like, celestial bright storm. Issei. Very long name, choose another one. The name of Dulio's balance breaker was extremely long, but his power was tremendous. After all, the angel had a top-notch longiness. It was normal, that power could control the weather of an entire country, so it was reasonable for him to have mastery of so many elements. The Trihixa only roared loudly as they saw how there were not many dragons left. As they did that, a light came out of their jaws. This light began to create more evil dragons than before, surprising those present. Surziches. Don't tell me what. Azazel. Damn, I think so. The Holy Grail is inside the Trihixa. The damn Rizavin is very ingenious. Ajuka. How the did we get inside now? Azazel. That's what we have him for, Issei. The crow named the albino quickly saw how the albino holding Yui and Lin. It pierced the Trihixa's body as if it were a bolt of lightning, piercing his body again and again. The dragon roared loudly as he felt how the albino had pierced his entrails. Again the albino did the same thing over and over again, until at one point he saw a golden glow illuminate the bowels of the monster. Issei. The grail is in what looked like his esophagus. Azazel. Do you think you can make him stay exposed for a few seconds? Issei. I don't think so, I know perfectly well that I can do it, he said with a smile. The albino again threw himself at the monster. This time the giant monster tried to throw a sphere of energy towards the albino, but quickly the monster was hit by a certain evil dragon. Issei, seeing who hit him, was surprised. It was the same Krom Kruich who had hit Trihixa. Also, a spear had been thrust into Trihixa's eye, showing Cao Cao. Issei. Cao Cao. Krom. What are they doing here? Cao Cao. Is how you receive us. Well, obviously we came to help, he said with a smile. Krom. I know we used to be enemies, but it looks like I'm taking the wrong side. Rizavin also wants to destroy the dragons, and even if I like fighting, I won't let my race be exterminated, he said seriously. Surziches. It's great, but I think we already have enough help, he said, looking at the Greek gods fighting alongside the DXD group. Cao Cao's spear quickly returned to his hand, and Cao just smiled by putting his belly on his shoulder. Krom. By the way, how is the Issei dragon egg? The birth of a dragon is important. Issei. Grow healthy, thanks for asking, when this is over I'll let you see it. The battle had continued. Cao Cao along with Crom Cruach eliminated many evil dragons. Yu and Kiba supported Issei, trying to expose the holy grail that was inside the Trihexa, but at one point they heard the exclamations of some people. Demon? Look, what is that? When they fixed their gaze on where the demon was pointing, they could only smile. They saw a green dragon, an eastern dragon that they recognized, and on top of it was a certain old monkey with black glasses. They were Yu Long and Sun Wukong who had come to the battle. Yu Long. Ha 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 ha, it's been a while since I've fought a battle like this. Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, I think so, let's support our comrades. Quickly the old man took out from his sword what looked like a staff. With this he struck the evil dragons. The staff stretched to great meters, and Issei seeing that could only smile seeing the holy staff. Again the Trihexa saw more people coming and tried to attack them. It concentrated a large amount of energy in its jaws, but before it launched its attack, a second Issei appeared hitting the jaw of the monster. The blow made him raise his head, launching the attack into the sky. The original Issei only smiled when he saw one of his clones arrive on the scene. It just stood next to him and looked like he was bringing a companion. This was a young man who had tattoos on his body and face. He had a kind of wheel of fire next to a spear that was ignited in flames, thus showing one of the strongest members and allies of the god Indra, Nezha. Azazel. Prince Nezha, although the original disciple of Xuanzang is not here, he commanded his vanguard force from Mount Meru. That means that the god Indra recognized and supports Issei, he said smiling. Nezha. I'm just supporting a friend who helped us at the time, he said, looking at the Issei clone who just smiled. Again another clone of Issei appeared, this time accompanied by the group of Valkyrie and the Norse gods. The other clone of Issei showed a smile. These had apparently arrived from Europe. The Trihexa only roared, creating even more evil dragons, but this time they began to mutate, slowly changing shape resembling Grendel and Layden. Haneko, who was in her Shirin form, would launch large energy attacks at Layden's copies, while being accompanied by Mocha in her full vampire version. Haneko. Hadouken Hadouken Hadouken. Mocha. Hahaha, come on idiots, fight against the future queen of the vampires, he said with his typical delinquent and rebellious attitude. Grendel's copies destroyed everything in their path, but a magic circle opened and a black-haired man in armor appeared, showing Sareog and his entourage. Black flames also came out of the place, showing Asagi who had already recovered. Sareog. Sorry for the delay, we had to use Phoenix Tears for certain reasons. Layden's copies spread their roots everywhere, but these were suddenly cut off by a certain exorcist with large wrinkled muscles. Asko. Ha 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 ha, it feels good to be back in the fray. Zenobia. Estrada Dono. Asko. Ha 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 ha, young people get all the fun nowadays. Besides, I won't let just you young people risk your lives to protect the world. That's why I brought these old bones to help you. The exorcist was battling evil dragons like Grendel and Layden that were on the ground. Again another clone of Issei appeared, this time accompanied by what looked like a dogman who looked like a pharaoh. Deities of thousands of millennia, come forward and help us. A strange figure of the pharaoh dog had created some mummies which attacked evil dragons. Surziches. The Egyptian god Anubis, incredible. Ajuka. Ha 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 ha, looks like Issei brought them too. Again another Issei appeared, this one next to a man who was apparently the main god of Celtic mythology. Azazel. He also brought Dagda Curse, this is unbelievable. In the end the last clone of Issei appeared, this one came down from the sky and hit Trihexa's face with a purple-skinned man. This one had golden armor, this was the Hindu god, Shiva. Ajuka. OMG, this is going to get epic papus. The Trihexa again and again used the power of the Grail. At one point it sent the original Issei flying, while those present watched as it shot towards the school. He broke through part of Tasuka's barrier, while those present looked somewhat frightened at the person who entered suddenly. Issei. Shit Tasuka, I want you to stand behind me along with Stella and cover people. Asuka. Hi. Stella. Issei-san, perhaps. Issei. Ha 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 ha, of course, he said as he increased his power. The albino only watched seriously as his clones and companions fought. At one point Roswis, who was now next to Riaz on top of a building, called her master Azazel. Roswis. Azazel sensei, preparations are in place. But we have to decrease the distance between us and Trihexa, we also have to have the Grail in sight. How cow. I will clear the way, consider it a special service, he said with a smile. As he said that, he only took his spear while it increased his power. How cow, O holy lance, the true holy spear that penetrated the body of God. Penetrate my bones with blessing and destruction. You do your will and become light. The light that was shining on Cao Cao's spear shone more intensely, the aura that enveloped him also reached its limits. How cow. Brilliance of supremacy. When he finished saying his song, he shouted the name of his attack and then threw the spear with all his might. The evil dragons, seeing the spear coming, got in the way. They acted as shields for Trihexa trying to stop the spear, but suddenly the spear, at a speed greater than that of sound, completely pierced the dragons that acted as a shield. The spear did not stop there, and the spear imbued with the will of the God of the Bible pierced part of the Trihixa's head. The monster roared as he felt how a quarter of his head had been destroyed. Even though the spear was imbued with the power of God, it was apparently not enough to kill the monster. Quickly the Issei clones scattered the area and they used their chains made of shadow to stop the great monster. The Trihixa struggled trying to free itself. At one point it only opened its jaws to launch a large sphere of energy in order to destroy everything in its path, and this sphere pointed directly at the school of our protagonists. Motohama. I think our time has come, my friend. Mitsuda. That's right bro, I'll never forget the hours we spent watching so much porn that even our eyes almost cooked. Motohama. Me neither, I love you my friend. Mitsuda. Me too. Those present were already presumed dead, but they saw a blue light come out in the direction where the original Issei was. Everyone present watched as the hood of our beloved albino fell off, uncovering his face as a blue sphere of power appeared in his hand. Issei. K-I-M-E-E K-I-M-E-E The great attack lit up the entire battlefield. The windows of the buildings and houses were shattered by the tremendous wave of air and power that the attack let out. End of music. Those present at the end only saw how Trihixa had been engulfed by the attack when the great blast of power was dispersed. This showed a nearly shattered Trihixa. The body parts of the monster were totally shattered, leaving only a small part of the body of the monster still almost recognizable. Roswis quickly saw his chance. He quickly approached the badly wounded Trihixa and created several seals. Each seal began to contain and stop the monster. All the investigation of the silver-haired one bore fruit, and in the end, the seals had contained the monster, preventing it from moving. Demon. The Trihixa doesn't move. Angel. We did it. All. CEE. The warriors, seeing that their enemy did not move, quickly celebrated. Now it only remained for Gasper and Valerie to finish this. They would use part of the fragment that Valerie had to neutralize the power of the Holy Grail, as they had already talked about. Now everything was in their hands. Hard 145 motivation. In the streets of Kuo, a gigantic monster can be seen paralyzed in the sky, a barrier surrounding the monster preventing it from moving. Demons, angels, fallen, and humans celebrated the fact that the Trihixa had been held back by various seals created by Roswis, who through his hard work, managed to create a barrier to stop the Trihixa. While that was happening, Valerie and Gasper were on a mission to deactivate the Holy Grail, but apparently it wouldn't be that easy. Quickly a great attack was launched towards both of them, but they were not hit. Quickly the attack was split and then deflected by a certain hair. Those present only saw Ozzy Dahaka in the distance. Those present were going to attack the evil dragon, but suddenly the dragon created a great portal. From these evil dragons kept appearing. Apparently the battle would not end simply to prevent the Holy Grail from creating them out of thin air with its power. Surely they already had thousands or millions of them prepared and ready to be used if necessary. Issei along with the others were going to face him, but quickly the dragons were frozen. On the ground Lavinia could be seen. She is using her sacred art to freeze the evil dragons. There were also Lefei in the sky casting spells to make the evil dragons explode. Issei. Hey Lefei, you forgot to shout the name of your spell when you cast it, that they didn't teach it to you at Howard's. Lefei. Of course not, that place doesn't exist. Issei. Lies, I know it exists. Arthur and Biku also fought side by side eliminating several dragons. Tobio and his dog Jin also helped eliminate several dragons. Kuroka made use of a lot of cracker and burned copies of Layton and Grendel to ashes, and in the sky, the leader of that group, Valerie, was seen flying at a great speed in the sky, eliminating many dragons at the same time. Issei seeing that did not stay behind, and he also began to do the same. A big explosion in the sky suddenly formed, and two people came down from the sky, Issei who had a smile, and Valerie who had his armor. Azazel. Ozzy Dahaka has to be taken care of. Valerie. I'll take care of it. Quickly in a burst of speed Valerie headed towards the dragon. This one had changed his motivation. Before it had been to take revenge on his grandfather, but now he had another motivation, something that no one apart from Azazel and she knew. The girl at one point began to dodge several attacks. Ozzy Dahaka tried to prevent her from approaching him, but again, several magic circles appeared. From these several rays came out, lacerations came out of those magic circles. These were so lethal that they even split in half several evil dragons in the sky. Valerie simply split the dragon's power, but the evil dragon quickly created a magic circle, and from this appeared a large Irachi, and it quickly hit Valerie. By the force of the blow she was going to go through several buildings, but quickly a certain albino grabbed her and carried her, preventing her from crashing. Issei. Hi, how are you doing? Valerie. Not as well as you can. Albion. Fellow, be careful, that idiot Ozzy Dahaka is very deceptive. Issei. Do you want help? Valerie. See, of course not. Again, another magical attack from the evil dragon was launched towards both young men. They dodged the attacks, but it seems that the conversation of both had not stopped. Valerie. Hey Issei, see when this is over. Do you want to accompany me somewhere? Issei. Can you propose me a date? I ask mockingly. Valerie. And it's not what you think, it's that. Azazel found my mother. Issei, hearing that the albino only threw a large flame of fire towards the evil dragon, it was covered with a magic shield, but it seemed that it would give Issei and Valerie some time to continue talking. Issei. What, your mother? Valerie. Yes, well, when she shows up she's in a small place in Europe and well. Issei. That's why you wanted to go and protect Europe specifically, right? Valerie. Yes, well, and I really want to see her again. I always have bad memories when it comes to my family. The abuse of the Morbicile Rizavin, the indifference of my father, but really the only person in my family that I still want to see is my mother. Her memories were taken away, about the supernatural, and about me being born thanks to my father. After that, she was simply left in the human world, and she was taken away from me, for her own good. Issei. I see, and do you want to see it again? Valerie. Yes, and me. Let's say I feel something like. Issei. Nerves. Fear. The girl just nodded her head, somewhat embarrassed. Apparently that was Valerie's new motivation to stop the destruction of the world. Issei. Well, okay, then, I'll go with you. Valerie. Really? Issei. Sure, I'd love to meet your mother. The boys kept talking, but suddenly a frozen dragon fell from the sky and crashed to the side of them, drawing their attention. Lavinia. Sorry for interrupting your nice moment, but you forgot that we are in the middle of a fight. Saying that, the three of them dodged again an attack from the evil dragon. It attacked Valerie and Issei, as if it wanted to get their attention specifically. Previously, when Valerie and Ozzy Dahaka were in Cow's brigade, they had had a fight that had no winner, but that apparently they both remembered and wanted to resolve. Valerie. I'll take care of him, you help the others, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. As you say, he said, to begin with the evil dragons that were in the air. Valerie looked like the evil dragon, but at one point, the Irachi he had summoned again came between them. The girl was ready to face him, but Tobio along with his dog appeared and caught the attention of the great monster. Tobio with his crimson sword cut several parts of the body of the eight-headed serpent dragon. That made the monster see Tobio as his target, and the black-haired man only gave a sign to Valerie saying, I'll take care of it. Valerie, seeing that, only nodded and went straight for the evil dragon. On the other hand, Valerie's group was fighting the other dragons. Arthur. Hey, don't you think Issei and Valerie have been more attached than before? Iku. Now that you say it's true, there will be. Well, you know. Hiroka. Nyahahaha, well, if so, I'll just have to get a little closer to her to smell if she has the scent of ice-con on her body, he said mockingly. The Fae. Valerie-chan and Issei have already reached that point. She asked, blushing. The boys suddenly stopped talking when they sensed the icy and angry aura of Lavinia, who seemed to be more than annoyed to hear their conversation. Arthur. You know what? Maybe it's just my imagination. I think I've thought about it a lot, he said, nervously, feeling how the temperature of the environment dropped thanks to the power of Lavinia, who had a dark aura around her. Iku. You know what? I think you're right, he said, also nervous about the dark aura that the girl gave off. The boys continued with their work. At one point Tobio moved away from the Irachi in front of him. The evil dragons did not stop coming out. It seemed that they had returned to the beginning of this battle, but it seemed that the black-haired man would not be defeated so easily. Tobio. Well, it's time to bring out the big guns, come on Jin. The black-haired dog wagged his tail ready to continue fighting. At that moment, all the shadows, fog and darkness began to surround Tobio's body. All kinds of darkness in the world were gathered in that place. From Tobio's mouth came a calm and deep song, a cursed song. Tobio, I sing to murder 1,000 people. Tobio and his dog were enveloped by the glowing darkness, the darkness separating and covering the entire area around them. Tobio, I praise the killer of the cycle of omens. His limbs began to change, they became abnormal. Tobio, my name has spread all over the infernal abyss, I will become the false god of night and midnight. The black-haired man's dog was also enveloped by darkness. Tobio, you will become my demonic dark sword that annihilates everything. Tobio's body was completely shrouded in darkness, although his shape retains certain human features. He has become something that differs from humans. His head and face were transformed into those of a dog. Darkness continued to integrate into the body of the black-haired man. His front legs, hind legs and a tail were formed. He then opened his huge jaw. The large amount of darkness that was in that place adhered to his body to form a kind of wolf-like armor, and from his shadow, several wolves appeared from his shadow. Tobio, to become something fake, the creator of the paranormal. When Tobio recited the last part of the song, the dogs that were born in the dark let out a howl that shook the body and mind of all their companions. Those present at that moment saw Tobio's new form. He looked like a werewolf. He had claws made of shadows. He had a dog's jaw, a tail, and he had a dark side that glowed in a reddish light. That looked like death itself, and out of its shadows several wolves came out and devoured the evil dragons. Issei, seeing that, came down from the sky with a smile as he saw the black-haired man in his new form. Issei. Hey Tobio, I noticed you copied my style, he also said, letting many wolves out of his shadow just like Tobio. They both just smiled and they started to face the Irachi in front of them. Tobio. This is my demon dog of the dark abyss and black night. Issei. Me, the name could be improved, but it's pretty good. From the shadow of the black-haired man several dark swords came out. These went to the Irachi and stuck in his skin. Issei was not far behind and created several swords of light. Both threw swords towards the snake dragon. It roared with force. Thousands of swords of both light and darkness were all over his body. Slowly he seemed to fall, and in the end, Issei cut off all 8 heads of the monster, thus killing it. The albino only smiled while Tobio and his wolves howled in victory, and Valerie, seeing that, simply smiled and headed straight for Ozzy Dahaka. Arriving at him, they both looked serious. Well, it seemed that the evil dragon was already expecting the two of them to face each other. Dahaka. Hi, it looks like you've arrived, Blanco. The dragon at one point looked around. The DXD team seemed to have the situation under control. The evil dragons were no problem to them, and Trihixa himself was paralyzed. There was only him, and it looked like he would have problems. Dahaka. Answer something, Valerie. Lucifer. This place and the other mythologies are facing endless destruction. What could you call these apocalyptic images? What do you think about this? Truth be told, how do you feel about this? Ozzy Dahaka's 3 heads laughed as they followed Valerie's question. Dahaka. Yes, they are allies of justice. They'll say, what the hell has he done? Or unforgivable, we'll definitely defeat him, right? Valerie. Rather, we'll kick your ass, as Issei says. Dahaka. On the other hand, if it was someone else, I would say something like wahahahaha, this is a truly beautiful sight. Dodoria soldier, come see the fireworks, or perhaps, here's the end of the world I loved so much, he said, imitating Rizavan's voice. Valerie. Stop talking stupid things and get to the point. Dahaka. Wait, I'm making fun of you. Cough cough. You are calling destruction beginning from the time of the gods. It is something that will never change. On the other hand, the destruction is caused by the gods or monsters like me. What happened now was only the massive destruction of all the mythologies. You could say that this destruction is above all. If this continues like this, the end of the world will come. Saying that, the dragon looks up at the sky and the distance. It was as if he was imagining another place that doesn't exist in this world. Dahaka. I thought there was a different world. It's likely that that world exists far beyond my imagination. The dragon turned one of its heads in Valerie's direction and continued speaking. Dahaka. A world where the mechanisms known as the X fight against spirits, independent of legends and literature, is something that hasn't been written yet. Could it be completely uncharted territory? Nowadays it is known that there is the malevolent god who rules the spirits, Risatoras, the evil god who is the creator of mechanical beings, which is divided in half and by 2 gods. Valerie. X. It's the first time the girl heard that information from a different world. She heard that there are mechanical and spiritual life forms. It was also the first time he heard the names of those otherworldly gods. Ozzy Dahaka began to laugh happily. Dahaka. Kukuku, the world known as X lies beyond existence, isn't that interesting? Valerie. Ha, I never thought you would behave like a child who loves fairy tales. A legendary evil dragon talking things about an unknown world is pathetic. Saying that, the dragon only smiled malevolently as he continued to speak. Dahaka. It doesn't matter what kind of modern words kids use now. The conquest of the other world will make this one reborn. Just being able to hear it makes me really happy. You are immature and selfish brats who with just a few simple words get lost in your delusions. I am different, even so my thoughts are simpler. I just want to have a fight with strong enemies. And if I am able to witness something strange that would be even better, if that's called evil, then I'm happy to be evil. Being an evil dragon is more than enough for me. Valerie only saw the dragon laugh and hum as if he were a child. He just patted his forehead. Really, that guy was an evil dragon. He just wanted destruction, nothing more than that. Of course, he was just like Rizavan or Issei, that each of them had their own way of seeing what is right and doing what they like. Ozzy Dahaka was the same. He was just doing what he liked, and in this case, it would be creating chaos and destruction. Dahaka. Ha, you told me I was like a little kid. In fact, they tell me that a lot. Valerie. Hahaha, you're crazy, but I understand you. I'm like that too. I also like fights, and I also love someone, and I want to be with them no matter what. Why? I don't even know, it's weird, just when I'm with him I feel happy, he said while he had a smile. In the end, they both laughed. After all, they were previously friends, but again these saw each other while preparing to fight. Dahaka. Valerie Lucifer, let's continue our encounter once and for all. Let's have a super bloody battle to the death. I can't help but get excited to know that one of the celestial dragons will be my opponent. Valerie. Okay then let's go Albion. Albion. Absolutely. Both fighters saw each other face to face, so that in a paradio they threw themselves at each other. Both fists bumped. When doing that, a large wave of air broke some windows. Valerie's strength exceeded that of Ozzy Dahaka, so he was sent to fly by the girl. He crashed into a building, but quickly several magical attacks came out of where the dragon had crashed. Valerie quickly dodged the attack and tried to hit the dragon again, but in doing so, he was only hit by a magic barrier. Again Valerie backed away. The evil dragon was not stopped only by Valerie's blow, and he began to launch great magic attacks. Valerie quickly dodged or split them. Albion's voice coming from the girl's guatleet could be heard all over the place. Again Ozzy Dahaka attacked the girl with magic attacks, but these were now light. Normally to demons light attacks were lethal, but Valerie using his divide could minimize the power of that attack. He tried to split the power of those attacks, but he couldn't, seeing that he tried to dodge it. But the light arrows that the dragon had launched seemed to be remote controlled. Since she was followed by those on the days of light, the sky was bathed by multiple attacks from different attacks, magical attacks of fire, air, earth, water and so on. These tried to hit the target, but Valerie dodged all the attacks. Seeing how the dragon's attacks couldn't diminish his power, his aura increased and he moved to the next level. Albino. Half dimension. The great power and voice resounded throughout the place. The space around it changed. Now all the attacks that were thrown at him decreased their power by half. In a moment, the attacks that followed Valerie were so weak that they barely touched his armor. They disappeared without a scratch, but it seemed that some attacks were still very strong. Quite possibly since Ozzy Dahaka's power was very great. Again more magic attacks were thrown towards the Silverhead. At one point one of the attacks exploded taking Valerie out of concentration. She knew that she had to stay focused or else the half dimension would disappear and Ozzy Dahaka would have the advantage. That is something that she would not allow, but it seems that the dragon still could not help but get excited. At one point one of the dragon's attacks had hit the girl's back. This growl in pain, the dragon's attack power, even though it was split, was still very powerful. Valerie's armor was broken by that attack. The girl's back was also burned and the girl's blood came out. It was something really annoying for her. She knew that the dragon was strong, but not at such a level. Right now, the dragon far surpassed the mass, possibly at the level of a god, in terms of magic power. Dahaka. Well, now I'll add my forbidden power. Show me if you can defend yourself against this. When the dragon said that, the dragon's magic circles began to change. The figures that appeared in the magic circles were magical characters from ancient times that were written in forbidden language. The magic circles emitted a dangerous glow. They began to distort with an electric current running between them. What emerged from the magic circles were purple flames in the form of cranians and cursed cyclones swirling around them. Bright black lightning also appeared. A cursed Virgin Mary also appeared crying tears of blood. A one-eyed giant appeared, who looked like he would steal your soul just by seeing it, and a lot of different things with forbidden attributes, summoning cursed magic. All kinds of forbidden magic had been activated. All of that is heading towards Valerie if he gets hit directly. She would undoubtedly suffer a death where even the bones of her body would disappear. The silver-haired woman knew that, but she wasn't going to give up so easily. Quickly the girl increased her aura and began to conjure her juggernaut overdrive. Valerie, I am the one who is about to wake up. I am the hacker Yuaku who will bring the truth into the darkness. I will recognize the path of domination and destruction of infinite dreams. You will have to obey the silvery white illusions. In the bad ones, let's go perfect. Valerie. Juggernaut overdrive. The girl's ultimate armor appeared. Ozzy Dahaka saw Valerie's imposing armor with a big smile. He was not afraid to die. He simply felt emotion, excitement as the battle increased in intensity. Albion. Compression dividing. Again Valerie's power increased, but this time much more. The half dimension was now increasing in power. At one point Ozzy Dahaka's attacks were going towards Valerie, but he divided his power so much that they had become so small and weak that they didn't even manage to do any considerable damage. Valerie's armor had also been recovered. Right now it was only a matter of time before the battle was over. The evil dragon continued to increase its attacks. This in exchange for resistance and strength increased the power of its magic attacks. Albion. Mate, Ozzy Dahaka's attacks right now are at the level of a celestial dragon. Be careful. Again the battle had resumed, but the dragon's attacks did not stop. Valerie divided them, but these were many. At one point the attacks overwhelmed the girl a lot and managed to hit her. These were not so strong, but it was enough to damage the armor. Valerie quickly fell to the ground on his knees. The dragon's attacks, plus the great wear and tear caused by the juggernaut overdrive, made the silverhead more and more tired. Valerie. Shit, this is a nuisance, she said tiredly. Dahaka. Since this situation warrants it, it wouldn't be bad if you used Albion's true power. I really want to see his incredible power that led him to be called the Emperor Poison Dragon. What do you say, Albion? No, Gwimmer. Valerie. Gwimmer. Dahaka. That's Albino's real name. In ancient times it's called Gwymer. In Welsh language, Gwymer means poisonous snake. That's something Albion and Drake didn't mention before. The hacker Yuaku, the white dragon, used a poison that even the gods feared. It was an ability inside his body that he hated and cursed him one day. Albion. That name and power have already been sealed. The Haka. That's why. Precisely because you had that power, the gods of all mythologies feared you and avoided you, right? Your graceful white body possessed a highly toxic poison that even the gods feared. You know. That's something I like, it's such an ironic power. Albion simply denied what the evil dragon said. That was a sensitive topic about Albion. Not even Valerie was allowed to talk about it anymore. It was a dark past, that of Albion. The Haka. You know. I've always felt that you and the Secretary resemble each other in some way, if I had to say why. It would be that the two of you increase your determination to protect something, but it's not about protecting your pride. You have those eyes because you want to protect someone important to you. Valerie. Haha, I never thought an evil dragon would see right through me. And yes, you're right. She is important to me, she had always taken care of me as a child. I am not like Issei hyoudou who wants to protect too many people. But I've never thought of it that way. There is one person who must already have a family. But I'm afraid to see her. Will she despise me? Or he'll think I'm an ordinary weak? I don't know, but I think if she has such thoughts towards me, I know that's not a bad thing. Ozzy Dahaka smiled upon hearing that, not a mocking smile. The dragon only accepted what the girl said. Dahaka. Kukuku, I've fought several times with people like you. They consider themselves as the last resort to protect the people they have feelings for. Without exception, they were all formidable opponents, therefore I don't have a feeling of contempt towards you. In fact, with that feeling I think they become stronger than they already are. At that time Ozzy Dahaka created a magic circle. The landscape of the area was completely restored. Valerie set up his battle stance, but quickly realized that this magical power is not used for direct attacks. The landscape around them began to distort at that moment, and Valerie was absorbed. Valerie entered the world of dreams and illusions that Ozzy Dahaka had created. Part 146 True Lucifer. You can see a Valerie waking up. It's given how much she was in a room, it's also given how much she was sleeping with Issei. The girl didn't quite understand what was happening, but as she tried to get up, she felt something heavy, as if someone wouldn't let her sleep, and at that moment, she saw a girl very similar to her lying on her chest. The girl was hugging Valerie tightly, but in a moment she woke up and saw the little hair. When he looked closely, he noticed that she looked the same, but the only difference was that the girl had white hair, and her eyes were red. Beyond good morning, Oka-san. The girl hearing that became even more confused, but the girl just saw her mother somewhat sleepy. She was about to speak, but she felt warm arms wrap around her. As she looked to the side, she saw Issei smiling. Issei. Good morning, how did you sleep, honey? The silver-haired woman became even more confused, but she saw Issei's hand. He had a ring on his hand, and when she looked well, she noticed that he also had a ring, an engagement ring. Oka-san, let's have breakfast to train. I still want to be stronger to defeat Azara Akasan's daughter. Issei. Of course Velia, let's eat. When Valerie heard the name of that girl he was surprised. She had thought of the name of her future children on more than one occasion. One of the options was Velia, since that was the name of her mother. The silver-haired woman woke up, and when she came out of her room she saw several children running, some looking like Roswas, Azara and others. While she was walking through the mansion where she was, several of those children, surely son of Issei, and the rest of the girls of her harem, hugged her with love and tenderness. Apparently each of the children was very fond of her. After all, she was one more of her many mothers. When he arrived at the kitchen, he only saw how Issei put on an apron and start cooking. A good amount of food was cooked, and after a few minutes, the food was ready, and everyone was sitting at a large table. It was more than 20 meters long, and although it was very large, there were many people sitting on it. All. Thanks for the food. The girl only saw her chest of drawers with something strange. She didn't know exactly what was going on. She didn't know if what had happened before was a dream or something, but suddenly the smell of the delicious food prepared by her husband reached her nose. She wasted no time, she tasted some of the food, and she just smiled as she thought it was the best thing she had ever tasted. Some of Issei's children were talking about how they were doing in school, others about how they were getting stronger and stronger. She was happy to hear that her daughter was not the best in school, but that she simply wanted to become someone as strong as her mother. Those words made the silver-haired woman smile. She was going to continue talking to her daughter, but suddenly she heard the voice of the evil dragon she was fighting. Ahaka. This is a fake world that I have created. This magic will create a world with the deepest desires of your heart. The scenes in front of your eyes is what you really desire. The voice echoed in the silver-haired woman's head. In fact, this is a very real illusion. On the other hand, this is the world that Valerie wants. Ahaka. I see, the hacker Yuaku known as the strongest in history wishes for an ordinary family. Valerie didn't respond to those words, but he was jolted out of his thoughts as he felt his daughter pull on his arm. Velia. Oka-san, let's train, let's train. The little albino was smiling innocently and tenderly, and that filled Valerie's heart with a pleasant feeling. Valerie. Okay, Oka-san will show you his strength. The girl suddenly felt her husband's strong embrace which made her feel really loved. Issei. Can I join? Delia. Hyoudou-san will also be coming with us. Issei's warm embrace made Valerie feel really good, after all, she really did want a normal family, a good husband, and some nice children. Ahaka. If you wish to remain in this world, I can make this possible for you. This barrier was created for that purpose. When the world sought by everyone was placed in front of them, dozens, hundreds, thousands of warriors fell before my magic. Valerie. I see, this is a powerful magic of Issei Dahaka. The Polyplatina, even though she has in mind what the dragon said, is simply stealth in her things within that illusion. Day after day inside that place was really beautiful to the girl, without battles, without fights, without deaths, just a quiet place, of course, with a little magic, but for Valerie, it was the perfect place. Issei Dahaka's illusion seemed to make Valerie lose the will to continue fighting. She took her will along with her greatest desire and used it against her, and in the end, Valerie, after spending so much time with his family, is just shedding tears. She hugged Issei and her daughter tightly. The emptiness she had felt for years was filled by the happiness of being with her family. It was something nice for her. She really wanted to stay in that place, but suddenly, the place shook. Everything around him shook, and little by little the place cracked. Issei. Hey silly, what do you think you're doing? Valerie heard her husband talking. He is only turning to see him in his typical black trench coat while holding his hand. Issei. If this is really what you want, then you can get it in the real world, so wake up and kick the ass of the dragon copy of Ainzul gown. The place shook again, while the image of Issei cracked. Little by little the place seemed to crumble, and he only saw his daughter who still seemed complete. Delia. Oka-san, do you have to go? Valerie, seeing his daughter's sad face, simply shed more tears and hugged her tightly. Valerie. Yes, I'm sorry my little girl, mommy has to go, I have to face a stupid evil dragon. Delia. Okay, then. I'll be waiting for you Oka-san, he said smiling. The girl seeing that smile could only smile and kiss her daughter's head. Again the place seemed to tremble. The image of her daughter disappeared. At that moment she saw what looked like a door and walked towards it, waiting for it to be the exit. But at that moment a certain crow could be seen. For her, that guy was the father she never had. And the one she always needed and saved her since she was little. Azazel. Are you sure about this? Valerie. Yes, Issei is right, if I want all of this to be real, then I've got to make it happen in the real world, she said determined. Azazel. Hahaha, well, then go and defeat him Brady said smiling and giving a thumbs up. The girl hearing that only ran to the door and is about to open it. She was only mowed by a white light like this coming out of the illusion. Hypotheses. The world of illusion collapsed. In front of the girl's eyes, the passage of the city appeared again, while Issei Dahaka stood in front of her. Dahaka. Did you have a good dream? Valerie. Yes, it was a good dream he said smiling. The dragon, seeing the girl's smile, his face changed to a complicated expression. Dahaka. That's an incredible thing Valerie Lucifer, you completely destroyed my dream magic, I must say that you have earned the title of a worthy rival. The dragon saw Valerie with a big smile, he had used that illusion with many warriors, and few had returned, the vast majority had stayed within that illusion, and right now Valerie had earned the respect of the evil dragon. Valerie. Issei Dahaka, I'm excited from the bottom of my heart to start the battle, let's start now I will defeat you to save my family. The girl saying that not only motivated Issei Dahaka to give it her all, but also Albion who started talking. Albino. Comrade, the world of illusions, I prepared myself and remembered the name I had decided to forget in the eyes of the world. The dragon said those words accepting himself, at that moment all the jewels in Valerie's armor began to shine. Suddenly Office's voice began to be heard. Office was in the underworld taking care of the dragon's egg, but it seemed that his consciousness reached to where Valerie was. Office. Valerie Lucifer, Issei hyoudou was reborn with the power of Big Red, but you will be reborn with my power. Albion. The dragon goddess of infinity will recite a chant with you, that will empower you Valerie. Office. Issei was able to use and make the power of the Big Red his own, now I know that you will be able to do the same with my power Valerie Lucifer, so get ready to receive my power Valerie and Albion. In the past Office was the leader of the Cows Brigade that made her responsible for all the events that happened, also the power increases of the enemies of the DXD group, it all started with Shalba Beelzebub, Cow Cow and other enemies, they had all used the power of Office to become stronger. Albion. Ha, I see, so Office will call us his friends, so he gives us power, ha, well, then we will gladly welcome you, Valerie recites the chant with Office. Valerie. Yes. After he asserted, the Silverhair's armor jewels began to glow brightly as Valerie and Office recited the chant. Valerie, the one who dwells in me is the white dragon I am the silvery white dragon of supremacy. The shiny black color begins to appear on Valerie's armor. Albion, come to me, power that has been granted to me by the silvery white star, and let us master the throne of dawn. In response to Albion's words, the wings changed color to a bright black color, and light continued to grow from behind his back. Valerie, bright black the color of the god of infinity, will awaken the demon father. On Valerie's back grew 11 pairs of shiny black wings, 12 wings in total, where his armor, the jewels are still shining, they are reaching their original shape. Albion Valerie, we leave supremacy and accept the truth. Magic circles appeared with the symbols of Lucifer. 18 magic circles appeared and began to glow brightly. Valerie Office Albino, our brightness will dissolve your reign and your kingdom will bow down before us. Valerie Albion. Lucifer. The sound of the armor jewels increased in power, leaving an overwhelming power felt throughout the place. Albino. Dragon Lucifer Drive. After saying that, the girl's armor began to glow with an incredible aura. The 12 wings on the back of the hyoudou have shades of bright black and silvery white, also her armor has an improved shape, it is the Lucifer armor of the White Dragon Emperor. Ozzy Dahaka, who saw Valerie's new armor, began to admire its beauty, a lot of silvery and black white aura, that was the power of the White Emperor Dragon, and the true Lucifer, waves of white, silver and black power, emanated from Valerie's body, while inside the armor he felt how much power was running through his body. Valerie. Ozzy Dahaka, I now have the true power of Albion Gwimmer and Mao Lucifer, I will attack you with everything I have. Because of what happened a few moments ago. Dahaka. So the White Dragon uses its true power along with Lucifer's power, he said looking at the girl's armor. The power of the Mao Lucifer accompanied the power of the hyoudou, must be made from a blasphemous chant made by the oath of the ancient Mao Lucifer. Valerie had increased his magical power unimaginably by chanting. Valerie. Now I know why Issei is so strong, the desire to want to protect your loved ones is what really makes you strong, said determined. Ozzy Dahaka was looking forward to Valerie's new form. Dahaka. After all, the fool of Rizavin was just a fake Lucifer, fake compared to you. You are the real Lucifer, you would be like the real Lucifer. Valerie Lucifer. Valerie. Throughout my life I've always denied being a Lucifer, I was even repulsed by that last name, but. The girl spread her 12 wings, bright black wings, then an intense glow lit up the girl's body. Valerie. My name is Lucifer, I am Valerie Lucifer. The dragon, hearing that, only got even more excited and he just spread his dragon wings as he looked at Valerie. Dahaka. When Rizavin said why he was interested in you, I couldn't believe it, but now I love what I see. Valerie Lucifer. The dragon, without wasting time, began to launch powerful attacks towards the girl. She avoided the attacks and at the same time launched an incredible power of poison and made her attacks disappear. At one point Ozzy Dahaka avoided being hit by creating distance between him and Valerie, but Valerie knew that if he got hit by the girl he would surely lose, but instead of getting nervous, he just smiled at the sound of that. Dahaka. Now the real battle begins, this makes me happy, it's an incredible force. Albino. The jewels let out some strange words, it seemed as if they had a mistake, but surely they wanted to say Lucifer, thus increasing the power of the silver hair. Suddenly, Valerie's wings separated and from them appeared wyvern which began to fly around the girl, possibly thanks to the influence of Issei, since in Valerie's mind, she tried to do the same thing that the albino did when he created his beasts of shadows or angels of light. Valerie. Go get it. After saying that, the little dragons began to head towards Ozzy Dahaka. In the center of the wyvern's body appeared a kind of cannon that was accumulating a large amount of Lucifer aura as they continued to fly. At the same time, the eyes of Ozzy Dahaka's 3 heads made a strange violet glow. A magic circle spread out and stopped Lucifer's aura attacks, this power is equal to Gasper's. It's no wonder that the evil dragon can use a type of magic identical to Gasper's. Ozzy Dahaka controls an endless number of forbidden magic attacks. He created a magic circle to mimic the power of Gasper's Baylor that can stop time. Valerie has to know that this dragon can also use time magic. However, Valerie continues to cast Lucifer power aura from his wyverns many times. Ozzy Dahaka easily dodged them in the air. The attacks of the small wyvern dragons were going to hit the dragon in a moment, but at that moment, Reflect was heard to stop their attacks. Meanwhile in the sky, a large number of magic circles were created surrounding Valerie. Dahaka. What do you think of this? From that large number of magic circles, Dahaka had created a barrier to not let the silver-haired woman escape. Thousands, millions of magic circles of all kinds appeared, and these triggered many attacks, but before he touched the girl, Albion's voice could be heard. Albion. Satan Comprehension Divider. As he said that, a large bluish-white glow with black touches shot out of Valerie's armor. Little by little the power of the attacks that the evil dragon had launched were splitting until they disappeared completely, leaving them totally intact and without a scratch. Dahaka. You You eliminated them all, he said in shock. Without wasting any time, Valerie quickly moved and hit the dragon in the face. It shot towards a building. It simply crashed as he felt how that blow almost ripped one of his 3 heads from the force. The dragon quickly got up, but that blow almost killed him, or so he felt. Really, Valerie had become very strong. The dragon, returning to the battle, only saw how Valerie concentrated more of his power in his hand. Albion. Half dimension. Albion's voice was heard, but not from the girl's armor, but from one of the wyverns attacking the evil dragon. He was frightened to see how his wyverns could also activate his abilities. Quickly the dragon tried to escape using teleportation magic, but quickly Valerie messed with the teleportation circle. In the distance you could see how an entire mountain disappeared in the blink of an eye, and in the sky, you could see how an Issei Dahaka went through a building. When the dragon got up, he saw how 2 of his heads were gone, the right and the left head had disappeared, and he had also lost one of his wings. Now indefinitely the dragon could not escape. A shockwave in the distance was heard only to see Valerie flying towards the dragon at full speed. And in the end, the girl was just flying in the sky as she looked seriously at the badly wounded Dahaka. The dragon only smiled at the sight of the girl. He had no regrets. He had recognized Valerie as the real Lucifer, not Rizavan. The dragon was ready to die, but at that moment a large number of mass-created evil dragons who were still alive headed towards Issei Dahaka to support him. The dragon was bothered by that. He told them to stay away, as they don't understand the value of a battle. But the dragon at that moment only saw how one of Valerie's wyverns threw a red sphere, while the sound of Albion was heard. Albion. Poison. The sphere collided with one of the dragons, expanded and dropped on all of them a blood-red liquid. When they were touched by that reddish liquid, they began to suffer. They fell from the sky in pain. That made Issei Dahaka surprised. That was the famous poison of Albion Glimmer. That poison has the power to disintegrate everything it touches, and right now he was watching in the front row as those dragons slowly disintegrated. Albion's abilities to diminish are half dimension, reflect and absorption are his abilities, but the dragon had another ability that he had sealed. Albion. That's my true power. Poison not only divides attacks, also living beings, their blood, their organs, it can even slowly tear apart the soul. My poison can destroy. The dragon, hearing that, only saw how the evil dragon suffered and fell from the sky, dying little by little. For that reason the poison of Albion is even held by the gods. Albion. My poison doesn't work with just one existence, and that's the Red Dragon Emperor, the Secretary Drake Gogh. Haha, sure, she hasn't awakened her true form. That poison could even damage Office and Big Red seriously, only Drake was immune to its poison, and that's why Albion always saw him as his rival. Of course, knowing that his poison didn't work on Drake, he began to look for another way to be stronger. That's how he created his Reflect and took it to Dividing, which continued to improve and improve with the aim of surpassing his rival. Valerie. Now you see Issei Dahaka. Albion had the goal of defeating someone. He always trained and improved his abilities just to defeat that person, just like Drake. They both took their bodies and abilities to new levels, simply to be stronger than the other. So Albion doesn't really need his poison anymore, because he has already become stronger in another way. Albion. That's right, hahaha, do you have any complaints about the new power we have? The dragon didn't respond, it just smiled and rose into the air with only one of its wings to resume the battle. The dragon no longer had any more magical power. He had used almost everything in those previous attacks. This one only created a kind of healing circle. Little by little his 2 heads and body recovered, but he knew that after healing he would have no more power left, so he just decided to give it his all. The dragon quickly launched itself at a great speed towards Valerie. It with its 3 heads bit Valerie's arm. Its sharp teeth managed to pierce Valerie's armor. The evil dragon's teeth dug into her skin, and he could taste the girl's blood, but the dragon was only surprised when he put his arm in front of her. Suddenly, the girl's armor began to glow, and the chest of the armor opened, revealing a cannon. Valerie. This is all over now. Albion. The cannon shot with a huge amount of power, while Valerie wasn't afraid to blow his arm off to take out the dragon. The dragon, seeing that, let go of the girl and tried to use any defense magic, but it was too late. He had no more magic. He could only resign himself, since he had lost. Albion. Satan Lucifer Smasher. A huge shot of silver white and bright black aura was released from the barrel of his chest. After that incredible shot was released that shattered not only the dragon, but the sky itself. The sky opened up, revealing the cosmos, the stars, and by the time the girl's attack disappeared, she was alone in seeing how the entire body of the dragon had disappeared, leaving only one of its 3 heads. The girl only approached the dragon as she watched as her head slowly disintegrated. Ahaka. Hahaha, apparently, I lost. I only resurrected with the intention of fighting someone really strong. Wait until I rise again in 1,000 or 2,000 years and we will fight again. Valerie. I promise you that we will face each other again when you are resurrected in 1,000 years. It will be the revenge of the dragon of 1,000 diabolisms against Lucifer. Rest assured, legendary evil dragon. Ahaka. Hahaha, it's a promise, Valerie Lucifer. After saying that, the dragon's body finished disappearing, thus putting an end to everything. Albion. He was a formidable opponent, he was a really terrible dragon, lol. Valerie. Haha, that's right, so I hope that idiot comes back stronger, he said, showing a smile. And just like that, the mortal combat was over. Hard 147 creatures of chaos. You can see how Valerie was in the sky even in her new armor. This one was in the sky while it was slowly coming down, putting its feet on the ground. When it was there, I noticed how the whole area was full of swords made of shadows, wolves and dogs made of the same devoured the evil dragons. Seeing that, he fixes his gaze on Issei and Tobio, who were on top of the corpse of the Irachi that Ozzy Dahaka had earlier summoned to stop them. They simply talked about their own business while Valerie arrived and stood beside him. Issei. Ooh, are you done yet? Valerie. You guys were just watching my battle, weren't you? Issei. We just didn't want to intervene, besides, now you have a new power-up, right? He said looking at the girl's new armor. Tobio. Cute armor. Valerie. Thanks, cutie. Fur. He said looking at the tail that Tobio had next to some animal fur that was made of shadow. Issei. Hahaha, I told him the same thing. These three kept talking until suddenly they saw a golden glow. The evil dragon suddenly stopped and watched as Gasper and Valerie deactivated the Holy Grail. Little by little, the Grail lost its luster until it was like a simple cup. The power of the Holy Grail was slowly disappearing until no more power emanated. Arena. We did it. The demons, angels, yokai and other supernatural creatures who fought against the Trahixa, seeing how the Holy Grail had already been deactivated, celebrated. Now there was no way for the evil dragons to continue to be created. Those present only smiled when they saw that. The gods who supported the DXD group also celebrated, especially Ares, who was performing a victory dance. On the other hand, Azazel only sighed a little tiredly, but he seemed to calm down. The situation was already under control, or that was what was happening. Suddenly, a magic circle opened above Trahixa, where Nairuko and Apophis were seen. Nairuko. Hey, what do they do to Trahixa-chan, savages? Don't you see that she's a delicate lady, he said as he watched Trahixa be paralyzed. Apophis. I congratulate you, DXD team, it's impressive that you not only stopped Trahixa, but also disabled the Holy Grail. Issei. Ooh, thank you, I'm glad to hear that coming from you, he said with a smile. Nairuko. Hi Ice-kun, he said waving amicably. Issei. Yes, hello Nairuko, he said greeting the girl, but showing disinterest. Azazel. Now what are you going to do? Try to free Trahixa? Trying to retrieve the Holy Grail? Apophis. That doesn't matter, there are means to an end, and this is ours right now, he said as he looked at Nairuko. Nairuko. Hey, maybe you faced a villain, but not a super villain. Zeus. What's the difference? Suddenly the sky began to light up. While that was going on, Azazel had a little flashback about that strange dream he had had a long time ago. As the clouds parted, everyone saw a giant Rizavin's head come down from the clouds, open his mouth and stick out his tongue, showing the original Rizavin, who had a smile. Rizavin. The presentation. The giant hologram of Rizavin changed, transforming into a portal. A crack in the sky formed, while it slowly opened. Rizavin. Since my cute evil dragons were taken from us, I'll have to recruit new members for Millennium. Nairuko. My friends. Hearing that, Azazel froze. He looked at that portal. Little by little it opened, but in a moment it stopped. The crow calmed down at that, but everyone in the room tensed at the sound of Nairuko's dark, pregnant voice. His voice had changed, and now it looked like that of a soulless monster. Nairuko. Now I call upon you, servants of chaos, come and claim this world for our beloved king. Destroy, desecrate, and consume everything in their path. My name is Nyarlathotep, servant of the god Azathoth, and today I declared that this world will be reclaimed in the name of our Lord. After saying that, the girl only watched with excitement as the crack opened up even more. This one looked like a triangle or a gap and was totally open. In that place, giant tentacles began to come out. Some kind of viscous and misshapen masses fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Little by little they saw how those masses of flesh began to move. Tentacles came out of those things, and in the end, everyone saw how a deformed creature moved. It had tentacles all over it, seemed to crawl, and had more than 10 mouths around its entire misshapen body. The demons and other supernatural creatures were afraid when they saw those creatures. They gave off a tremendous aura, an aura to death. More creatures came out of the portal. There were a kind of giant deformed brains. These came out of the same crack, while these were coming out in evil melody. More creatures came out similar to those. Others looked like space worms with thousands of mouths all over their bodies. Thousands of those amorphous beasts would come out of that simple crack, and they would start attacking the warriors of the factions. Some were totally devoured, others defended themselves using magic and made them explode, but the amorphous creatures were very dangerous. Rainer. Hella and those creatures. Hella. Yes, they're like that time, in fact, they're the same she said it would be. Azazel. And no, it can't be said in shock. Rizvan. Ha, you can keep the silly holy grail, it doesn't do me any good anymore now. I have the power of the servants of the god of chaos, this one. It is the majesty of Lovecraftian power, the power of the god Azathoth and his servants. Ha. The old man only began to laugh as more of those creatures came out of the crack. Ashino. Impossible, the only way to summon the god Azathoth is supposed to be by Rizvan. The Lovecraft book that you idiots from the Vatican have safeguarded. Don't make me laugh, why use an old book when you can use this, he said, showing a leaf, the same one that was stolen from Olympus, a part of the Necronomicon. Azazel. Impossible, that's it. Rizvan. Our own entry into the kingdom of Azathoth, it doesn't have all the content of the original book, but with that we will be able to take Azathoth's lackeys for a walk, thanks to Nairuko-chan. Nairuko. We knew it wouldn't do us any good to go for the old book in the Vatican, so we just went for a part. The necessary part of the Necronomicon that you god studies tried to guard. Ashino. What? Azazel. So you say that. Nairuko. Yes, the Greek gods were one of the factions of the gods that drove us out of this world, but also the only few who touched and got their hands on the Necronomicon. We knew they surely had some trophy or something, so that's why we went to attack them specifically, he said, showing a big smile. Rizvan. Hahaha, previously the god sealed the god Azathoth in some sort of dimensional rift, where he would have no way out. But he was no fool in spite of his form. He created his own way of escaping. He created a book and tossed it into a dimensional space crevice next to a small box. In this case, that box would be an entire pyramid. You can imagine how huge that god is to make an Egyptian pyramid a simple gift box. After that I just wait until that thing gets to a site with some intelligent civilization and is invoked. I will be your messiah, I will free the god Azathoth and then conquer the universe, he said. Well, he had a crazy smile. Issei. Don't you see, idiot, animate, as soon as you release him, he will either kill you or take your body. Rizvan. I already had that planned, that's why I have Trihiksa-chan. But. Well, I guess he's sleeping now. No, it doesn't matter, I still have 6 other parts of it. Nairuko. And I'll be Rizvan's right-hand man, said happily. Rizvan. Well, that's it, I just wanted to rub this in your face and introduce you to the new members of Millennium. He said, watching a misshapen monster devour an entire building. Well, though, I think I'll open you to put them on a leash. After saying that, Rizvan along with Nairuko left, leaving only Apophis and Nidhegg, who had also appeared. Quickly the monsters began to wreak havoc, they devoured their enemies, but in a moment they were paralyzed, or rather, time stopped, all in a simple blink they saw how the monsters were split in half, ending up being simple minced meat on the ground. The vast majority of those things had died, and the one responsible for that was Issei, who was in heaven. The albino had his left eye yellow, showing that he was using Zafkiel. Quickly the clock appeared behind him, stopping time again. It at a speed that surpassed that of sound began to cut into multiple parts those creatures. Again he resumed time and only saw his work, those monsters only end up being mincemeats, but even so, more and more monsters did not stop coming out of that crack. Apophis. Hahaha, you won't be able to close that rift, only Lucifer-sama can, he said while looking at Issei. Issei. What? Are you challenging me? The albino only snapped his fingers so that creatures of both shadow and light would begin to come out, angels and knights made of shadows would come out from everywhere, and these would replace the warriors. Issei quickly ordered the soldiers to fall back, they listened and only saw how the soldiers created by Issei were the ones fighting. Issei. Attack with magic attacks and blow them up, if you get close to them you will die. Issei's warning only made the demons and other people tense. Those monsters were just as dangerous as the best soldier created and made by any god, in short, something on the level of the best of any god soldiers. On the other hand, Issei only saw Apophis in a serious way, who was also serious. Apophis. What are you waiting for, Issei hyoudou? For a long time I have wanted to face you, come, let's fight like true warriors. Issei just smiled and he stood face to face with Apophis. Nidhegg was about to intervene, but he was intercepted by Azara and Dreg. Dreg. Hey faggot, your opponent. Azara. It's us. Nidhegg. Ha, are you going to defeat me with that level of power? You guys are pathetic insects, he said as he changed his hairstyle, now looking like a certain Saiyan prince. Dreg. Said by the idiot who lost to me thousands of years ago. Ha 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 ha, don't believe the big thing, Nidhegg, my partner and I will defeat you. Azara. That's right, come on Dreg. Dreg. Yes, mate. Quickly Azara boosted her body and began the battle against Nidhegg. At one point a blow from the gorilla sent the evil dragon flying a couple of meters. The dragon only smiled as it felt that blow, and it also began to counterattack. The punches of both opponents were powerful. Every time Azara lacked attack power, he boosted his body again, increasing his power by equalizing the blows of Nidhegg. And the dragon, whenever it saw that its blows weren't strong enough to damage the girl's armor, it only increased its power. On the other hand, Issei only saw Apophis in a serious way. At one point a monster was about to fall on Issei, but out of its shadow a shinobu with her katana had appeared and cut the monster in half. "Shinobu? You better kill that idiot and come back here, your soldiers keep those things at bay, but it won't be forever." Issei. "Yui, Lin, support others, don't let those things hurt people." Both girls' swords complied and reverted to their human form as they did as their master had commanded them. Both girls were on top of a building just below the portal that Rizovin had opened. "Yui, Lin. Supernova." Both girls just clasped their hands together and they threw a powerful lightning bolt into the crack. Everyone present saw how the portal seemed to tremble, it moved from side to side while swallowing the powerful attack that both girls had launched. Those who were below the portal only saw how inside it, where before they were seen thousands of those monsters running towards the portal to attack people, disappeared. The attack of both girls had totally wiped out all the creatures, an attack stronger than an atomic bomb had wiped out all the monsters. Now you couldn't see anything, inside that portal you could only see space. It was a beautiful starry sky, but in the distance you could still see those creatures going towards them, even though they were far, far away. "Yui. That will buy us time until the master finishes, now we just have to kill the other creatures." "Lin?" "Yes." Both girls only came down from the building to start attacking the monsters that were causing damage. On the other hand, Issei only smiled as he watched as Yui and Lin had finished them all. Now the albino could fully concentrate on Apophis. "Apophis? It seems like this place is very busy, how about we go somewhere else?" Saying that, the dragon created a teleportation circle. Both of them were quickly teleported to an island not far from the shores of Japan. In fact, in the distance and at the height they were at, you could see how a storm cloud covered almost all of Japan, and you could also see that portal that Rizovin had created. "Apophis? Okay, shall we begin?" Issei. Of course. Both quickly threw themselves at each other, starting a great fight where they clashed fists. The blows they both gave caused shockwaves to shoot around. Art 148. The True Crimson Dragon. In the city of Kuo you can see how Azara fought Nidhogg, and away from Japan, you can see Issei facing off against Apophis who were on a small island off the coast of Japan. A flash of reddish color clashed with a green flash in the sky. These were Azara and Nidhogg fighting each other, while Issei looked like Apophis. "Apophis? Hahaha, tell me something, Issei hyoudou, you have no interest in conquering the universe, but how about going to a different world?" I asked, smiling. Issei. Like an isekai. Are you going to give me tricky abilities and I'll have to defeat a demon king? Apophis. That's right, a more incredible world than this. Issei. You tempt me. But nope, I'm fine like this. Besides, if I'm going to go to an isekai, it will be with my own means, he said with a smile. Apophis. Well, that's a shame, but it doesn't matter, you can say it's just a matter of time. At that moment, little by little, Issei saw how shadows began to cover the place. One thing Azazel said was that his powers and those of Apophis were very similar since they could both manipulate the shadows. The albino only saw how the entire island was covered with a dome. A dark dome covered all the surroundings of the island, leaving the place where Issei was totally dark. As Azazel had mentioned, the dragon in front of him darkened the sky thousands of years ago and caused a huge disaster. Now he wanted to use his tricks on Issei. Apophis. The magnitude of this island is more than enough to be able to create my world. The dragon's body slowly began to be covered in darkness. At the same time, the island slowly began to be covered in darkness. In response to that, the darkness of Apophis's body increased until it changed its shape drastically. The evil dragon's form begins to change as it rises into the air. What seemed to fly in the sky of this dark-covered uninhabited island was a gigantic dark and slender snake in the shape of a dragon that is about 100 meters long. It was an imposing figure, and on his chest was a red jewel. In front of Issei was the true form of the dragon of darkness written in the Bible. Apophis gave off a sinister aura, which brought a smile to Issei's face. Issei felt his power and could tell that he is equal to or stronger than the heavenly dragons. If Azara were to fight him, he surely wouldn't stand a chance. Issei. This gets interesting, he said, smiling. Elsewhere, in the sky you can see how Azara and Drag fought, flashes of red light colliding with flashes of green light. At one point Azara delivered a powerful blow to Nidhogg's face, but the dragon with a smile withstood that blow and returned it with double the power. The girl received a powerful blow to her chest, cracking her armor. It crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Right now their battle had taken them to the shores of Japan, while not far from them was the island that was covered by the dome of darkness that created Apophis. Drag. Mate, you'll have to wear the true queen armor, I don't think you'll be able to win like this. Azara. Yes, he's already created it. The girl just got up and she saw Nidhogg come down from the sky and he had a smile on his face. Nidhogg. Come on, that's it. I don't know, you're supposed to beat me up, Drag. Azara. shut up, I'll defeat you. Nidhogg. Hahaha, this is a battle between dragons, not a battle of children, but still, I'm not bad enough to cheat, so transform and increase your power, there's no good if I kill you being so weak. Azara and Drake were only annoyed when they heard that. Quickly all the jewels in Azara's armor began to glow as she increased her power by going on to wear her most powerful armor so far. Azara, I am the Crimson Red Dragon who will rise in supremacy. The one who possesses me is the Crimson Celestial Dragon, who will become the King of Darkness. The power within Azara's body was increasing. The true queen armor was just a prototype. It was created based on the power of Issei, as the chestnut came up with it, and Drake said that it was a good way to become stronger. The chestnut only used it a few times in workouts he had with Issei, and he was shown to have great strength, but he still wouldn't know what level he would currently be at when he faced Nidhogg. Azara, shiny black of the demon god, the shining god of darkness and the underworld. Gradually, the dragon wings changed and became dark, resembling feathers of black fire that slowly began to grow. Azara, he transcends the limits that one believes to be a forbidden existence. This is the call of the new Crimson Dragon. Drake. Demonic Dragon Drive. When the chant ended and Drake shouted the name of the new armor, all of Azara's armor began to glow and rose into the air. It is rapidly changing, showing its new form. Azara. Looks like I'm going to have to take out a filthy evil dragon, he said seriously. Nidhogg. Ha, well, now it does look interesting, he said, showing a mocking smile. Quickly the battle was knitted again. A cannon appeared on Azara's back and he began to charge. Nidhogg, seeing that, tried to attack her, but quickly the cannon went faster and charged, launching a large burst of energy. The dragon covered himself with his arms, receiving the full attack, while Azara only smiled as he saw how the dragon was hit by his attack. On the other hand, Nidhogg, although he had taken cover, felt the burning sensation in his arms, which seemed to have severe burns from Azara's attack. But instead of getting angry when he felt pain, he just smiled. He seemed to get excited, and Azara and Drake only saw the crazy smile from Nidhogg, who seemed to make it easier for him to use Azara's new power. Drake. Let's not let him rest, let's go all in. Azara. Yes. Quickly the figure of Azara disappeared. It is in a red flash with black touches shot out towards Nidhogg. The dragon also did the same, and both began a battle with clean fists. The battle was intensifying more and more. The fists of both opponents colliding created great shockwaves. The buildings near the battle zone were shaken by the powerful blows of both opponents. Nidhogg was smiling wildly, seeming to enjoy the battle. Azara used all his power against the dragon. It didn't seem to give in despite Azara's intense blows, but the chestnut also noticed something. Every time it gave a blow, Nidhogg returned it with more force. It seemed that the evil dragon still didn't use all its power. Again Azara began to throw several beams from his blasters. The greenish aura with crimson hints clashed against the evil dragon's skin, but the dragon's skin seemed to get stronger. Little by little, the scales took on a greenish-black color, while the dragon only smiled. Azara again charged several attacks on his blasters, but Nidhogg's speed and power began to increase. In a moment the evil dragon disappeared and hit Azara's stomach. It seemed that the evil dragon's power was increasing more and more until it made Azara in trouble. Drake. This is bad, mate. If we continue like this we will lose. We have to do something. Azara. I know, increase our power now. Drake. Sure, boost. The power of the armor began to increase. As the girl's energy increased, some spheres of the armor began to come out and became small wyverns. Drake. Wyvern's Fairy Division. About 4 wyverns had come out of the girl's armor. These also had jewels on their body, and in these Drake boosting the girl's body could also be heard. Drake. Longina Smasher. 4 forbidden power beams were fired towards Nidhogg. The wyverns had their own blasters from which some beams were thrown. They hit Nidhogg squarely, but quickly from a screen of smoke created by the lightning when they collided with the dragon, Nidhogg came out with some wounds. Azara saw how little by little they regenerated. Nidhogg wasted no time throwing himself at the wyverns. The bestiality in the dragon's attacks increased. He approached one of the wyverns and held it until it crushed its organs. He grabbed another and tore off his head with his teeth. It looked like the dragon was getting out of control. Drake. This is bad. It's going wild. Azara. What? He was already like that, rather how does he regenerate? Nidhogg. Ha, this is thanks to Rizavin. He gave me something incredible, the blood of Nyarlathotep. Lol, he gave it to me in small amounts. He didn't want me to go crazy. Maybe I can't pull out tentacles like Trihexa when I use it, but it does give me a good regenerative factor. So attack me with everything you've got, Drake. Drake. You heard it, buddy, let's go. Azara. Yes, Drake. Boost. Again Azara's power began to increase. The jewels in her armor began to light up strongly. Little by little the armor began to light up. Nidhogg. Ha, yes, let's go, come with everything. Little by little Nidhogg's face began to change. A few teeth came out of it. The scales changed color, showing a red color. It seemed that he was turning the same color as Drake. Drake. That son of a bitch. Azara. What's wrong with Drake? Drake. It looks like he's adapting. By having the blood of Nyarlathotep and consuming the power and blood of the wyverns, it seems like he's absorbed their power, and it also seems like he's adapting and mimicking our power. Azara. Then the Dreg. Yes, he absorbed our power and is increasing his Nidhegg. Ha, the power of the celestial dragon Dreg is interesting. Quickly Nidhegg's arm began to change, it began to glow a red color, and a green sphere-like dregs appeared on the evil dragon's arm. Boost. Azara and Dreg were shocked to hear how it seemed that this copy of Dreg's glove began to increase Nidhegg's power. He laughed wildly to shoot towards Azara, who hit Azara's armor and cracked it and destroyed it completely. The abdomen part of the armor was exposed. Azara spat out some blood upon receiving that blow. He just watched with some annoyance as the sphere on Nidhegg's arm continued to increase in power. Dragon. Don't be left behind, mate. Boost x20. Again the battle resumed, both were fist bumping, the shockwaves were flying violently, it was like a Dragon Ball fight scene, only a red aura could be seen fighting against a green aura which collided violently, creating air waves in the sky. At one point Azara was sent to fly until she ended up in the middle of the Sea of Japan. Nidhogg laughed like crazy, and with a single punch, he plunged a girl to the bottom of the sea, shattering her armor. Azara. Raise. I can't beat him. It's very powerful. The girl felt like she was sinking to the bottom of the sea, but at one point she heard the voice of a certain dragon god. Red. Do you plan to give up that easily? Azara. Network. Get up and fight, show off your might. You are a celestial dragon, and you have dragon blood running through your veins, so get up. A true dragon never gives up. Little by little, Azara's Guadali began to glow, and Dreg's voice was heard. Dreg. Comrade, Big Red is talking to us telepathically, she wants to help us. Network. Looks like they're having problems. So I'll give them a little bit of my power. Azara's body at that moment began to glow as she began to feel a great power growing within her. While that was going on, Nidhogg was just laughing wildly on the surface. Nidhogg. Ha, you're weak, Dreg. This is all the power of the celestial dragon Dreg Gog. Well, then I'll destroy everything in my path. The dragon only approached the city again. From the portal that was still there, Yui and Lin had to dodge some giant tentacles. From the portal, an even bigger monster than the others had come out. This one had many tentacles, and it was even more monster. This one had many mouths and seemed to be at Nidhogg's side ready to destroy everything, but quickly everyone present saw a crimson light come out from the bottom of the sea. A female figure came out while her body was illuminated by a devastating power. Azara. I am the dragon of supremacy that will snatch your dreams. I am the illusion of true power that will crush you. Little by little, new armor appeared on the chestnut's body. Dreg. I will use my power to crush my enemies and destroy their dreams. I will be the one who surpasses the deities and become even stronger. The sphere came out of Azara's chest, slowly the sphere growing into the silhouette of a huge dragon as Dreg's voice and Azara's voice synchronized. Azara. Dreg. We leave the truth and accept the supremacy. Scarlet red, the color of the god of dreams, will awaken a new dragon god. A third voice was heard, it was the voice of Big Red, which was also heard coming out of the booster gear. Azara. Dreg Red. Our power will devastate your kingdom and you will kneel before us. The glow on Azara's body stopped shining while Azara's armor evolved. Dreg. Dragon Devil's Drive. After saying the name of Azara's new armor, a great power was felt. Everyone present felt the presence of Great Red in that new armor. It seemed that the dragon had given power to Azara to create that armor, the same way Office gave power to Valerie. Now the sky saw Azara showing off his new armor. He had multiple jewels all over his body, and next to him was Dreg, the real Dreg. It looked like he had come out of the booster gear. Both of them were in the sky showing in all their glory their new power. Dreg. Now you'll see all of our power. Azara. So get ready. Nidhogg. Ha, yes, this really excites me. The monster next to Nidhogg roared with great intensity. He seemed to let drool out of his many mouths. Dreg. Dreg returned the roar. He showed no fear of that creature. He only spread his wings, while those present only watched the battle. Azara. Infinity blasters. As she said that, she spread her crimson wings, in which there were some jewels. These shone brightly, and then released a great blast of energy. Nidhogg is totally engulfed. This scream as he felt that power consume his body. When the attack stopped, Azara only saw how the dragon was missing one leg, and his right arm was totally incinerated. Nidhogg. Damn, you won't defeat me so easily. Quickly the jewel on the dragon's arm began to glow, increasing its power. As the dragon's power increased, its regency seemed to increase as well, recovering quickly. When his body was as good as new, he went straight to attack the dragon. The two were fist bumping this time at the same level, but it seemed that this time, Azara was the one with the most strength. The girl carried a powerful demonic power in her fist and is slamming the evil dragon's face, sending it flying. The dragon couldn't even pull himself together when Issei got underneath him and threw another infinity blasters again. This time it was loaded with more power, leaving Nidhogg even more badly wounded. On the other hand, Drake was fighting against that monster that came out of the portal that Rizvan opened. The dragon was shooting great flames of fire at the tentacled monster, but it seemed to regenerate as well. In the moment the multiple tentacles trapped Drake, all the mouths of the monster became one, and it was the perfect size to devour Drake. He opened his fauces ready to devour him, but at that moment a gem in Drake's chest began to shine brightly. Drake. Hell of hugging flames. After saying that, a great flame came out of the dragon's mouth. The fire began to incinerate the body of that monster. The flames coming out of Drake's mouth had stopped, but still the flames continued to consume the monster's skin without stopping. Little by little, its tentacles turned to ashes, and although they will turn to ashes, the flames were not yet paid. The monster roared in pain, until at last, it turned to nothing but ashes which were also destroyed by those powerful flames. That was Drake Gogsh's ability, as Albion who had an incredible ability like poison, Drake had an equally incredible ability, his flames, an ability that the biblical god himself sealed, and that now Drake demonstrated by letting out all his power. Those flames will consume their target until they turn to ashes, and even if they are ashes, they would still not be extinguished until they make you disappear forever. Those flames were so powerful that's why the biblical god sealed it. The only ones immune to those flames were Albion, Office and Big Red. Drake. I'm done here, mate, now you're done with it. Issei, yes. Nidhogg. Don't underestimate me. The girl quickly increased her power further. The jewels on Issei's body lit up, showing that she was charging a powerful attack. Nidhogg. Damn Security, I'll kill you. Nidhogg's jewel began to glow until it began to mutate again. The jewel on his arm disappeared and a giant jewel appeared on his chest. Nidhogg laughed like crazy as Nidhogg's chest opened to reveal a cannon. Issei. Long-Ina Smasher. The chest of Issei's armor also opened, revealing a cannon identical to Nidhogg's, both of which were charged with large amounts of power, but Issei's seemed to have more power. Nidhogg. The great beam of power was shot towards Issei, but the girl undeterred hers. It pierced and consumed the power that Nidhogg had hurled at her and totally engulfed the dragon. Nidhogg. And no. It's impossible, Gruoi. The dragon was only consumed by that tremendous power, and in the end, he left nothing of it. The evil dragon Nidhogg was dead, and the victory went to Issei and Drake. End of music. The girl after launching that attack only fell to her knees while the power she felt before faded. It seemed that she still had a long way to go to get used to the power of that armor. On the other hand, Drake only roared to get back to the booster gear, thus ending everything. Azazel. That was a great display of power, he said, arriving along with Valerie. Valerie. I didn't expect anything less from my rival. Albion. It seems that with the help of Big Red, you also awakened your full power, Drake. Just like you, Albion, but you used Office's power. At one point both girls saw each other and smiled, shaking hands showing that they had respect for each other. Ashino. That's nice, sisterhood between women. While that was happening, the dome where Issei and Apophis were was destroyed. On this side, and Issei, who had his revolver in his hand, little by little Apophis returned to his human form while smiling. Apophis. I'd like to keep fighting, but Nidhogg has already died, so it's my duty to inform Lucifer Sama of this. I hope we'll fight the next time we meet, Issei hyoudou. After saying that, the dragon opened a magic circle and disappeared. Issei, seeing that, just laughed. He also wanted to face Apophis again. After all, he had really liked his battle. Yui. Master, we have to close the portal that Rizvan opened. Issei. Yes. The albino quickly flew back to the city, only to see how thousands of monsters were again approaching them inside the portal. Issei, without wasting time, took Yui and Lin in his hands, and as if it was a closure, the albino nailed both girls' swords in the crack. Little by little the boy closed the crack, and in the end, the crack disappeared, being totally closed by Issei. Ashino. One less problem, now there's only her left, he said, pointing to Trahixa. Issei. What do we do? Did I kill her? Azazel. For now we'll mine the Holy Grail, but the problem is how? He said, thinking. Issei. I have an idea, he said with a smile. Hard 149. The family. In the streets of Kuo things partially calmed down. In the city the destroyed buildings and streets were quickly rebuilt by some demons, while the city was as good as new. The gods who were on the spot were starting to retreat. After all, the battle was already over. On the other hand, Issei along with his other companions were teleported by a large magic circle next to the Trahixa. The people who were part of the DXD group were withdrawing. Right now only the humans who were around them remained. The destroyed landscape full of monsters had disappeared, returning everything to normal. Elsewhere, an Issei can be seen in a bomb suit. He slowly approached the Trahixa which was asleep, and he took out the Holy Grail from inside while smiling. He made a sign with his hand showing that everything was fine. Around him, thousands of soldiers were ready to shoot and ready to fight in case the Trahexa woke up, but they calmed down when they saw how Issei had removed the Holy Grail from his body without any problem. Quickly the albino came out of the barrier containing the Trahexa, who took off his suit while he held the Holy Grail in his right hand. Issei. Hey Azazel, can I drink wine in the Holy Grail? He said as he took out a bottle of wine from his shadow. Azazel. Don't even dream about it, idiot. It's a very important magical artifact. We snatched it from Rizavan. Now we have a new card to use against him. As they spoke, Roswis and other mages seemed to maintain the barrier that contained the Trahexa. Issei. Hey, what are we going to do with it? Shall we kill her? He said, pointing to the Trahexa. Azazel. No, we'll seal it. It's very dangerous. Besides, it's an advantage that we have. It's a Trahexa head. If we seal it, we have a better chance that the original Trahexa is not at 100%, which means Roswis. That it will be easier to defeat Rizavan. Azazel. That's right, we defeated Nidhogg and Ozzy Dahaka. Now the numbers of the strong people in Rizavan's army decreased. We removed 2 big cards, and 2 of us gained more power, he said, looking at Azara and Valerie. Albion. Hahaha, I see that you also awakened all your Drake power. How well, if not it would be very boring to defeat you. Greg. Don't underestimate me, Albion. Now my partner and I are on different levels. Azara. That's right, I don't think you can defeat me that easily, he said, flashing a defiant smile as he looked at Valerie. Valerie. Haha, do you want to see if what you say is true? Office. Kick his ass, Valerie-chan. Red. Now you have my power, Azara. You can't lose to someone who has the power of Office. Both girls look challenging, while Red and Office look the same as each other, who look like they would throw themselves at each other to start a fight. Sareog. Don't forget about me now, my armor and power changed, he said proudly. Azazel. Well, time to seal it. As he said that, a red-colored gem was brought by some faction members. Several magic circles appeared around the Trahexa, and in that red-colored gem, the demons began to chant various, and slowly, the figure of the Trahexa began to enter the gem. After about 2 minutes, the monster went completely inside the gem and was completely sealed. The demons and other members of the factions breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that. It was not easy to seal him. It took the best sorcerers of the factions, along with Roswis and the Fae, to be able to seal him, and not only that, to make sure that he would not try to get out. A powerful barrier just like the one that paralyzed and put the Trahexa to sleep was still active around the gem. A little insurance to know what he wouldn't try to escape. Azazel. Sigh, mission accomplished. Quickly the crow took the crystal in his hands, showing that it was in perfect condition. From a magic circle, Serziches and Michael, along with some well-known gods and warriors, appeared. Zenobia. Estrada Dono. Among the gods, the muscular ex-Vatican member appeared. Joseph and Robert were also there. Alice quickly jumped in and hugged her brothers, who returned the embrace. Zenobia. It's a pleasure to see you again, Estrada Dono. Asco. Anyway, it's thanks to your kindness and consideration that the factions got me out of prison to support them, he said, showing a smile. Anubis. Yes, well, we just returned the favor. Our homes were defended by the DXD team and by that psychopath, he said, pointing at Issei. Issei. Shiva. I don't know, I like it, he said smiling. Zeus. Well, although we'd love to stay, we Greek gods have to scramble some things on Olympus, so we're retiring. Before leaving, Aphrodite looked at her father in a serious way. Aphrodite. Father, I'm sorry, but I'm staying. Zeus. Daughter. Aphrodite. I want to be with my beloved, with him, she said, pointing to Issei. Rias. That's right, how do you know the goddess Aphrodite? Issei. It's a funny story actually. Flashback. On the streets of the city you can see a beautiful woman stealing the attention of all the men. This beautiful woman with blonde hair and voluptuous body was the goddess Aphrodite disguised as a mortal. From time to time the goddess would go down to the human world to have fun. She was looking for some kind of fun. In fact, she has taken a liking to go shopping for novels and video games. You could say that she was an otaku. She didn't really care much that the other gods on Olympus bothered her by asking her where she got all those manga and game consoles. That was just a small punishment for trying to be entertained. Despite being a goddess and the most beautiful of Olympus, she was attacked by a great evil, and it was boredom. She was very bored and was looking for a way to distract herself. Right now you can see the goddess carrying some bags. She had gotten a great booty today, but from time to time some humans would look at her for her beauties. The girl was walking calmly, but at one point a couple of men intercepted her. MAN1. Hi beautiful, what's such a cute girl doing around here? MAN2. Tell me, do you have a boyfriend? The goddess only saw those 2 men seriously. These didn't seem to be bad people, they were just a little drunk. The goddess simply ignored his comments and went on her way, but one of the 2 subjects grabbed her arm. MAN1. Come on, we just want to talk. Aphrodite. Let me go, you idiot, you smell like pure alcohol. The goddess was about to use her super strength to hit both drunkards, but at one point, the man's hand was held by another boy. He quickly pushed both subjects away and protectively hugged Aphrodite. The goddess who did that looked at a young man in a black trench coat, which surprised her. Issei. I'm sorry, but she's busy, go flirt with another girl. When the two men saw that, they only sighed to leave, although in the end they entered an alley where they began to vomit because of all the alcohol they had drunk. Issei. Sighs they never learn. Aphrodite. Oh hey, can you stop hugging me? Issei. Ooh, sorry. Both of them eventually separated. The goddess didn't seem to be even blushing from the boy's attitude, she was simply shocked. This one wasn't going to fall into the typical cliché in which a random guy saves a girl and she falls in love with him. She was already a woman of thousands of years and she had also read many of the same mangas. Aphrodite. Thank you for your help, even though I could do it alone. The goddess at one point only looked at the boy in front of her. He was wearing a hood that prevented her from being able to see his face and for some reason, she couldn't use her powers on him. The goddess at one point looked at the albino with a small smile. She saw a challenge in front of her in that boy, that plus the curiosity she had to see his face, made her use her powers in the young man. She began to use her goddess of beauty powers on the young man in an attempt to seduce him, but her powers did not seem to have an effect on him. Issei. Well, then I'm leaving, don't get in trouble again, miss. After saying that, the albino turned around and disappeared into the crowd. The goddess went blank for a few seconds and then got annoyed. Aphrodite. Like. How a mere human can resist my beauty, she asked herself. The goddess was no fool, not even the gods could resist her charm, even the most expressionless and cold person fell before her, like a young man who did not look more than 16 years old, if he could resist her beauty. Her pride as the goddess of beauty had been trampled underfoot and now the goddess was upset. Time skip. After a couple of days the goddess Aphrodite was back in the human world. She was drinking a soda on a bench. She was returning to Olympus. She still seemed upset. The encounter she had with that boy she could not get out of her head, much less the feeling of defeat when she failed to seduce him. The calm face of the goddess changed, showing a frown. Luckily for her, there were not many people in the area she was in, but at one point, she saw that hooded young man again accompanied by some of his friends. Issei. And that's why I think Batman is so much better than Superman, he said while looking at Kiba next to him. Kiba. I don't know, Superman has very good powers. Issei. Kiba, just because he has powers doesn't mean he's a good hero. Look at Batman, he's got a lot of games: Batman Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham City, Batman Arkham Origins, Batman Arkham Knight. You? Hey, what you're talking about, he said, coming to Gasper. Issei. From Batman and Superman. Gasper. I like Batman a lot, he's great. Issei. Time. Gasper understands. Kiba. Well, okay, we're going home, are you coming? Issei. I'll stay here a little longer, I'll see you at home. You? Okay, we're leaving. After that, the albino was left alone, which a certain goddess took advantage of. Aphrodite. We meet again, mysterious young man. The albino turned around and only saw the blonde who was looking at him with a smile. Issei. Hey. Yes. Edo. Who were you? Aphrodite. You don't even remember me, I asked, somewhat annoyed. Issei. Sorry. Aphrodite. Well, my name is Aphrodite. Issei. What a weird name. Aphrodite. It's a beautiful name and a goddess has the same name. How rude to judge a woman's name like that, she said with her arms crossed. Issei. Sorry, I'm just saying what I think. Well, my name is Issei. My pleasure, Miss Aphrodite, she said smiling. After that introduction, the two began to converse. Every time the goddess tried to seduce Issei, she very skillfully played the fool or did not understand the hints of the goddess very well. Note. Men don't understand women's hints, we're kind of dumb XD. More than once the goddess was taken off by the albino's relaxed attitude, but every time he returned home he noticed something, and that was that he was having fun. She was amused by the silly jokes of that young man. She couldn't see her face, but at one point she didn't seem to care much about that, nor the fact that he had trampled on her pride as a goddess of beauty. For the first time in thousands of years she was starting to feel young again. Physically he was about 21 years old, but mentally he was thousands of years old. He has seen the world go by and evolve. She watched the years go by in the blink of an eye. She didn't really care, but for the first time in millennia, that way of seeing the world stopped. She was watching the days go by like a normal human, all by being next to him. Their tastes were also almost the same. At first the girl didn't understand the boy's references and comments very well, but in the end she ended up liking his way of acting. She liked to be next to that young man. And even if she couldn't seduce him with her powers, she saw it as a challenge to try to catch the heart of that boy, only with her own skill and experience, but without her realizing it, she was the one who was being trapped and seduced. Issei. Hey, what are we doing here? He said, looking at the fact that they were on top of a bridge. Aphrodite. What? Don't you think it's exciting? he said with a mocking smile. Issei. I just followed you to make sure you didn't do something crazy. Both of them were on top of the girders of a bridge right now. The bridge wasn't very high or big, but if someone fell from that height they would surely die. Issei. Well. What did you bring me for? Don't tell me you want to kill yourself or something. Aphrodite. No, don't worry, it's not that, it's… I just wanted to be alone with you. Issei. What for? Or what? Aphrodite. Well. Why, I wanted to show you something. Issei only raised an eyebrow with some surprise, but he quickly opened his eyes to watch as the girl in front of him jumped off the bridge. The albino saw that in shock, but other thoughts went through the girl's thoughts. She wanted to show who she really was to that boy. She wanted to see her goofy expression when she saw how she floated, but she never saw the young man's movements coming. Quickly the albino rushed to rescue her. She was very surprised. He stretched out his hand to try to catch her. At one point the albino's hood had been removed by the wind, and at that moment, the goddess saw the face of the young man who had caught her attention so much. White hair, red eyes, he was very handsome, you could tell that he looked like a Samantal. Surely many women would go after him if they saw his attractive face, but still, he threw himself to save her, putting his own life at risk. Quickly the albino grabbed the blonde's hand, and the goddess was only surprised to see two pairs of wings coming out of the albino's back. Quickly in a bang, the wings flapped, and both young men who were falling earlier disappeared from the place. The goddess hadn't even blinked when she saw how the landscape changed. Now she was flying over the streets of Kuo, while Issei carried her. In the end they both came down and were on top of a building. Issei. Hey, what the are you doing? You didn't say you didn't. Quickly the albino was silenced by the lips of the goddess, who had passionately kissed the albino while he was in shock. The albino for some reason felt good about that kiss, it was like a warm embrace, and as they separated, Issei with a small blush, saw the girl who was in front of her. Issei. Hey. Aphrodite. Gigi, I knew you were special, Ice-kun. Quickly, the goddess's clothes changed, revealing a blue robe which surprised Issei. Issei. You're one. Aphrodite. A pleasure, Ice-kun, I'm the goddess of love, Aphrodite, and I've fallen in love with you, she said smiling. Time skip. After a few minutes, the goddess and Issei can be seen standing on the roof of the building while they both admired the city from above. Issei. Then you're a goddess. Aphrodite. Yes. Issei. And? Did you fall in love with me? Aphrodite didn't answer, she's just looking tenderly at Issei, like a maiden in love looking at her knight or Prince Charming. Issei. Why, I see. Cough cough. Well, sorry, I can't accept your love proposal, I already have a harem and they get upset every time I integrate a new girl. Aphrodite. Then. What if we are lovers in secret too? Issei could only blush a little. This goddess was very accurate, and this for some reason since the kiss that Issei received from her a while ago he began to get excited, possibly his dragon part reacted to see that he could satisfy the needs of his body. Issei. Sorry but I already said no, besides, no matter what you do, I won't fall for your charms, he said, while trying to think of holy things. Aphrodite. Well, even if you are a god too, and can resist my charm, I doubt very much that your body will not react to a woman's provocations, she said as she put her breasts on Issei's back. Issei. Don't worry, Issei, think of the Bible. Aphrodite. Well. So if this doesn't work, I'll kill myself, she said flashing a beautiful smile. Issei. Wait, what? Aphrodite. You know, even though we're gods we can still die, and if he threw me from here I'm sure I'll die. Issei. Wait, what the are you thinking? Aphrodite. If I can't be with my crush, the first person I really fell in love with, then life has no meaning, it's better to die, don't you think? He said, still having a nice smile. Issei. Don't with me, that is very ugly blackmail, that's not fair. Aphrodite. I wonder what will happen when my father knows that you let me die, it will surely cause a great war between factions. Issei. Don't with me, woman. Aphrodite. Well, maybe I'll reconsider if you sleep with me. Issei. I refuse. Aphrodite. Well, then goodbye cruel world, she said while she was on the edge of the void. Before she did something crazy, Issei grabbed her arm. Issei. Sai, it's okay, but just once. The goddess hearing that only threw herself on Issei and kissed him passionately. All the love that the goddess had was directed towards Issei in those moments, and in the end they only ended in one way. With hexual results. Time skip. After a very long night, Issei can be seen asleep in a bed, while the goddess Aphrodite watched her beloved sleep while she was getting ready. Aphrodite. Well, as I promised, it will only be once, but I want you to know something, Issei hyoudou. The goddess slowly approached the albino who was still sleeping, smiling tenderly and lovingly as she stroked the hair of her beloved. Aphrodite. No matter how many centuries pass, I will always love you. After saying that, the goddess kissed the albino's lips again, a glow came out of the young man's body, and in the end the goddess had sealed the albino's memories. Aphrodite. I'll seal your memories too, when we meet again I'll give them back to you, but for now. I hope that fate will bring our paths together, my love. After that, the goddess simply disappeared and returned to Olympus while leaving Issei still asleep there. Then flashback, Aphrodite. "Ah, I remember those days like they were yesterday," she said, showing a beautiful smile. Revi. "You blackmailed Issei into committing suicide if you didn't sleep with him, you are crazy." Aphrodite. "In love and war, anything goes." Zeus. "Well, then I'll leave my daughter Issei hyoudou in your hands." Issei. "What? It's that easy." Zeus. "Well, I know she's not a girl, plus it seems like she's really in love with you," she said, looking at the goddess hugging Issei's arm tightly, while the other girls tried to separate her from the albino. Aphrodite. "Thank you, father. Also, since I will be part of Team DXD, be sure to bring me your daughter Demeter Akasan." Demeter. "Thank you very much, Aphrodite-chan." Zeus. "Well, we retired." After saying that, each of the gods went to their respective homes while Issei had a new girl in his harem. Time skip. It had already been 2 days after what happened to the Trihexa. Somewhere in Europe you can see an Issei walking through the countryside with Valerie. Issei. "Are you sure you're okay? You seem a little nervous." Valerie. "I'm fine, it's nothing." The girl, even if she said that, the albino saw how his hands and feet were shaking. It was normal. Right now they were walking in the direction where the mother of the silver-haired woman was. Issei was by her side, after all, he had promised to go with her for support. She didn't know how Valerie's mother would react to seeing her. Her memories were erased so that she would forget all the bad things that had happened before. Surely he had no memory of Valerie, but Valerie still wanted to see his mother. Both had arrived at the residence of the mother of the silver hair. She stopped in the distance and stared at the place for a few seconds. Issei, who was next to her, took her hand, telling the girl to take courage, but before they could do anything, in the distance Valerie saw a woman. This one was very much like her. She had a straw hat, along with a white dress. It made her look beautiful, and next to her were 2 children. "Mom, are we going to eat meat today?" "That's Alan, your favorite. Ani-chan has to learn how to eat okas and vegetables," said a silver-haired girl who looked like Valerie, a little older than the boy. "Come on, Lilia, Alan is only 7 years old." The woman looked very cheerful. She is after talking a little more with her children. She looks in front of her, where she saw no one. There was no one in front of her. The woman thought it was strange. She had sworn she had seen 2 people in front of her house in the distance, but it seemed that she had been wrong. After the woman entered her home with her children, Valerie and Issei had come out of a shadow, while Valerie was crestfallen. Issei. "Valerie. Valerie. I'm fine." Sniffed. He. "I'm partly glad." Issei. "Are you glad?" Valerie. "Yes, why?" "I saw my mother smile, just like in the old days," he said, showing a bitter smile. Seeing that smile, Issei just hugged Valerie tightly. It seemed that he was not sad to see that scene. He was happy to have seen his mother smile for real. After a while, Valerie had calmed down, and both young men were now filling back home. Issei. "Are you sure you don't want to go and say hello?" Valerie. "No, what I saw is enough for me, I don't need more." Issei. "Sure." Valerie. "Yes, don't worry, seeing my mother so happy and seeing that I have 2 little brothers. It makes me happy, and even if they don't know I exist, I protect them." Issei. "I see." Both young men walked in silence until Valerie broke the silence by saying a single word. Valerie. "Velia." Issei. Valerie. "It was my mother's name, Velia Lucifer." Issei. "I see, I don't know her, but from what I saw, I'm sure she's a great woman and a great mother." Valerie. "Yes, the best." In the end, the girl only hugged Issei's arm as they left the place, disappearing in a magic circle. Part 150. Normality. In the mission of a certain albino, you can see all the mass who were in a VIP room next to the DXD group. They were talking about some things of utmost importance while everyone was in the albino's house. Issei. "Hey, why do the meetings have to be specifically in my house?" Azazel. "You have a mansion, don't complain." Surziches. "Well, as we said, after we were able to eliminate 2 important members of Millennium and we got the Holy Grail back, we're at an advantage. We were also able to seal a part of Trihexa. For now it's a comfort to know that it's not 100%. Michael. "Yes, but we have a new problem, and that is that Rizovin replaced the Holy Grail and its evil dragons with Lovecraftian creatures," he said seriously. Saji. "Edo. I'm sorry, I haven't read that book, so. Can you explain to me what these Lovecraftian creatures are?" Ajuka. "They are amorphous and terrifying creatures. They say that one of them can eliminate millions of people, and Rizovin, thanks to Nyarlathotep, got a way to reach them and make them his allies." Azazel. "Well. More than that, just let them destroy whatever they want since that suits them." Surziches. "The thing is, we've got this researched," he said, showing the Lovecraft book. Sona. "A book made of stone." Surziches. "More or less, Grigori will be guarding and analyzing the book. If we can find a way to close those portals that Rizovin creates, I'm sure we'll be able to stop him, along with his evil plans." Revi. "Yes, but how exactly did Rizovin get that piece of paper?" Ashino. Using the knowledge of Nairuko and also something else, the fact that the oldest gods are the ones who sealed the equals of Nyarlathotep, Rizvan guessed that some of them must have left something of that era in which Azathoth and his lackeys ruled. Issei. I see, then he can invoke those things whenever he wants. Ashino. No, if he wants to stay hidden, he won't do that. Issei. Well, then we'll just have to burn that part of the Necronomicon, right? Surziches. Easier said than done, surely that little leaf will be next to Rizvan all the time, that's not all if we count that Lilith and Nairuko will be taking care of him all the time. Issei. Well, then I'll just have to kick his ass, Shinobu has unfinished business with Nairuko he said, pointing at the blonde loli, who was just smiling while standing next to her master. Azazel. And so it will be, but for now we just have to keep things calm, we can't pick a fight as we don't know where he's hiding. Louise and Euclid told us the location of Rizvan's former lair, but unfortunately when the faction warriors found it the place was empty, they found nothing but Ashino. The place where Nyarlathotep came from, a huge threshold, that was it. Sona. So we're out of the way. Azazel. For now, but I'm sure that when they attack again we'll finish them off. Issei. Ha 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 ha, well, then. Where are we going now Grandpa Max? He said, looking at Azazel. Azazel. To Issei school, summer is over. The albino hearing that only fell to his knees while having a desperate look. Issei. Tiba. That's a good reference. You. A man of culture. Time skip next day. On the streets of Kuo you can see an Issei walking to his school. He had a bored look on his face as he was accompanied by his friends. You. I had already forgotten that we had school. Tiba. It's amazing that they let us go to school knowing that there are magical terrorists lurking. Asia. The end of the school semester will be over, when it's over I'll be a third-year student. Hineko. And I'm second. Asper. But it's kind of sad, when that happens Ria's Butchu, Akeno-senpai and Azara-senpai will leave the school. Aki. So Nakaichu will also graduate alongside Tsubaki-senpai. Akeno. Ara, that will make us college girls, do you like older women Ice-kun? I ask looking at the albino. Issei. Yes, but that has nothing to do with it, by the way, how has the school been since we disappeared? Sona. Kind of weird, but I'm sure everything will be fine. Issei. I have a bad feeling. After that little talk the boys just went on their way, being a few streets away from their school, they ran into some students, they saw the boys in a strange way, especially Issei. The albino just ignored that, surely it was the fact that the girls were hugging him as they walked, but he didn't know it was anything else. Time skip. After a few minutes, they had already arrived at the academy. Issei only said goodbye to his classmates, while each one went to their respective classroom, but while he was walking he noticed and heard how some people whispered and looked at him strangely, as if he were a celebrity. The albino without any concern entered his classroom, but in doing so he was only greeted by the perverted duo. Mitsuda. Issei my friend, how are you? Wotahama. What a beautiful day, don't you think? Aren't we friends? Kiryu. Leave it a couple of profiteers. Mitsuda. Leave us alone, besides, Issei and the two of us very close friends, right? Issei. I don't know what you're talking about he said turning to his acre, ignoring the perverted duo. Kiryu. Forgive them, even though everything happened not long ago, they are still the same. Issei. No problem, but why are people weird today? Kiryu. Well, it looks like you're a celebrity now he said, showing his cell phone. The albino at that moment saw his cell phone of the girl which showed a video, in this Issei was carrying a Kamehameha at full power and then throwing it against the Trihexa. The attack when his hood was thrown, fell by the powerful gust of wind, leaving his face visible. This one next to some people from the DXD group such as Tasuka, Stella and a few more members of the DXD team were identified as supernatural beings. Issei. It can't be. Asia. Is something wrong Issei-san? Issei. Don't you know the news? Apparently someone recorded the fight we had against Trihexa and Millennium a few days ago. Asia. Yes, I already knew that. Kiryu. You don't seem angry about it. Asia. No, why would I be? That way I don't have to lie to people about who I am anymore and it's also fun to give autographs she said smiling tenderly. Issei. Asia, you're very good for this world. Sigh well, I hope nothing weird happens today. After a while the classes had started, as usual, the classes were given by the teacher Roswas, she was giving the classes normally, but a moment she began to receive some questions about her, apparently one of the people who were recorded were Roswas, and some more like Riaz and Sona. When things appeared, they would be a little restless for a few days. After a while, Riaz called the whole group to the occult club, where Azazel was waiting for him. Riaz. Ambassadors. Azazel. That's right, since you've been with the humans for a while now and you're part of the DXD team, I'm sure it won't be a problem for you to be the ambassadors of the factions. Issei. So we'll be ambassadors. Azazel. That's right, each one will represent a part of the factions being in the human world. I hope they set an example and don't do something crazy. Issei. But we do crazy things, you say? He asked while holding a grenade in his hand. Azazel. Sigh, forget it, I know it will be impossible for you. Well, the point is that each of you will represent a different faction. We have decided that the entourage of Riaz and Sona will represent the demons. The Keno. Ara, that'll be interesting. Tsubaki. That's right. Azazel. The other representatives like the angels and so on will be chosen shortly, but for now you have to set an example and prove that demons are good people, despite everything they say and know about you. Riaz. Okay, I'll take on this responsibility. Sona. Equally, as a member of the Citri clan I will. Azazel. Perfect, so I'll leave them in your hands, now I have a job, so I hope you know what to do, I'll see you. After saying that, the crow only disappeared into a magic circle, leaving the boys in the occult club room. Issei. Well, who's hungry? Asper. Me I. Kaneko. Me too. Time skip. After listening to the talk that the boys had with Azazel, they had returned to their respective classes, this time with the responsibility of being supposed ambassadors. Right now you can see Issei being on the roof of his school. The place was quiet, but he at one point felt a presence. Behind him was that woman named Impausa who was in the place. Impausa. Good morning, Issei. hyoudou. Issei. What are you doing here? No one is about to die, right? Impausa. No, besides, I only take the souls of gods or deities. Issei. So what are you doing here? Impausa. I was just coming to hang out with you, he said as he sat down next to the albino. Issei. I don't believe you, speak at once. Impausa. Well, let's say he came to warn you of something. Issei. What exactly? Impausa. Of the destruction of the universe, he said it would be. Issei. From the universe. Impausa. Rizovin right now is playing with things that he himself doesn't understand. He doesn't understand their danger. That's why the ancient deities that were supposed to be extinct are starting to move. They want to prevent the god of chaos from returning to this plane. Issei. And you're telling me this why? Impausa. It's just a kind of thank you. Issei. Thanks. Why? Impausa. To take care of and save my sister. I didn't like her being in Rizovin's hands. Issei. Ooh, right, you're Yukli-chan's sister. Impausa. Well, having said that, I'm retiring. The souls of the gods are already in the scales of life and death. Issei. Hey, really, do you want the destruction of the world? Impausa. I don't want it, but I don't want it either. I'm just a spectator in this story that's unfolding, and it's reaching the climax. Issei. Yes, of course. Hey. The albino only turned around for a second, and when he tried to see the girl's figure again he saw no one. She had disappeared from the place, and right now he was alone on the roof. Issei. Haha, looks like someone saw Batman, he said, flashing a smile. Elsewhere, in an unknown location, a giant monster with humanoid tentacles can be seen. This one was white, and it was on a throne. This one had the face of an octopus and seemed to be serious. Two pairs of giant wings spread out, while this one seemed to start talking. The primal gods are closing in, the gates that were made to contain Azathoth are breaking. If this continues, chaos and destruction will come to the world. 0. As she said that name, a female figure appeared. This was a pale woman with white hair. She looked like a warrior, and to look at her she was very beautiful. The only strange thing was a flower that was in her right eye for some reason. 0. Yes, Thanid-sama. Thanid. 0. My faithful warrior, I have endowed you with power, beauty and elegance. You have my flesh and blood running through your veins. Now, as my most faithful warrior, you will have the duty to prevent the god of chaos from being released. You have to stop his awakening at all costs. 0. As ordered by Thanid-sama. Thanid. But even if you're strong, you won't be able to do it alone, so you'll have to find an ally. The giant at that moment extended his hand, and from this came a kind of sphere made of magic. In this a dark figure appeared. This was surrounded by a black color with red touches, and also a white color with yellow touches. Thanid. Look for the descendant of the god of the Bible and the demon king, he will help you in your task. 0. Yes, Thanid-sama. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.